Welcome everyone! So today we're going to be doing the pro show match between Zuppi and Nili. I've been looking forward to this all week. So good to see so many of you. Thank you Beehive for the raid just before. Thank you Crash Dismounted and Sandling for those follows just before. We'll be jumping into the show match in about 10 minutes. Elo difference... Log... too many complicated words earlier for this time in the evening. Hey, streaming in the years, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for joining. It's gonna be fantastic. I've been waiting for this all week. Nearly banning the Incas first, the man after my own heart does not want to see Incas in this show match. So they do get one ban each to start off the show match. They get 10 picks in total, but they do have 2 snipes in the middle of this pick. So we've given them an extra 3 picks afterwards to try and fix if they've lost a civ that's particularly important. Zuppi banning the Mayans, which are one of the strongest civs in AoE 2 at the moment. So I'm not super surprised to see these 2 banned. Incas, of course, very frustrating to deal with, but not particularly scary if you know what you're doing with them. Whereas Mayans are just such a beast civ that it feels pretty hard to punish them. Zuppi picking Chinese first, again, not much of a surprising pick. Chinese is one of the strongest civs in the game. Magyars is a surprising pick. I think that might be picked specifically for Serengeti. It's probably too soon to work out. Oops, sorry. Clicking buttons in the wrong place. Probably too soon at the moment to work out exactly where each of these civs are going to be played. And Franks seem kind of more like an Arabia pick. Ban islands. We only have one full water map in this, so it's not too terrible. Let's see what Zuppi picks next. Persians. Interesting. I don't actually think where Persians are going to be used. Maybe Golden Swamp? I was not expecting a Persians pick, especially not as an early pick for either of these players. These are ready to go get Bravia by picking Magyars. The thing is, Franks are still a very good civ on Arabia, so I'm thinking that's what he's going for. Zuppi going for Lithuanians as his 3rd pick. That's looking more like a Golden Swamp pick to me. I can't really think of anywhere else that'd be super strong. There's only one hybrid map in this, and that's Golden Swamp. But true, but Chinese versus Franks. That is a bit of a hard matchup, isn't it? Teutons and Nili, what is this draft? I'm loving it. Like, these are some really out there picks that I was not expecting. So, Teutons and Bulgarians. I would say the Bulgarians might have been picked for Empire Wars Socotra. Maybe? Bulgarians, possibly a Nomad. Oh, it wouldn't be a Nomad. Oh my goodness, I'm such a pleb. Zuppi picked Persians for Nomad, of course. Bulgarians, though. Where are Bulgarians strong? I guess. Is Regi Fortress a thing? I'm really sorry. There's actually a bit of flickering happening there. Is it happening for you guys as well? Miss Sugar, if you want to use the command Discord here, you guys should be able to see. You should be able to go into my Discord and you can find me there. Sorry about that. Bulgar viable anywhere except hybrid. I would say so as well. So we have Zuppi picking the Slavs and the Vikings. I think these are both really good civs for pretty much. There's a lot of maps that are pretty versatile on. Nili going for the Malians almost specifically for Nomad, I would imagine. Japanese, I think that has to be Nili's Golden Swamp. Hey Night Owls, how you doing? We did a best of 11 on the original Shadow Gauntlet. So you think this is bad? We did a test run with the 11 games. Bulgarians is good in general, to be honest, but mainly Empire Wars. True, actually, Bulgarians could be Nili's Empire Wars Atacama pick. They're such a strong civ there. It could also still be the Socotra. Portuguese Regicide Fortress, possibly. Also islands. I feel like that's Zuppi's islands pick. Huns, I'm not entirely certain. They're good on a lot of civs. Nili gonna be sniping one of Zuppi's picks. I think he snipes Chinese here. I'm like 75% sure he snipes Chinese. Well, what are we gonna see him sniping? Or it's gonna be a random snipe. Maybe thinking long and hard about it. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, almost guaranteed, like, with the current draft Zuppi has, I do think that it makes more sense for him to ban that. Nili doesn't have an obvious Reggie. Well, they still have 3 more civs to pick here. And Zuppi's sniping the Italians. So he's picked Portuguese, he's picked Vikings, he's now sniped Italians. That's actually going to be a little bit tricky, I think, for Nili on islands now, because I don't really think there's any other top tier island civs left. We'll have to see what he picks here. Mongols for Zuppi, that could be a Reggie Fortress pick. I'm not entirely certain. Well, now trying to snipe Teutons could be safe. I mean, Nili already has the Teutons, though. If Portuguese for islands, and where does he play Vikings? Because you have... Oh, that's interesting. I think Vikings are decent on some other maps, though. Chinese is the obvious pick for... Oh, that's true. They're really good on Reggie Fortress as well. Just regular islands, Bihai. Berber's pick, so I think that's going to be Nili's islands pick. Unless another civ comes out. It could be, again, someone said in chat, Byzantines. I would not hate a Byzantines pick. Koreans? That is going to be a Golden Swamp pick, right? There has to be. I want to see some turtles in that swamp. This could be this is going to be amazing. I feel like both of these players have put a decent amount of thought into that pick. Am I using Hidden Cup 4 maps? No, I am not using Hidden Cup 4 maps. I kind of made a decision to use the standard maps that we had available. Just because it makes it easier that you don't have to have lots of different map packs downloaded. Yeah, exactly, Bihai. Like, it's not like they're taking a while for their picks. Like, they're thinking about it and reacting to the other player, but they're doing it pretty quickly. So if you're going for the Britons, I can't really think of where Britons are strong. Sorry guys, just 1 second. Vietnamese pick for Zuppi and Nili with the Cumans pick. I don't think humans are that good on Reggie Fortress, but they're pretty decent on regular Fortress. So that might be Nili's Fortress pick here. And Vietnamese? I'm not certain where they will go. Humans instantly, Rennie is sold. Vietnamese, I think, probably... Is it gonna... Could they be a Reggie Fortress pick? Are they good on Empire Wars? I'm not certain here, honestly. Humans is a Fortress pick for sure. Yeah, I definitely think so. Which is for Empire? See, because there's 2 Empire Wars, so I'm not certain of which one they'll be going for here. They're just setting up a lobby right now, so we're going to be nice and patient for that. Can I bet against Rennie's prediction? That's amazing. I have just received word that someone is going to be donating to this prize pool. I'm so happy about that. I'm really excited to be offering these players even a little bit more than we've already given them. So, why ban Malians? The snipes. Civ, there wasn't a Malians ban here. Alrighty. Sorry guys, just checking if we have a lobby up already. It doesn't look that way just yet. Has to do something if Zuppi wins a game. Mine is banned, yeah. Really? I'm surprised that you'd go for... Oh, I guess I do get the extra villager as well. But I was more thinking along the lines of mines for Arabia. Like, they're still one of those annoying civs to deal with, I think. Reddit just has to compliment Khmer once for every Zuppi. Yes, Mihai, yes. If you guys don't already know, Rennie despises Khmer. Absolutely despises. If I do know, they've always been meta for forests. See, I only know of in terms of fortress, the only ones I know specifically that are super strong are Chinese, because they get the extra 3 villager star. Alrighty, so we have just doubled our prize pool, guys. We'll be offering these guys an extra $90. We'll let them know at the end of the show match. But yeah, I'm so stoked that we can offer them double the amount for their time today. Khmer stupid anyway, they break every eco law in the game. I think there are, like, I honestly wouldn't mind one of the Khmer bonuses to be removed. I don't know if they would prefer to be kept anonymous. If they want to come forward, I'll let them come forward. But they messaged me direct on Discord, so. But yeah, I'm super stoked about it. Yeah, no ongoing matches just yet. Yeah, Vihai, it's not Nubisoft Blam. I can give you that much information. Thank you so much, Sugar. I really do appreciate that. Like, Zuppi and Nili are both two players that I really, really look up to. And they're both fantastic people in their own right. So being able to offer them a little bit more for the time today, because it's not like a big prize pool, guys. Like, I started off with a small $90 US prize pool, because that's what I can afford. And these guys both agreed to that, and I'm super stoked about it. And then being able to then suddenly say, hey, by the way, we've doubled that. Like, that's just all the better. Your favorites are Doga and MBL, but Zuppi is right there. That's fair. MVL I find really entertaining. Like, I have to say this. MVL is so entertaining to me. Hey, Highflyer, how are you doing today? So what's the prize pool? Oh, prize pool. The prize pool is now $180. If we can actually, Ailey, would you mind updating the settings to include the new amount? And if you want to make it look prettier, feel free. I was doing that in a bit of a rush. I'm so bad at making the commands look good because I do it via Nightbot rather than via chat. Alright, we do have a game. Let's go. I'll be starting up capture agent now. Hopefully it'll be working. Oh, this is a bit of a classic matchup. You guys can't see it yet, but we will be able to see it very shortly. Alright, so we have Zuppi playing the Huns in the blue corner and Nili playing the Franks in the red corner. Now, I feel like the Franks sort of struggle to deal with cavalry archers when they get to that point. But in terms of early scout fights, which is usually what you see in this matchup, it can be kind of difficult for the Huns player with that initial HP bonus. It is capturing the right thing, right? I'm like, sorry guys, it's capturing the wrong thing. I don't know why. Okay, cool. I actually, sorry, it's frozen. Sorry, I'm having a moment with my technology. Alright, so let's have a look at both players' maps though. So Zuppi has 3 forward golds and it's entirely open front, so I would not be loving his map if I were him. He does have access to this backstone, which is Frank's, as Huns is nice. You might eventually want a backstone for some castles, but the berries being a little bit forward here and the secondary stone does make his base very open. A little bit surprised to see him pushing deer before he even scouts the additional 4 sheep. Nili, on the other hand, with Viper map hacks, he's got the back berries, back secondary stone, and back main gold here. Like, the rest of his resources are pretty far forward and exposed, so that's not like a perfect map. But the playing this for feudal and even early castle age is very comfortable. So I would much prefer to have Nili's map, because at least he does have those back resources. Zuppi does have good back wood, but that's about the only thing he does have going for him at the moment. We're just going to quickly catch up to live. Give me 1 second, guys. And now in terms of rules, so we have made it so sheep laming is not allowed, boar laming is allowed. The reasoning behind that is boar laming has a higher risk investment than sheep laming. Like, sheep laming is a lot more RNG based. I'm not sure what you guys think of that kind of idea. But I prefer having it so that, like, they can lame sheep if it's in feudal age. They can wall in resources in feudal age. But during Dark Age, I've decided to remove those things to try and make the games a little more exciting for the players. Hey Belafron, how you doing? Looks like Zuppi is taking off to go and scout Nili after pushing all 4 of his deer. Bit on the greedy end from both of these players trying to push all their deer. But I do think that the rules that we have in place do kind of make it, especially for Arabia more specifically, very risk-free pushing the deer. That's the only downside I think to them. So a standard 4 and berries. Both players looking like they're going to be clicking up a 20 pop build here. So it'll be 20 pop scouts from both players. And then it's, after this point, it's kind of just whoever gets better trades initially. Franks do start off with the better early feudal age, but the longer the feudal age scales, I do feel like Huns do better, thanks to their faster producing stable, and also the fact that they don't have to put houses down really saves them a lot of wood that they can invest into early farms. So I think that Nili kind of wants to play this, I wouldn't say greedy, but he does want to play this for early feudal age more, and then try and get up to castle age. Of course, reacting as necessary to Zuppi's aggression. Whereas Zuppi kind of wants to drag this out a little bit in feudal age and try and buy some time, either for these kind of crazy walls that he's going to have to do, or just to try and make it so Nili's playing a very similar game to him. You're interested in how Franks did with CA? Well, in Castle Age, dealing with like using skirmishers as Franks completely serviceable skirmishes. There's nothing wrong with Frank skirms in Castle Age. It's just towards Imperial Age that can be pretty awful. Also, Scorpions are a very good unit against them as well. So I would imagine that we'll probably, if Zuppi opens with CA and Nili goes for Knights, I believe Nili will probably go for Scorpions first. And Nili getting housed at 20 pop though, a little bit of a mistake already from Nili. I don't think it's gonna kill any of the build or anything, but he would have wanted that spear out on the field a little bit quicker. And these walls are going to be really nice for Nili once he gets them up though. Again, protecting the berries, protecting the gold. And the wood line is only rangeable by a tower, I'd imagine. I don't think this is rangeable by archers. So it really does make, like, this is a very easy and defensive base for Nili to work from once he gets these walls up. You can imagine CA out micro Scorps. The thing is that you're not, usually when you're talking Scorpions, you're not talking one Scorpion. You're not really even talking 2 Scorpions, you're usually talking 3 or 4. And that's kind of where, like, yes, you might be able to out-micro them, but if you've got a unit behind that, like Knights, for example, it's going to be very tricky for you to deal with that. And nearly getting the first bit of trading onto the scout here already, the Frank scouts have more HP, and every little bit you weaken your opponent's scout in these scout fights is going to be huge. That being said, there are 2 spears on the field for both players at the moment. A third one coming out for Zuppi, and a third one coming out for Nili as well, and a 4th one even being trained. Zuppi already investing into that archery range. Not surprised to see it. If you can get to scouts and archers, that's one of the strongest combinations you can do for Feudal Age. It's a lot of Feudal Age investment, but again, kind of what I was saying before, Franks want to get out of Feudal Age sooner rather than the Huns do. And looks like the villagers are being pulled to attack a little bit here as well. Zuppi probably going to be looking to try and find some damage, but Nili does have these 2 spears at home as well. Benj-like, thank you so much for the raid, man. How are you doing? If you wouldn't mind getting a shout out for Benj. Thank you so much. Looking like Zuppi getting the worst of the trades here though. Just not having enough spears on the field and losing a lot of HP on those spears initially. One villager going down for Zuppi. Village count still relatively even though, due to a little bit of housing earlier from Nili and the bit of TC idle time. But having one archer, even with no fletching here, can be the swing of the fights. If you have a couple of spears and a couple of archers for Zuppi, he can very easily repel this army from Nili. And Nili now being forced into dropping a range. I imagine for some skirmishes, I don't think he's gonna want to invest into archers, or at least not long term into archers. Especially as he's producing from behind of Zuppi. And yeah, we see the skirmisher coming out now. So look at both players' farm counts. So we have 7 farms for Nili. Zuppi with the slightly better farming eco again. This is where the wood saving bonus in the Huns does really start to stack up. Hey Salted, hey PPC, hey Syria, good to see you guys. And Nili now transitioning onto gold. I imagine for at least going for fletching, but it looks like he's making an archer as well. I think I like this, honestly. And now Nili going to be doing a good bit of micro to take out the archers with the scouts. These archers do not have fletching, they do not have a defense operator or anything. Nili taking the better of trades for most of this so far. And I think that's partly due to the Franks having the extra HP again. But that one skirm is so annoying for Zuppi. Like, he literally has to have some scouts here to deal with the army from Nili. And like, even though they're not killing villagers here, they're just here to be annoying. It doesn't need to kill villagers. Thank you for the follow, Azano. The quick pulls are very amazing from Zuppi though, of course. And Zuppi now kind of being forced to bring those scouts back. I think if I'm Zuppi here, do I make a couple of skirms in the mix as well? Because the thing is, making skirmishes is a sure way to slow your uptime. But I feel like scouts, a couple of spears and skirms here for Nili are going to overpower Zuppi for the moment. I think if we can get to another couple of scouts, maybe even bloodlines we could talk about. Getting to bloodlines and maybe even +1 defense. If his eco can get to that point, I think he can clean this up and then go forward here. Thank you for the follow, TJB. So, a big engagement happening over here. So skirmishers obviously don't do that great against the scouts. They will do fine against the archer and the spear. But it looks like Zuppi getting the slightly better of the trades here. Not by a huge margin though. It's 6 military for Zuppi and 13 for Nili. But again, most of Nili's military currently is these skirmishers that he's not really going to be wanting to do much with later in the game. And it looks like Nili's added a second range at home, going for double range archers now. And this is a very cool follow-up. Usually as Franks, you don't see double range in Feudal Age, let alone Castle Age. And he will be able to kind of force Zuppi into this prolonged feudal that I would have expected Huns to have preferred. And Zuppi, realizing that this area is very vulnerable, dropping a tower. I think this is the right response. I just don't know if he has the military here to get this up. He does have 2 spears in the mix. He does have a few archers and a few scouts. There is a couple of weak ones mixed in here though. And the skirmishers don't do that much damage against the scouts. When there's weak ones involved as well, even getting 1 snipe on the scouts can be huge. And now with that tower there, it does mean that Zuppi has been forced into this tower. He can't drop TCs in the next age without mining some stone. But it does mean that the pressure has to go somewhere else. There is this woodline at the back that's pretty exposed though, and the other woodline honestly isn't that safe either. So it's a little bit of a risky situation. Nili hasn't even got fletching, let alone +1 defense on these skirmishers or archers though. I do think it's maybe slightly on the greedy side, seeing as he has dropped a range. Whereas Zuppi's at least got fletching. Obviously, he's not making that many skirms, so it's not as important to get +1 defense. But I do think this army from Nili will be cleaned up. Thank you for the follow, Fever Nachos. So I think that if Nili has fletching here, he can kind of comfortably take this fight. Because these scouts aren't taking as little damage as they are when you have fletching. And fletching now coming in for Nili, realizing that he needed to get it. I still think Nili's in a perfectly fine position, but I think he could have been in a better position. And this is what I love about Age of Empires, is these feudal age fights. Like, they're just so cool. Like, seeing a bit of an AI army from both players. Nili need to be a little bit careful with these spears, so you do kind of want to have a couple of spears as a bit of a threat to any scouts that come forward. The thing here for Nili is, though, is that he at home is not being pressured at all. Whereas it's constantly at Zuppi's end of the base. Like, the idle time that's going to be forced is at Zuppi's end of the base. That being said, Nili with the higher idle TC and the idle eco at the moment, I'm imagining the idle TC is intentional. Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I'll be going straight into the prize pool.
Thanks for hosting this Nili energy, Nili love.
Thank you so much for the dono as well. I really do appreciate that. It is my pleasure to host it. And Zuppi the first to play up to Castle Age, despite Nili idling his TC for quite a bit there. But the villager difference isn't that big. So there's wheelbarrow in for Zuppi, which means that once we deduct that, Nili has a 2 villager deficit right now over Zuppi. And both of these Castle Age times are very decent. This song reminds you of Viper. Because Viper was on Mixer at this point, I hadn't got to see him before I started streaming. I picked this before I'd even seen Viper, but obviously the dude has some good taste in music as well. As we watch these archers and skirms do a bit of a dance. 3 minutes of idle TC and Zuppi with a minute. But I'm pretty sure on Nili's end, this actually was intentional. I don't imagine... I think he realized that he was the one forcing the damage here. He knew his opponent was making skirms, which usually makes your uptimes a little bit less clean. So I don't think that Nili's in a bad position because of the idle time. It does look like the scouts got in on this right-hand side though and did pick off a villager. And Nili probably going to be playing crossbow knights He does have enough archers to be upgraded here. He's got double stable. Zuppi looking like he's going to be playing for 3-range CA though. And I gotta say, Crossbow Knight, from my personal experience, has definitely done decent against CA, especially when they're in smaller numbers. Once you get to bigger numbers, it can be a bit tricky for the Crossbow Knight player to overwhelm them. And we are talking about these Hun ranges, which are very easy to sustain. The thing is with Franks though, is even though you're doing Crossbow Knight, the eco is so good that you can easily add this additional TC. And normally when you're doing Crossbow Knight, adding additional eco is very difficult. But when you're playing Franks, again, it's just such a good, smooth eco that you can get away with it. The thing is, with Zuppi's gold position here, with the tower in this, honestly, almost perfect position, the only way Nili can pressure it is with knights. Can't pressure it with crossbows. You can maybe pressure a few of these ones on the left, left-hand side. But against CA as well, I do think he'll want to prioritize ballistics at some point sooner rather than later. Like obviously with Franks, you're not going to be looking at holding onto the crossbow line forever. But you do need it, and Zuppi even being forced into elite skirm here. I don't think that's really what you want to be doing with your eco right now if you're Zuppi. There are sufficient numbers of skirms on the field though, and we're getting +2 defense as well. So with +2 defense and these even 6 skirms here, it does make it very good trades for Zuppi. It will depend on who gets ballistics when though as well. And Zuppi being forced of this gold, that's a lot of idle time for Zuppi, and he did lose 2 villagers on the gold as well. Nili playing this really good on early Castle Age. Remember when Franks used to be terrible? Was there a time? I've never seen Franks be terrible. There aren't sufficient knights in the field for Nili right now though to be taking too many engagements against the CA. The crossbows are kind of what makes it possible against the CA. And the knight's just going to be towards the back of Zuppi's base, just trying to be annoying. And we got to remember, again, Nili playing 3 TC with the economy. Zuppi playing the 1 TC approach. Doesn't really have an option but to do the 1 TC for the moment. And now being forced off of this gold entirely, he's now going to this left-hand gold. But I think if Nili is kind of poking around for where Zuppi is taking resources, I do think he'll be able to pressure the gold as well. And one of the other unfortunate things here for Zuppi is that you're playing open with CA. And from my personal experience with CA, if you're playing open, it's very hard to try and get counter damage. And Zuppi losing 2 villagers on the wood line to the left as well, looking like a few too many things are happening all over the map for Zuppi to deal with. 3rd villager going down on that wood line. Villager count is 20 in favor of Nili. That 3 TC eco and the damage being done by Nili is absolutely bonkers. +2 defense coming in and wheelbarrow for Nili. Zuppi is going to have to add additional military here if he wants to really do anything. Maybe even look for a castle drop. If he can, but he doesn't really have safe resources. I have a feeling that this game will be Nili's. Like, Zuppi has such a clock to do damage here, especially as Huns. They don't have the best Imperial Age. Early Imp, they're absolutely fine, but the longer Imp goes on here, the more I favor Franks in this matchup. But Zuppi now slowly pressuring forward.
As it is believed.
Thank you for the bits, Johannes. How are you doing today? And hey, Flightless, how are you? Opening straight CA is a bit greedy with that gold. I would agree as well. I think you can get a few knights in the field first and then switch into CA and kind of go for an extended Castle Age play as Zuppi here. And Hun's Castle Age is just amazing. The faster producing stable will outdo the Frank eco initially. And look at these raids from Nili! Zuppi's dead. Zuppi sent his army forward. He's not going to get anywhere near the value that Nili's getting with these few knights. And again, this is one of those situations where playing open with CA, especially with these gold spots, is going to really start catching up to you. Nili even getting forging now. I love that Nili didn't sit at home with his army. He probably could do with dropping a siege shop at home just to try and deal with these skirmishers and archers, or he could just make a couple of knights at home and send them as well. But he has got a mangonel on the way from this siege shop over here. The thing is, Nili's not scared to throw away a couple of units here because he knows his opponent's on 1 TC eco. He knows that his 3 TC eco is going to be kicking in very soon. I kind of would like to see him transition a couple of villagers onto stone as he's got such a villager lead. Just so we can start thinking about getting those Frank castles for a bit more map control. And Zuppi being forced off a market here, he's really struggling on the economy. How do you come back from this position as Zuppi? Is it possible? Maybe he can try and sneak a forward siege shot, but the knights are engaging on these ball of scums. It's still 16 crossbows are left from the feudal age for Nili. And Zuppi trying to panic up this TC. But you gotta feel sorry for him, because if the thing is that this TC is only protecting a wood line and some stone, it's not really gonna help him get back in the game here. When his opponent's been 3 TC for so long. The CA will be able to clean up these knights though. And Zuppi needs a perfect engagement here. He needs Nili to kind of throw away his entire army and pressure. I don't think that's what we're going to see here. Oh, maybe. But the thing is, he can kind of get away with it again. Like, he loses these knights, he loses a couple of crossbows, and he's like, meh, so what? Whereas Zuppi loses a couple of villages, and on such a strained economy already, this is hurting Zuppi so hard. See if they became irrelevant at 600 AG has bad imp. That'd be high. And Nili takes game 1. Let's enable the scoreboard here. Best of 9. I never thought I'd be doing that. And there we go. Oh, we need to change the color. What an amazing start to the series. Regni, are you ready to get ready for the co-casting of game 2 and 3? Oh yes, and can one of the amazing mods in chats do the prediction for game 2? The votes so well for Nili. Yeah, definitely. I was expecting Zuppi to take game 1 here. Hi Lynn, how are you doing today? He just lost all. Oh no! Night Owls. Did you bet all on Zuppi for that one? That's so unfortunate. I was gonna update the draft as well while we have a second. So this was game 1 Nili, so Nili winning as the Franks and Zuppi losing as the Huns. So game 2 is gonna be Regicide Fortress. What civs do you think these guys are gonna pick on Regi Fortress?
I have to say, I have no clue. I thought first that Nili will maybe pick Teutons for Regicide Fortress, but he can also pick it for Arena, right?
Yeah.
So...
Thank
maybe
you for the applause, guys.
Maybe Zuppi is Britons.
Maybe.
Nili... Bulgarians? Cumans? I don't know. Maybe Cumans and he wants to push or so?
I think it's going to be humans for Nili, if I'm 100% honest. I can't see any other civ he's going to pick for Regi Fortress.
Yeah.
For Zuppi, it's a hard one, right? I'm thinking Mongols. I do think Mongols are pretty good on Regi Fortress as well. But I also wouldn't hate to see Britons as well. I just think that their boom is so good and you can get away with quite a big boom on Regi Fortress. Oh my goodness, thanks so much for the follows, everyone. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I think I personally would prefer Mongols on other maps, like Serengeti or so. But I don't know, let's see. I see you get a lot of follows.
I don't think Magyars are gonna be for Regi Fortress. I do think they are almost guaranteed to be Nili's preferred Serengeti pick. They are extremely good on Serengeti. Due to the free foraging, the cheaper scouts, and you often do play very heavy scouts on that map. Thank you so much, everyone. I do appreciate that. That's amazing. If you guys do want to do some predictions with your channel points, you can do. Currently, Zuppi has 100% of the vote.
Let me change that.
Oh. Regni betting big on Nili here. Can you show us it? I can honestly, it's a bit of an amusing thing. This is actually from Artie's stream. You'll remember this stream as well, Regni, I would imagine. But she made these amazing cinnamon scrolls. I said to her, what's the recipe for these? I've not gotten around to making them, I've been too busy. But I really want to make them at some point.
Oh, yes, on the new company, yeah. I also have to say I never made them, but they look just so awesome that I also want to try it once, at least.
Like, I almost felt like I could smell them through the stream, as weird as that probably sounds.
Sorry?
I felt like I could almost smell them through the stream. That's how good they
Oh,
looked.
yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, totally.
I'm not sure if we have a game 2 going just yet. I'm refreshing AOA2.net. It can be a bit touchy though. Okay, we have a game. I'll send you the code, Regni.
Drop it.
Hey gamers, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah. SHOWMATCH hide.
On spectate games.
Yeah, I'm trying to spectate as well. It's being a bit stubborn. There we go. Oh, Zuppi
nice.
going for Vietnamese. What?
Pick humans Vietnamese.
As soon as you do get in, just catch up to live. I think that's the easiest way of doing it. Oh my goodness, though. I could not predict the Vietnamese. I think Vietnamese could be pretty solid, though, against any archer civ with their Rattan archers. Thing is, I feel like humans are better, though, right?
I don't know, I mean, I feel like,
Nili's already clicked up at, it was a 2 minutes 30 in-game time.
oh boy. Okay, so he actually wants to go for the human boom. I'm not sure 100% what you want to do as Vietnamese against humans. I have to say. I mean, you can, I think, deal pretty good against the Kipchaks. But if Nili decides to go more for Cavaliers or so, I don't know what Zuppi can do against that.
Oh, and Zuppi being caught with his pants down a little bit here with the faster human scout. Normally this wouldn't matter to... Oh, it's still Dark Ages on that. But normally if you both got to Feudal Age, it wouldn't matter. But against a human scout, you cannot run. And Zuppi realizing this and just going to take a tiny bit of HP off of Nili. That's really unfortunate for Zuppi. And maybe not realizing that Nili was going to be going for the human boom approach.
It was really, really fast. I mean, he clicked up with pop 19, pop 7, pop 18.
I've seen Reggie Fortress builds that have been obviously quite early, but and especially with humans, I've never seen one that clicks up at 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So Zuppi going for Market Blacksmith, so it looks like Zuppi is just going to be going for a boom approach here, and I think that's perfectly fine. You will always be a little bit behind the human boom, but it does matter significantly less on Reggie Fortress, where you do have these crazy uptimes. So I think that if Nili does go for the Paladin approach, or Cavalier approach, excuse me, I do think that Vietnamese have the tools to at least deal with that. They can go for like Rattan Halb, they can go for Arb Halb, and Rattans do deal better with cavalry than even Arbs do due to their extra damage. And the Halbs are a great meat shield, and it's not like humans get great skirmishes. So I think Nili's going to be wanting to push earlier in Castle Age or late Castle Age. What do you think though, Regni?
I personally would agree. I was first a bit confused by Zuppi is going on stone, but makes sense because you on Regicide Fortress you have 150 stone in the beginning and not 200. So I also think that he probably wants to go more for the boom. I'm not sure 100% what they want to do here. I have to say, I still think that. I mean, obviously, both want to boom first, but I'm not 100% sure what they want to do later.
And the crazy thing with humans is that you can eventually go for a... It's not like a fast Imperial build as in like a fast Imperial like you do with Turks, but you can opt for that faster Imperial Age with the human boom behind it. And what you can do is make a few rams on the way up, get capped ram, and to start pushing with capped rams and a trev. And I have seen it happen a couple of times. You usually have Kipchaks or knights behind it, preferably Kipchaks a lot of the time, because they can take units out from a range. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Nili also go for something like that. There's just so many options for both of these civs. Nili looking like he's floating food towards Castle Age here as well. So I don't think he's going to be super far up behind on the Castle Age time. And I actually even think he might add a third TC. That's a crazy 16 villager lead for Nili.
Yeah, the human boom is just super strong, especially on this on those maps. And if he can execute it properly, and maybe, as you said, maybe trying to attack on Castle Age, where he still has the advantage, I think he should be in a good position then.
Nili looking pretty heavy on stone. So if I was thinking you'd go for an extra TC in the next stage, I would say maybe you'd put 2 or 3 on stone. He's put 7 on stone, which to me indicates that he wants to go for a secondary castle. And the question here is, will he want to go for a forward castle, or will he want to go for a defensive castle? What would you prefer here as the humans, do you reckon?
The thing is, unfortunately Nili can't see it, but imagine he would put his second castle next to the stone from Zuppi.
Oh no, that would be disastrous.
Yeah, it would be just such an awesome place. Unfortunately, he couldn't see it. But if he would put just one castle here, I think he would be in a really bad spot because his castle is on the left-hand side, and I think it's kind of hard to defend, especially when you have just no access to stone.
I'm really surprised by Zuppi going for, like, it's 10 on stone now. So it might even be, like, multiple castles. I can't tell just yet.
Yeah, so he probably wants to go for Kipchaks, right?
I think it kind of makes sense for Castle Age, because Rattans are one of those, like, yes, of course, they do have high PS armor, but when you're dealing with a unit that has multiple arrows like Chukanu or Kipchaks, it matters a little bit less, and the Rattans also do have the same range as Kipchaks in Castle Age. So I don't hate this approach from Nili. I think it's actually kind of smart. You can always transition to heavy cavalry later on, but Kipchaks I think make more sense for Castle Age.
Especially maybe if you go for the Relic War.
Yeah, true, actually. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, because, I mean, you have the mobility of them. And now he's going forward.
Oh, Lion Village is going forward.
Boy.
This has to be a forward castle. It absolutely has to be. And I think he's dropping it on the stone. He scouts both stones. Yeah. Oh no, Zuppi. Oh no. And Nili can almost click Imperial Age here. This is what I was talking about before. You can go for that faster Imperial Age behind the human boom and go for really early pressure. This is going to be very dicey for Zuppi.
Yeah, now he actually clicked up to Imperial Age. As you said, that's just super strong.
He's already getting looted now. That's ballsy. And Zuppi does have a few Rattans in the field. Where are these Rattans? They're on the other side of the map though. And they need to be here. Like, Nili playing this honestly amazing.
Yeah. But do you think the castle is a bit too defensive?
I think this is the best approach. Rather than going for the super aggressive in your face castle, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think Zuppi sees this. Oh, he does see it just about. I think that the aim was that he didn't see this.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Nili, he can see this, but yeah, unfortunately I don't have the grid mod on Capture Age, but I think he still can deny the stone.
Oh, so with fletching it doesn't, with Bodkin possibly.
Huh.
But either way, this is gonna be very annoying for Zuppi, and I think he probably will soon realize that his opponent is up to Imperial Age. Just kind of based on the way that Nili is currently playing this with the more aggressive Castle Age, and the score dropping quite significantly.
Hmm. Do you think Zuppi knew that Nili wanted to go for kip checks before he picked Vietnamese?
I don't know, honestly, because again, Kipchaks against high PS armor targets is not like it's as bad as the usual archers against them. There are these Ratans over here. Zuppi sees the Imperial Age coming in, and now the question is, what's his response gonna be? So there's only so much that the traps can hit from this side, which is one of the unfortunate things here. The Kipchaks can be annoying, but Zuppi can very easily defend this with Ratans at the moment. So there's got to be something else behind us. I think there's going to be some Rams from Nili if he really wants to capitalize off of this early Imperial Age.
Yeah, right now he decided to go for 2 traps, but I also would like the approach to go for maybe some Rams, because I mean, what do you want to do right now? If Nili would put some Rams there, I think right now Zuppi doesn't have an answer to that, because he has, I think, 8 Rattan archers, but I mean they are dealing not good against the Rams, and then I think he would be a bit in a bad spot.
Damn, those Ratans are... Oh, and they're getting value on those 4 villages from Nili. Nili probably not wanting to lose those 4 villages. And now the villager count's actually firmly in favor of Zuppi, 77 to 61. And the important thing here is that as long as Zuppi is surviving this, he's not in a bad position yet. It's only at the point where he's falling behind in military and in production. And the villager count, of course. And Nili can't, again, there's Trebs, yes, it makes sense to make a couple of Trebs here as well, but it's very hard for Nili to pressure this in with only Trebs and Kipchaks at the moment, just due to those Rattan archers. But he is pressuring 2 different sides with these Trebs, going for the market on the right-hand side and the TC on the left-hand side, and dropping a 3rd castle. And Ballistic's now coming in for Zuppi, but these Castle Age Rattans should actually deal relatively well against these Imperial Age Kipchaks. This is one of the downsides to using Kipchaks here. And they can just tank a few of these shots pretty comfortably. You don't want to be taking too many of them again with those extra shots slowly eating away at them and nearly losing so many villages. It's going to be a massive doubt castle.
This is a doubt castle, oh boy.
And Nili's doubling down. He's sending another 10 villages here. I think Zuppi's fine. I think he needs to sell a bit of wood, maybe a bit of food. He has to redrop his market, and then he can just click up. He does lose 1 TC, obviously not ideal, and Nili realizing he can't get that 3rd castle up. Now dropping a 3rd town center, maybe looking at a slightly more eco approach for the long game. But Zuppi's holding like a beast.
Yeah, I think he did all the things that he has to do. He has 30 villagers more than Nili right now. He has more military. He's raiding on the top on Nili's 30C. He's taking down the trebuchets. So I don't know what you would do if you would be in Nili's position. Do you think maybe going for more Rams?
I think Rams would have been the option about 5-10 minutes ago, but we can see Zuppi dropping 4 barracks. I think he knows that the options for Zuppi to counter these Rattans are a bit limited. Again, Skirmish is not really going to do the best against Rattans due to the extra PS armor, and due to the fact that humans lack Bracer here. So I do think that Zuppi's got all the answers here. We will see this castle going up. It's going to cost another few villages from Nili, but Zuppi does need to be a little bit careful with his Rattans. He doesn't want to be losing too many of them. Oh, it goes up, but he loses every single village underneath that castle. I think Zuppi just needs to do a bit of anti-ballistics micro to try and get these Rattans out. He doesn't want to be losing these crucial numbers of Rattans. Mangonel comes out. I think all of them are dead. He's already got one castle. He only has access to one castle as well. Did miss a big shot whilst looking in Zuppi's base here. So the question here is for Zuppi is, does he... I know he wants to stay in Rattans, but does he want to start mixing some crossbow as well, or some arbs eventually in the next age? Because he doesn't have this stone access that he's obviously needing to make more castles. You don't want to be producing from just one castle in Imperial Age, and I think that's one way that Zuppi could lose this.
I mean, if he's able to take down the trap, I think, and he can maybe take down the castle with his own traps, I think he can go for Moretan archers. Otherwise, we know that the Vietnamese also have really great skirmishers.
Oh, Zuppi, what are you doing?
Skirmishers. Oh boy! Don't
Zuppi!
Don't
do it!
Okay.
What? Why is he diving the castle for this?
Oh boy.
He's gonna clean up the two forward villages though, so that's at least some value. Bracer coming in, chemistry coming in, and I think adding some BB... I think he actually has to go BBC now I think about it. He needs this castle to be consistently producing Rattans after maybe 1 or 2 traps.
Yeah.
Because he's only on... Oh, Nili trying to trap me! And I have to say, this is such a Nili move as well. He has 3 relics behind this as well. So it's not like he hasn't thought about late game. And he's also going to be raiding with these Kipchaks as well, trying to even out that villager loss. I do think he was channeling his inner doubt a little bit here. These Kipchaks are lacking bloodline still, so they are extremely squishy. I was wondering whether... I knew the trades weren't going well for Nili, and it made sense with the Rattans in those numbers. But I'm surprised that they're going that badly. But no bloodlines does make that make sense.
Yeah, I mean, also the thing is he just have 1 defensive upgrade for them. And as you said, also no bloodlines, so they have 40 HP, just 1 pierce armor, and I think, yeah, they die against, I think, every archer unit there.
And Zuppi diving for these traps at the pikes. Is this... I don't know if he gets this trap, honestly. I think he does with the Mangonel fire behind it. I think without the Mangonel fire, he actually doesn't get this. But the pike actually managed to take down a Kipchak as well. And like, losing a lot of units like that normally isn't worth it. But these are just pikes. Nearly, Zuppi does need to be dropping some more barracks at home though. To replace it, he's dropping 7? Zuppi may be a little bit hasty to take back the stone. They're going to be losing a few of these villages very unnecessarily.
Yeah.
But
maybe if he would just wait it, okay, now the castle is down, but if he would wait it maybe like 20 seconds more, the castle would be down and he wouldn't lose any.
And the tramp getting one of the BBC for Nili.
Oh boy.
I hate it when it happens to me, but it's so funny to watch. And the BBC will take down that Treb. I think Nili has to go Onager here. And the thing is, like, when you're going Onager against BBC, you need something to snipe the BBC. So I think Onager Hussar? Onager Trash? Trash and Siege? It's really hard at this point, isn't it?
I think going for Onagers is correct, because so also you can take down the pikemen, you can deal pretty good against the Rattan archers, and then yeah, maybe some hussars or so to take down the bombard cannons. Because also, yeah, it goes down because you can also snipe pretty good the Onagers with the bombard cannons. Yeah, okay, Nili is going on the left-hand side, tries to raid there. Villager count is still 20 for Zuppi. It's not 30 anymore, but I mean 20 is still big.
And the important thing here as well is look at Nili's eco upgrades. Before this, he didn't even have the second farming upgrade. Still lacking bow saw. Just getting handcart in. Whereas Zuppi's had all of these upgrades for much longer. So even though the human boom is strong, I feel like Nili just didn't quite get the damage he wanted in early Imperial Age here.
Seems like, yeah. Yeah, and right now he's floating a lot of resources, especially gold and stone. I mean, he could make probably 2-3 more castles. And yeah, he has a lot of gold. Yeah.
I have to ask though here for Nili, why no bloodlines yet? It's not like he doesn't have the resources for it. He hasn't actually even got a stable just yet from what I can tell. But Zuppi taking game 2.
And there's CGG.
What an insane game 2. Like, I honestly thought that when Nili dropped that castle, Zuppi was fucked. Like, that's the only word I can use for it.
Yeah, I thought first, okay, this is kind of GG. I mean, obviously it wasn't. But I still think it's hard with humans when you play kip checks and you have to play against veteran archers. Or maybe any kind of... Yes, also I think it would be also hard if you would play against doomed archers or so, because yeah, I think as you said, you need bloodlines and you need all the upgrades, because otherwise yeah, it's kind of hard for you. I have to say I love the approach from Nili. I really love it. I was just going fast in, doing the castle, being aggressive. I really love that, but yeah, unfortunately, unfortunately for him, Zuppi did a really good job in defending. The Tibetan archers could defend really well. Was booming on the left hand side especially, and then yeah.
And Rob saying in chat, hello by the way, that Nili has never tried this before. And that's impressive.
Really?
But if that's his first attempt at this very fast Imperial Age push, I think that I know his eco was a little bit strained from going straight from Castle Age to Imperial Age, but I do think maybe some capped rams could have, like, even just a few, like 2 or 3 capped rams, with the Kipchaks behind it, could have really caused some trouble for Zuppi. But that is an amazing play by Nili and an amazing defense by Zuppi.
Yes, totally. I mean, imagine if he would make no traps, but he would make maybe capped rams.
I think you can still make traps behind it as well. It's like you still have that huge eco lead from that feudal age boom. At that point, I already starts to wear away as soon as the 3TC eco kicks in, which does kick in a little bit sooner on Fortress and other maps. But I think just 2 or 3 rams, 2 or 3 trebs, 10 or so kipchaks, and start just doing as much of a heavy push as you can. That'll be a loss for Nili with the humans and Zuppi with a win on the Vietnamese. I honestly could not tell where Vietnamese fit in Zuppi's draft, but I love that he picked them there. Alright, so game 3 will be on, let me just double check, I think it's Ireland?
It's on islands. I'm happy to see it. I'm a small islands fan, I have to say.
I do enjoy a good islands game as well. I don't enjoy a 2-hour wait until Factoria ends the game as much as I do most of the islands. Although that I must say, Hera and Jordan's game on islands with the Factoria running out was more interesting. Due to Hera just having that massive light cap, we're just like, Jordan doesn't have anything to do with this. But Hero doesn't have anything to do with the Factoria. It was just so funny.
Yeah. And also happy for Jordan that he could win at least one game against Hera.
Definitely. So, Nili here, I think he picks Berbers. I don't think Koreans... I think Koreans are an okay island civ, but I think I prefer to have the option to add demos where necessary. I think Berbers are probably slightly more of the all-rounded civ, and I think for Zuppi we're going to see Portuguese. What do you think, though?
I mean, he also could pick Vikings maybe if he would play with a backdog first. But I also have to say I probably think that he will go for Portuguese, especially because you can correct me, but I think we have no other water map.
We have
Isn't-
Golden Swamp, so it's not a water map. It will be
Oh,
played.
okay. Yeah, but then I probably still would prefer another Civ because I mean Jordan showed how interesting Portuguese can be with the Fetorias on Team Islands. So I also think that he probably wants to go for Portuguese. Maybe he will pick Vikings. Yeah, Nili. First, I thought he wants to go for Italians, but they are banned.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense, right? I think Zuppi. I'm doing these the wrong way. I think it really just makes sense on Nili's end to get rid of the Chinese just because of how strong they are in Regi Fortress, and in reverse, Zuppi getting rid of Italians. Due to their prowess and islands, I love the way that both of these players are drafted.
Yeah, what do you think about Japanese on Team Islands?
I think Japanese are solid. I guess he does have Koreans for Golden Swamp, right? So I guess Japanese might make sense on islands here.
Yeah, because I have to say, yeah, I have to say, I think, especially after Italians got kicked out, I'm not 100% sure which Civ Nili will prefer on islands. So I always say Team Islands, but we are
That's
playing
okay. They're
islands
very
actually.
similar.
Yeah, but I think Japanese would probably his pick, but not sure.
Yeah, I guess, and
But
also
also can
Berbers.
be.
I guess when you're playing for late game islands, I think Japanese have a better scaling than Berbers do. If I'm not mistaken, Berbers miss a couple of late game water techs, whereas Japanese do get them.
And also the bonus with the stronger fishing ships and I think also fishing faster if I'm not wrong.
Yes, and
Also,
extra tanky as well. It's like I've seen people do it where they use the fishing ship as a bit of a block for fire ships, where they're so tanky that they can take a few hits, and then you can snipe the ships as a result of it. You can see some 300 IQ play on that respect. I am refreshing for a game. I can't find anything.
Maybe they make a small toilet break or so. I don't know.
There's Nili
But
posted a lobby ID and I can't find it.
really,
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try and work out what's happening. Okay, it looks like they haven't gone into game yet. Hopefully it will pop up once they go into game.
all right.
I'm so pumped to see what they end up picking here. Oh, thank you so much, TP. That's I really appreciate that. Insulted. Starting out, perfect. Alright, hopefully it's load.
Can you maybe send me the game ID as well?
Yes, definitely. Sorry, I'm just like, oh.
No, it's fine.
14 million tabs open. What happened to the Civ draw? Alright, let's jump into game number 3. And it's gonna be Koreans, Portuguese!
Koreans!
I thought I was dead set on this being Nili's Golden Swamp Civ. I mean, Koreans are definitely decent. Sorry, I'm having a bit of trouble with this. Koreans are definitely decent on islands. There's nothing wrong with them. But not getting demo can be a little bit tricky at times. Alright, I'm caught up to live.
Yeah. I think I'm live as well now. Seems like it. Yeah, I also agree. I think, especially if you play 1v1s, I think demo ships are something that you really want to have.
Mm.
Because, I mean, usually you go for a lot of fire gullies, right? But mm, I don't know what he's thinking about it.
I
I mean,
think
you have the guide. Hmm?
I was gonna say, I think thank you for the follow. I think that Nili has 400 IQ this. So Portuguese don't get fast fire, and fast fire is one of the best ways to deal with late game Korean water play. They don't get heavy demo. Portuguese get caravels. I'm not sure how caravels will do in this situation. I feel like that could be a possible power unit against the massive galleons that I imagine Koreans want to make here. But in terms of late game water, like fast fire is one of the big things against Koreans, and also fast fires for Koreans. I do think they get fast fire if I'm not mistaken. And against Portuguese, fast fires are one of the strongest stronger units as well.
Yeah, I mean, I hope the game don't want to crash here.
Thanks,
Seems like I have a big
DE.
issues. No, it's fine. It's fine now. Yeah, I mean, I think Koreans are a solid civ, but I still prefer Portuguese because also the stronger ships and also the caravels that can be really good against later if you have like the mass of all the ships, the war galleys. But maybe Nili wants to do something with landing also. I'm not sure. Maybe he also just wants to go for the water and hopes that he just can win the water pretty early and going for more fishing ships because ships in general because I mean you have the bonus that they are cheaper for you. But
Zuppi! Oh no!
oh boy,
Zuppi tried luring with the scout and he loses his scout, and obviously that's not the end of the Molten Islands, but it means that he doesn't have a scout available to him to check out any landings. Nili will not know about this. But that was definitely playing with a little bit too much fire.
yeah, pro scout.
Guys in the
Lost him.
chat, if you do want to predict on who will win game 3, please do make your predictions known.
Yeah, but are you seeing what I'm seeing on Nili's island?
Not just, yeah, he's got a back.
He's
door.
going exactly. He's going for a backdock, and I mean, for me, it sounds like more that he wants to go, that he wants to play defensive more first. So maybe he wants to go more for war galleys, not for the, not for the fire galleys.
I think that, I guess, I actually would have liked to see. I'm trying to think here. So for Zuppi, I think fires make sense because he's against Koreans. Koreans do not get demo. But nearly going straight into galleys just seems quite risky. I'd like to have a few fires on the field at least initially to be able to kind of bolster my defenses against a mass fire galley rush. But then if you can get away with this kind of greed approach with the 2 or 3 back docks and slowly get that massive galleys going, he can snowball it to his advantage. I can't get over the fact that Zuppi doesn't have a scout here. Because like if Nili lands here, like even though normally it wouldn't be as much of a disaster, it would be like beyond disaster for Zuppi here until he's got all of those house scouts.
Nili still doesn't have a second dock. Now he's building a second dock, okay. I feel it's kind of late, or am I wrong?
Definitely a little bit late. You usually want to have the second dock up on the just before you click up, just before you are in feudal age. Zuppi opening with the fires as we were talking about though, and Nili gonna be opening with the galleys. So again, if Zuppi can if Zuppi can find damage with these fires, Nili has a very hard time coming back from getting overrun with fires. But if he can greed it and get the galleys in decent numbers, I think he's in a very good position here.
I think maybe Nili's approach. I think it was right from him that he was going for the back dogs and going for galleys. Especially if you, as you said, I mean, you have no demo ships, so you will have some problems if you have to play against someone who has demo ships and you are going for fire galleys.
That's true.
So I think for going for raw galleys, especially if you have the wood bonus for the ships, I think this should be the right approach.
And Nili's dropping a blacksmith now, so I think he realizes that he could be a little bit rough here. And Zuppi's actually making a demo raft here. Maybe not realizing that Nili will be going pure galley. So now he realizes, what is his reaction going to be? Because I feel like when you're doing pure fire in this situation, it can be... Like, you have to get like a decent number. You have to kind of get a pincer move between the two sides of the island, and that can take a while to set up. I think a quicker transition into galleys from Zuppi will be necessary behind this. But he's getting some decent damage onto these galleys with that first couple of fires.
Yeah. Okay, now he has to take back his fishing ships, but he will lose probably his second fire galley right now. Nili still has his... Oh, no, he lost also one galley. Yeah,
There's
but
more
I think...
fires in the way as well.
Yeah, but I think if he can go for even more galleys, he should be in a good position because he has his villager there, so he can repair them every time. And also he has more military right now. He's, I think, producing on all docks right now. Yes. So, and especially if you have to play like on the small gaps on the left hand side where you have not like this big water, so but very close. I think this is even better for you when you have the galleys.
I think this is amazing play by Nili, like realizing that village can be a little bit tricky for Koreans with the opening. Going for maybe this, we can say, slightly more greedy approach to the going for straight galleys here, but he will end up with a decent advantage here as a result. As long as he doesn't leave his fishing ships unattended to.
Yeah.
It's looking like he's already floating food towards the castle age. Both players actually not looking too far off.
Yeah, now I think Nili has 10 galleys, and now it's kind of hard for Zuppi to fight this. Especially because most of his... I mean, he still has 3 fire galleys on his island, or next to his island. So he can't fight there, he has to go back, and yeah.
I think
Seems
Zuppi's either playing this for fire galley upgrade in the next age to try and clean this up, or he's playing for Caravel here. I think that's his 2 options for coming back in the water fight here.
Yeah, I think Caravels would be the best thing to do. And I also have to say, I really like to see Caravels, and I hope to see them.
Would too as well. And I want to see
uh,
turtles as well, honestly. I know it doesn't make sense, but it would be just amazing to see these unique ships that have been added to the game. Also, hey Briz, how you doing? This one fire is being so annoying though from Zuppi. I have to appreciate that. He gets a villager kill with it.
Yeah, and also on his docks, he's doing a lot of idle time and a lot of damage to the fishing ships. So I think Zuppi is playing this great. Always be annoying with like 2 fire galleys. As you said, he killed 1 villager. He did also almost kill a second villager there. Yeah, and he did a lot of idle time.
You could say his fires aren't roasting marshmallows, they're roasting humans. If you want to be a bit grim with it.
Okay, now Nili tries. Okay, now he realized that he has to go back probably. Yeah, I think he tried to attack Zuppi there. Now both are in Castle Age. Nili has more military, but
he doesn't have the food economy
Yeah.
for War Galley right now, and that could be a huge problem for him when he's about to run into some soon-to-be fire galleys. And like the thing is here is like the fire galleys, if I'm not mistaken, have a very similar movement speed to these galleys. So it's no longer like you can just run and kite the entire time. Nili has to be very careful here not to have his entire fishing eco and his galleys getting washed up. Oh, it's
Yeah, he
gonna be
has to
all
be
of the fishing ships
Oh,
go
boy.
down. Look at how quickly those galleys just eat them.
yeah, I mean we count also fishing ships as almost as villagers, and I mean imagine losing just 7 villagers. It's just so hard for you.
The villager count is 43 to 33. That includes the fishing ships.
Yeah.
So Zuppi 10 villagers ahead of Nili now.
But Nili is going for the turtle ships actually.
Turtles, let's go!
I love it.
And turtles work very well against fires. I mean, one-on-one you can argue that it's not the best trades initially, but when you've got a decent number of galleys behind it as well, so still making a couple of turtles, they will deal very well against these fires. And we still don't see Zuppi making a galley transition of his own. I feel like he is getting fletching now, so probably realizing he has to, but it feels almost a little bit late.
Yeah, I mean, right now he still has a bit more map control, but Nili has just so much army, so many ships. I don't know how Zuppi will fight this if he is actually in his next to
Zuppi's
his
making
island.
more fishing ships. That must be a mistake. Does he think he's already won water? I feel like that's
Seems
one
like-
way of throwing this.
I mean, he should know that Nili has a lot of war galleys, and I mean, look on the right hand side. He's going with all his fire galleys. Again, next to the villager.
Marshmallows.
Oh boy.
So we at least 2 villagers going down for Nili. Those fires really finding value that I don't think either of us could have expected.
Yeah, now Nili on the docks from Zuppi. Yeah, and I really don't know how he will defend this. I mean, right now he has 4 fire galleys there. Also, Nili is sending the turtle ships. I still have to say I love to see them. They're also sending the turtle ships forward, delaying the fishing ships, probably killing all of them. Yeah.
The thing that's risky for Zuppi here though is he might even lose his docks at the back. He does kind of want to make a front dock as well at this point, I'd imagine. But looking like that villager deficit slowly being evened out a little bit here. Zuppi's still with the 13 villager lead though. I think that a lot of that comes to those villager snipes on the shoreline.
Yeah. And imagine Zuppi would have just one demo ship on his dock, and he just would send it all through the wall galleys there. Would be such a masterpiece.
So neither player having any fishing ships left. We don't like our fish, apparently.
No, it's not efficient anymore. I'm sorry for this joke.
Don't worry, I've used it before. It wasn't even as a joke. It was just as like I was like, oh yeah, it's not very efficient, and then people were like, oh ha ha ha. I feel like when like I know terminals deal well with fires here. This might be a little bit of nitpicking from me. There is a lot going on the map, of course. But when you are using turtles, you do kind of want to try and kite them back a little bit against these fires in between shots. They do take a long time to load the cannons. But they are freaking slow, as their name would imply. But nearly losing
Yeah.
2 of his docks. Where is he going to remake them? I think he needs to try and make some... maybe side docks to this right-hand side, I think, could be pretty good.
Yeah. I think but he probably wants even more turtle ships right now. I mean, the thing is, okay, both don't have any fishing ships anymore, but Zuppi is building his third TC. He has more villagers. Nili's still on 2 TCs right now. Poppy still wants is producing more war galleys there. I don't know. I probably would love to see that if
Oh,
that
the
Nili would maybe
conversion!
focus a bit more. Nice.
The monk gets wrecked, but he gets a conversion on the far side. Then Nick gets a snipe on one of these ships, and then he kills a fire ship, 2 fire ships with these turtles. Now, of course, turtles against these galleons don't, or war galleys, I should say, don't do as well as they do against the fires. So we do have to be a little bit careful, but both players not really bothering too much to micro here. Maybe a little bit too much effort.
The thing is, they are fighting. They are on the left hand side. They are fighting as well, so they have to focus on so many spots right now.
And Nili still needs to
so
try and get these docks down. He's getting the docks down at the back, but I could see that he wanted to place the docks at the front. I do think he needs a couple of front docks here as well. It's because these turtles are so slow to reinforce. You can make the galleys at the back, or you can make the turtles at the front.
Yeah, maybe just 1 dock or so on the front if he can do this. I mean, right now it doesn't seem like it because Zuppi has just so many ships on water. But as you said, maybe just 1 or 2 docks here and producing the turtle ships there would be probably better for him.
And long term, you've got to also favor the Portuguese in this matchup. Not so much, like, Koreans are very good for late water game, purely because of their double wood saving bonuses. But in terms of the long game, obviously Portuguese have Victoria. Portuguese get the carrot, and they also get cheaper. Is it cheaper ships? I know it's cheaper in the gold. I'm pretty sure, unless it's land only for the gold bonus. Oh, is it more HP? That's the one, right?
Portuguese get 10% more HP on their ships, and they get for every military unit 20% gold less. And then still they have the Fetorias, which can be really useful in the late game.
I think Nili almost has to start thinking about getting a castle up, trying to protect the front of his base with a castle, and then maybe even try and do some kind of sneaky transport. It'll be a bit of a YOLO play, but we see Zuppi adding the transport. Let's freaking go.
Oh boy.
And I like that Zuppi's doing this because he's got the water control. Nili can't really stop a landing right now. And then on top of that, his eco is behind that of Zuppi's. This is a very good way of closing out the game.
The thing is, I love to see the transport ship, but I don't know what he wants to send there.
I
Maybe
think just
some
send a couple of
villagers?
send 5 villagers, make a couple of buildings, make Nili react. It doesn't even have to do damage. You're forcing more. You're forcing Nili to make the reactions here as Zuppi. You're already ahead in the water game. You might as well, especially with a bit of wood floating as well here. And Zuppi also looking to click up to the Imperial Age here. Sorry, Zuppi.
Yeah. And I mean, Zuppi is already in Imperial Age, and if you see Nili's resources, he has
Bludgy does not
75 world. He's not even close to Imperial Age.
I think this game is over for Nili. Like, I don't see any way back for him right now. Unless he does some kind of amazing land hold here. And then gets back onto, like, a mass of ships again. I think that's his only way back here. Zuppi is making the stronger galleys here. He's gonna have the faster Imperial Age behind it. I think it might even be an Imp GG.
Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, right now Nili can't just afford Imperial Age. He's just too far behind. And if he sees, okay, Zuppi is in Imperial Age, maybe he has already some buildings there. Okay, no, he decided to go on the smaller islands. Yeah,
I love this
then
from Zuppi. This is a fantastic play from him. He's transporting to this middle island. He's gonna be getting the map control there. I would honestly love to see just even just literally one villager building a couple of sneak buildings on Nili's island as well. Just kind of starve Nili out of the game. And he's making caravels. We've seen turtles and now we have to see caravels.
I am happy. I am happy. This game.
This is everything I wanted to see in islands.
Exactly, turtle ships and caravels. Yeah, right now seems like Zuppi will win this fight on the right-hand side. He also tries to attack on the left-hand side with the fire galleys and his war galleys. We will have the caravels. They just look super awesome, and they will just deal pretty good against a lot of ship units.
Oh, Nili. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, it looks like Nili wants to drop a castle, but it's not gonna be happening. Zuppi winning game number 3, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised. I thought that Nili would be doing kind of better on these maps, but I don't think he played badly, but I just think Zuppi played this map like an absolute beast here with these draft as well.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think why Nili has lost islands? Because I have to say, I don't think that he just made some bad decisions there. I think he played this really good, but Zuppi just was stronger. I feel like
Portuguese overall are just the better civ on islands. Like, I don't think Koreans are a bad civ on islands by any stretch of the imagination. But I think we're talking like top 1, top 2 civs for islands versus the rest, right? And I feel like islands really just heavily snowball in favor of these top 1, 2 civs, so that being Portuguese, Italians.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably. I mean, it's obviously not a civ win, but I think Zuppi was just, as you said, just good in execute with the Portuguese and using the advantages from them pretty good. And yeah, then he won this.
What a fantastic couple of games though, Regni. Thank you so much for co-casting with me today. I really do appreciate it.
I have to thank you. I enjoyed it a lot. And yeah, I hope for 6 more exciting games.
So do I, man.
And yeah. So thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Of course.
And have a great day.
You too.
I will
Thank
see you
you
in
so
chat.
much. You guys were right. Magyars on Empire Wars Atacama. Calling me a little bit surprised not to see the Bulgarians. And hopefully we can connect a game. There we go. Have a quick look at both players' bases whilst we have a breathing moment. So, looking like Nili has some decent back gold and stone to be taken. And the wood lines look a tiny bit in favor of Zuppi here. Obviously, we do jokingly call this wood rush because it will be very important to control the middle here. Zuppi with the back golds over here, quite nice, but no back stone. So if he was looking kind of doing a bit of a tower defense, it will be much more tricky for Zuppi than for Nili. In terms of the civ matchup though, I do think Magyars, like 9 times out of 10, would do better in the situation. And Zuppi even greening a little bit for the horse color upgrade, first of all, or really making too much military. Making a stable and a barracks, but you can't actually produce from the stable due to getting horse color pretty damn early. So that's probably looking like Zuppi's going to be doing a slightly more eco approach than Nili here. Nili is going to be going for the more aggressive approach. And now Zuppi's kind of just being forced to idle the woodline a little bit here. It all adds up here. We do see that 1 spear coming forward as well. 2 scouts in the field for Nili. He might even get a snipe here, guys. And 1 villager down on Empire Wars isn't like the end of the world. But the spear here for Nili getting that little bit of engagement as well. And Zuppi trying to wall up over here, maybe going for that kind of greedier approach as we were talking about before. Zuppi losing another villager in the first 3 minutes of the game. That's huge. Nili is producing more scouts from home. A little bit of idle TC time, but he's causing much more damage than he's taking by idling that TC. And again, Magyar with the free forging will win these spear fights as well. What can Zuppi do here is my question. Does he go men-at-arms maybe? Because the men-at-arms sort of deal with the scouts. They get free supplies anyway. Oh, it's not going to happen, Zuppi. It's going to be another villager down. A little bit of a fight there with that villager, trying to keep him alive a bit longer. Zuppi taking at least one of the scouts, and maybe even a second scout. But the fight is not good for Zuppi here. Like, it went better than I think I was expecting it to, but it's still looking really bad for Zuppi. I think this walling approach doesn't really work when you're against such an aggressive civ like the Magyars. So Zuppi now 4 villagers back. Not the end of the game by any stretch of imagination, but definitely not ideal. Zuppi also getting the worst of trades against the spears, but does get one scout snipe here. And is kind of being forced to run around the back of his base chasing after these 2 scouts. But once Zuppi does get walled here, he can maybe look at focusing on producing more, or going for the slightly earlier castle age and getting some knights in the field. GG by Puntos. Did you vote on Zuppi, Hammer Time? It'll be the second time you've voted and lost everything. Yeah, I definitely, like, this is kind of what I was saying before. I do think Nili is the slightly better player in these Empire Wars formats. We saw how dominant he was in a lot of his games. And that spear is just going to be donated from Zuppi to Nili. Forging coming in now for Zuppi, so maybe he wants to actually play more for Feudal Age, but there's going to be spears in the back of Zuppi's base. He will lose one of them. But one of the advantages here is now that the spears are here, Zuppi can just send his scouts forward. Like, there's only a couple of spears here. You don't have to really worry about the spears anymore. And you can, even though these do have forging, you can vil fight them as needed. So I think Zuppi should just send these scouts forward. Honestly, ignore the spears. The scouts will be cleaned up by spears. And Nili actually chasing down the scouts, realizing that his loss condition here is that he gets raided at home. Zuppi needs to break out somehow and not know what to survive like this. It's definitely a problem, right? But then Nili does have this exposed woodline over here. And it can be very hard to keep this woodline alive. Zuppi could have been doing with a bit of box formation here to avoid taking those couple of hits. Those spears at the back of Nili's base being cleaned up by Zuppi. And Zuppi taking a lot of free hits from these scouts in the spear. Honestly, very unnecessary. Maybe we could have argued that Zuppi should have gone for blood. Oh, he's even got bloodlines. I missed that. I was gonna say maybe we could argue he should go for bloodlines, but Nili's already got bloodlines and he's on the way up to the castle age. It's looking increasingly bad for Zuppi right now. Taking a bit of a fight over here. He needs to win this fight. And looking like it's going okay for Nili, honestly. Getting those 2 weak scouts knocked out over there. And Nili now dropping a rage, going for fletching. I think this will be for CA. And then Zuppi's already struggling to deal with the scouts and the spears, let alone CA here as well. I think this is an amazing play by Nili to switch into CA straight away. Usually with Magyars, you will want to go for a few knights initially due to them having the free attack upgrades. But in this situation, when you're so far ahead, I think greeding for the CA a little bit will end up really in favor of Nili. I think he can still make a couple of knights. He doesn't necessarily have to commit to full CA. +1 defense coming in for Zuppi now. And the thing is, his only way back in is to try and find counter damage, but he won't. There's just so many spears on the field for Nili. Zuppi trying to get a bit of engagement on these spears, but there's another 3 to reinforce the initial 2. And Nili's fully walled as well, so it's not like he can just waltz in anywhere but the front, and he'll take heavy losses going through the front. Spears coming forward for Zuppi now. There is 20 seconds still to do damage here for Zuppi. And Nili realizing that he might drive the front, doing a bit of a wall there. Oh, dealing with the quick balls. Can he get them all up? He has to get every single one of these quick balls up. He will lose 2 villagers over here. That's not the end of the world when he's already ahead in villages. Zuppi floating resources definitely up to the next age. Oh, there's a hole! No, Nili! He's gonna lose another 2 villagers. Zuppi loses most of his military, but he's also gonna have this entire idle woodline for Nili right now. He's made the ranges. Can only make a couple of CA here. And now Zuppi on the way up to the castle age. And Nili is 6 villagers back. Now once castle age is taken into account, it's probably more like 1 villager back. But Zuppi's also got wheelbarrow here, which will help with that. There are a lot of scouts out here for Nili as well. The spear coming out to engage on them. Nili needing to react in multiple areas at once at the moment. And from it looking terrible for Zuppi, now looking really good for Zuppi. This is one of the reasons I do like the Empire Wars format. Is because the game can change like that. We haven't seen even +1 defense coming in for Nili just yet. So he obviously doesn't want to commit too much to the knights. I think Zuppi is very aware of that. He is making more spears though. Maybe just to deal with these scouts rather than anything else specific. Not as far behind as he should be, absolutely. The free iron casting upgrade though for Nili is going to be nice in these little skirmishes. There's a lot of spears in the field. Nili can't be affording to throw away military right now. And the CA, you have to constantly micro them against the spears. And it's still in quite small numbers where the scouts can still get a somewhat decent engagement on them. But Nili will be cleaning up all of Zuppi's feudal army here. And the CA are slowly pressuring the walls for Zuppi. And the thing is, even though Zuppi had map control, what was it, 2 minutes ago, Nili now has map control. He can try and take the res in the middle with extra TCs and whatnot. Whereas Zuppi is still hold at home. And these scouts can be annoying on this gold over here. We do see a monastery going on for Zuppi, maybe looking at playing the more defensive game. The thing is, he doesn't have the wood left in his base to play that defensively. This isn't going to be accessible for much longer, and this wood line is about to expire. So Zuppi really needs to find a way of getting wood control or he's dead. So I think that is best play here. I do like that he's gone for the +2 defense on his knights. I think he needs to try and get to a decent number of knights here and try and push back to the center. Market is dropped for Zuppi as well, so he will be able to buy wood as needed here. He has floating a little bit of food. It's kind of normal to happen on... What's this? Zuppi, no. There's no way. Is this working? Is this working? I can't tell. It doesn't feel worth it though, because he's going to lose all of his initial knights, and he needs his numbers to push back to the center. He needs the center. He literally... You can't play this game, this map, without at least having control on these shitty little wood lines, let alone the center. I'm shocked. The thing is, Nili can just quite happily take the resources from the middle, whereas Zuppi's holding to this tiny base. He's got, I think, about 400 safe wood left in his base. I feel the monk defense from Zuppi though will make these knights run away. So it looks like Zuppi's going to be relying on market eco for a little bit here. With the 300 wood left in his base. He can maybe argue about taking some of these long distance before he really starts to struggle. And maybe what I'm thinking Zuppi's trying to do here is trying to save the stone for a castle. Just get just enough knights to overwhelm Nili's initial army, and then go for a castle near the middle and then a TC. If I was to hazard a guess, I think that's going to be what we'll see from Zuppi. With a couple of monks in the mix, we could see Zuppi just about getting enough conversions to turn these fights, but he needs to be careful to lose this CA. He does get one conversion on the CA though. Does go down straight away. But it's not like the CA was a power unit of its own accord. And Zuppi going for pikemen here. I'm not sure if I like the pikemen upgrades. I don't know what the pikeman upgrade is getting him right now. I think more knights is the play. A lot more knights for that matter. A lot of farms being idled for Zuppi, but Nili is somehow having the higher idle eco time. The pikeman getting a surprisingly decent trade here. Maybe it's just the pikeman here is a bit of a filler. But again, this wood line here is terrible. Zuppi needs wood and he needs it badly. He's even repairing the barracks. He's making pikes at the moment. It's looking really bad for Zuppi long term. Short term, this is fine. You can just keep buying the wood. He's even going for some monk upgrades. I believe this is the one to give him a bit of extra HP. But he really needs to get pushing to the middle. I'm not sure how much longer Zuppi can last without having wood. And he's going for that TC out here. He's expanding. That's amazing play by Zuppi. Taking that a little bit of map control and just sneaking that TC on the left-hand side. I think that Nili's playing it well and Zuppi's playing it really well as well. Nili does probably want to drop a third town center at some point. He is going to start falling behind in villages if he plays 3 TC against 2 TC. And he's also floating quite a substantial amount of gold. Whereas Zuppi's gold account has been more invested here. And look at those 4 monks. It's going to be full clown mode for Zuppi. Those +2 defense knights coming over here. And this is a bit where I don't like that Nili hasn't invested even +1 into these knights. I think +1 isn't like too substantial of an investment for Nili. Whereas not having it here will change these fights quite considerably. I think Nili can pretty safely assume that Zuppi would have somewhat tried taking wood in the middle by this point. But Nili really doesn't need that third town center if he wants to keep up on the build production. And the Slavs have the better boom due to the farming bonus. Are these lacking husbandry? It feels like Nili's lacking husbandry. And Nili, is this a good fight for Nili? It doesn't look very good for Nili. It's gonna start snowballing in the Knight's favor, I think. Although, surprisingly, getting a better trade than I think I was expecting Nili to here. Gonna be cleaning up these Knights. But a lot of Nili's CA going down, and CA are one of those units that you do need a massive for them to be particularly good. As we can see, these CA are very slowly pecking off these Knights. Did not see Thumbring coming in just yet. We do see it coming in now for Nili. And Thumbring will make his fights a lot better for Nili than they were before. Zuppi lacking a bit of food at the moment, having to buy some from the market. He can't sustain all 3 of his TCs and his stables. So even though he's 3 TC eco against 2, it's not really making a villager gap. In fact, Nili's still got the villager lead 5 ahead at the moment and adding his 3rd town center. And a castle coming down for Zuppi again. We were talking about this before, maybe going for a castle near the middle. And the thing is with this castle, it's in a very nice position. It will protect the gold access as well long term. Don't think I've ever seen monks be a good repellent to CA, but here we are. Wheelbarrow now coming in for Nili, making these farmers a little bit more efficient. Could do with a few more farmers at the moment. He's got 42 on wood, obviously very necessary for this 3 and soon to be a more range play, I would imagine, from Nili. And getting that siege rush up right next to his TC. But Nili definitely getting the better of the trades here. He sees the scorpions, he drops the siege rush up, he gets a couple of mangonels here. And I think he's in a decent position. Nili does want to start thinking about getting some of his own stone, I would imagine. How many shots did those monks just tank? Oh my goodness. But Zuppi losing a lot of his CA, and the thing is that yes, this castle protects a really very important position for Zuppi, but Nili can still go and raid around, and he's raiding in the back with a couple of knights. He's obviously not going to get that many villager picks here, but he will get a few. And another villager pick over here, so we at least one more over here. Does Zuppi know there's a village? He doesn't know, he hasn't know, he just notices now. Losing a few villages isn't the end of the world, but it will hurt, and he's also getting raided on this left-hand side as well. The Eco KD is 13 to 5 in favor of Nili. Zuppi doing really well to kind of pull back a little bit of it, but it does look like Zuppi's still quite heavy on store, and he will be dropping a second castle, and maybe looking at starving Nili of the wood for a little while here. Nili has got 15 on stone though, so it won't be too long until he has his own castle. These walls have to be perfect though, because if those knights get over here, it's going to be a disaster for Nili. Is there a hole here? There's no holes here. Nili. Amazing quick walls over here. Nili still not got the stone for a castle, and Zuppi is soon with the stone for a second castle. Does he drop it here? Is that possible? He doesn't have the army control. But maybe you could get away with a bit of a YOLO castle. I think he has to drop it somewhere safe. I think he has to drop it near here. He has to kind of sneak the villagers out and try and get the control here. Fourth town center going down for Zuppi now. And the military is 41 to 26 in favor of Nili right now. And the CA are doing everything Nili needs them to do. They're killing a couple of villagers. They deal with the knights. They deal with the pikes. They really deal with the bonks. They deal with everything that Zuppi currently has on the field. And he can't. I think he needs to go for a bit of Scorpion defense here if he wants to survive against the CA raids. And Nili clicks in. 2:55 on the clock. I did miss that. Thanks guys for pointing it out. And the mangonels is kind of being irritating here for Nili. They don't even have to do much. And the mangonel from Zuppi actually doing way more damage to his own units than they do to the CA. Now, is there any way back for Zuppi? Oh, YOLO castle, let's go. Zuppi sending 19 villagers here. If there's ever a way of coming back, this is the castle to do it. Now, does Nili notice? Does he notice? Does he notice? I don't think he's noticed. What? The balls on this guy, Zuppi. What the hell? Going for the most YOLO of YOLO castles. Nili also going for the Imperial Age in his forward most TC. Is Viper playing instead of Nili right now? And look at this, it's gonna cause absolute havoc to Nili. He hasn't even noticed at this point. And now he realizes he's gonna have to shift all this eco over. He won't have access to this gold temporarily. His stone is kind of still exposed. But Nili's still in a relatively good position. He just needs to get the stone for his own castle. Really feel like he could probably even buy the last little bit of stone to get the castle up. So he does want it in here. But look at the villagers. They've had enough of this manga now. They're like, this is my home. And I'm going to defend it. And Zuppi only losing a couple of villagers, surprisingly. Actually, looks like there was 4, never mind. But Eco is still not too far behind for Nili. 102 villagers to 93 in favor of Zuppi. And Nili going to have the tech advantage very shortly. And now Nili, with the castle in the front, will better trap down this castle. Trap instantly being produced. Bracer in the queue as well. Nili is very much lacking farm eco right now. He has a lot of wood floating. He needs to try and find a way of getting these villagers working again. But Zuppi calls it Nili winning game 4. What a close series already. I'm so excited to see game 5. That was an absolutely masterclass from Nili there. Denying the wood for so long. And then forcing Zuppi to have to literally run for the wood when he starts to get map control. I do love this castle from Zuppi, though. This castle is the MVP of the game. Did Hammer... Poor Hammer. Hammer's Puntos have taken the biggest hit in ever. Like, he voted against me once when I got a redemption for a TC drop. It was like, will I make it a feudal age? I made it a feudal age. Hammer's points got absolutely wiped. And now he's losing them here as well. So what civs do you think we're gonna see on Game 5 Arena?
Arena? 2 tons Bulgarians for Nili probably. That can be some good options. For Zuppi, Britons can be good. Maybe Mongols or Lithuanians for the relics. But maybe he wants to keep the Lithuanians for another hybrid map, maybe.
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
If I was to guess, Nili 100% goes Teutons here. I don't think that his Civ draft works for the rest of the maps without Teutons being picked on Arena. Zuppi, on the other hand, it's kind of hard, right? Like, Teutons are pretty much the Civ on Arena. Like, there's a couple of other ones that are very good as well. but Teutons are pretty much the #1 civ in Arena from what I've seen. They can do everything. I think the only thing that I could say is maybe is Zuppi gonna go Britons here and use the extra range from the archers to maybe try and deal with that?
I mean, Britons can be good against Teutons because they can kill the Boba cannons from the Teutons, and Teutons don't get siege ram, only cap ram. So yeah, Britons can be good against Teutons in Arena,
But
definitely.
it's also a very like pushing with Britons is so slow that I feel like it will be like Britons are kind of one of those civs that you kind of want to go, okay, I need to amass my archers, I'm going to need to try and snipe the siege, and then it's going to be a very slow push from the Britons, whereas Teutons, you look for look away for 3 seconds and your base is flattened.
Yeah, because they get so much siege. Exactly.
Interestingly though, Mongols are being suggested as a pick here as well, and I don't know, I feel like against, like, Mangudai are obviously very, very good against siege, but against mass siege to the point where I'm guessing Nili will be making, I don't feel like it's the safest option. I think Britons might be the safer option of the two. And as Bihai kind of pointing out, Mongols have a few more better maps here. I think Britain... Again, I was thinking Britons for Golden Swamp for Zuppi. Does he have another Golden Swamp civ? Maybe Lithuanians?
Persians for Golden Swamp, I think.
Nah, Persians are gonna be for Nomad. They have to be.
Oh no! Oh, Nomad. Yeah. I didn't think about Nomad.
Yeah,
and Vikings for Golden Swamp, maybe.
I'm calling it Teutons and Britons. It has to be.
Yeah.
And guys in the chat, if you do want to vote on who you think's gonna win Game 5, please do get those votes in before the poll closes. Alright, see if they've started. Apparently they've started. I can't actually find the game, thanks D.
Thanks D, me too.
Okay, got it now.
Oh, you got it, okay.
Alright, it's gonna be Teutons Britons.
Nice.
Called it. I don't think that was much of a surprise though.
Yeah, I did not find the game just yet.
No worries. I'm just gonna fast forward to live, but hop in when you are there.
Okay, I will let you know.
Let's have a quick look at both players' maps real quick though. So Zuppi with the back stone and back secondary gold, and that's huge honestly. On Arena, if you get pushed with like a Monk Siege kind of push or any sort of push really, having back stone obviously means you can do guard tower defense, you can do castle defense, and having back golds means that you won't be entirely taken off of gold. Nili on the other hand has the back main gold, but does have his stone somewhat forward and his secondary gold forward as well. So I think in terms of maps, it slightly favors Zuppi. Especially as if anyone was going to be doing some kind of crazy siege monk push, it'd be Nili in the situation. It wouldn't be the Britons player, I wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, Teutons really decent monks. Really decent monks.
No, Nili! He broke the wall! Oh my goodness, and if Zuppi realizes that he can go and scout literally everything Nili's doing by sending a scout forward.
Oh man, I'm catching up to live now, so I'm gonna eventually see the division of the wall.
Oh man.
Do you think Nili needs to play like more aggressive against the Britons instead of trying to play to late game against them as Teutons?
The thing is that even with the extra range, it takes literally 2 big shots and your entire army's Britain's is dead. And also, again, they have a very slow push. So, yeah. And also you have to invest a lot. You have to invest into Yeoman first of all. You have to rely on the extra range. And if I'm not mistaken, Onager has 9 range. Britain has 11 range with Yeoman.
Yes, exactly.
And so you have to invest into Yeoman before you can even think about really microing against them, because it's 10 range against 9. I don't really think that you want to be taking those odds as Zuppi until you've got to it.
Yeah. Although if Zuppi wants to go for elite longbowmen, they have even one more range at the Appales, so they have 12 range in total.
I do. I don't really feel like Teutons get a good option against elite longbowmen. Like against Arbs, I can kind of see some good Onager shots working. Against Longbowman? I don't see that same applying. Maybe we
I
could see like
see.
mass BBC from Zuppi, and also crenellations as well. Can come in clutch again in terms of being pushed. I think Nili's realized he's open on his side now. He's probably gonna have a bit of a laugh to himself, and then place a house
Oh,
on
yeah.
that left hand side.
Well, a house blocks that, so it's not the end of the world. Um, really good economy shifts for both of the players, like Teutons with the cheapest farms in the game and Britons with the cheap TCs and the faster working shepherds.
Do you know what I just
So-
thought of here? I think Nili might go for eco first, go for the relic wall, and then go for a late castle age push here. He probably will invest into I can't remember what the name of the tech is, but the castle age unique tech that makes your siege weaponry a bit tankier. And maybe try and push Zuppi and castle age. That's like a bit of an out there prediction from me, but I'm willing to stick by it.
Oh, you think Nili's gonna go for the Ironclad man?
Yes, I think this could be sick from Nili. Like a late castle age push and surprise Zuppi. Oh,
We have a pause.
as a
Nili.
pause, thank goodness. Sorry, it looked like it was a crash on my end.
Yeah. I think Nili realized he wasn't open. That's why he's pausing.
Ironclad gives me the armor. Yes, definitely, Alien. But the thing is that when you're talking about, I guess it's not so much at siege launchers, but we're talking about even capped rams or even just regular rams. It means that it's very hard to clear them with just villagers. You need something else in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. And the game is rolling again.
So Zuppi looking like he's going to be doing a 25 pot build, which kind of indicates to me that he wants to go for a bit of relic war and a bit of a boom. Nearly
What's
going
the advantage in the
for
relic
same-
war though? Like Zuppi Nili gets the resistance to conversions.
That is true. Maybe we could even see Nili just going straight for knights and like, no crossbow or scout play is going to really do it for you.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I tiles for both of the players in the same villager numbers, so
Let's just discuss the
far, so
relic war
even.
real quick though. I do think this is going to favor Nili because we can see these three relics are slightly on the side of Nili's side of the map. Zuppi does have one pretty damn close, but the other one's a little bit in the middle of nowhere, and one is far from both players, and two are close to Nili. So I do think that the relic wall will be in favor of Nili, in addition to having the conversion resistance.
oh yeah, definitely. The relics do seem to be closer for Nili. I don't see any barracks for both of the players though. I don't know if they're gonna make any military to go for the relic war.
That's very interesting. So would have especially maybe less so the Britons here, because I do think that the Britons are going to struggle in the relic war. I think it makes a lot of sense for Nili to go for the relic war here, especially with saving the wood on the farms as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be blacksmith market for both of the players. It looks like it, and Zuppi getting the first hit on Nili's scout, already getting some advantage.
That's 10 HP that Nili doesn't have access to. And he might even have to let him into his gates to keep his scout alive, but Zuppi decided to keep his scout alive.
Yeah, that scout is gonna be really important to snipe monks in the castle age.
Nili, okay, I just have to point this out. Zuppi went for a 0 farm approach here.
Oh wow.
Like, I've never seen a 0 farm approach for Britain, so I'm not sure. Maybe he's just gonna wait for Horse Skull before dropping any of these farms. Or we're seeing Zuppi go for a YOLO play. He's spotting a lot of wood right now. He's got quite a bit on gold. What could this be? Maybe, it's not gonna be Siege Monk from the Britons. Like, that would make no sense against Toons, I don't think.
Yeah, that would make zero sense exactly. 6 of gold is quite suspicious though. I don't know, man.
Bit sus.
Yeah, a bit sus right there. Nili's only 2 of gold, so
I think I've worked it out. I'm gonna call it now. Zuppi's going for a 4 TC boom. Got the 600 gold so we can drop a monastery early and get some monks in the field. He'll do 2 TCs quite early, and then he'll buy the extra bit of stone with the gold.
Okay.
I have
So
a
he used
feeling
the gold by the
anyway.
40, yeah. Yeah.
And he's dropping just enough farms so we can start floating a bit of food. He even went for horse collar first before double bit axe, really wanting to save the wood in Castle Age.
Yeah, and he can afford to drop a lot of farms because he will have the cheaper disease. So yeah, it's looking really solid for Zuppi right now.
He really go for the 3 TCs straight away. I think he has to go for 2 and then add the 4th one a little bit later. I think going for 4 TCs straight away is gonna be too much. I think he'll go for 1 monastery, 2 TCs here. Have a look. 1 TC. Both players opening with the 3 TCs. Neither player looking like they're gonna drop a monastery just yet. This might be the most passive relic war ever. Where neither player was like, relics are overrated anyway. And Nili's known for liking his relics as well here.
Yeah, and Nili opting to go for heavy plow on top of that. So his farming economy is gonna be so good. He's gonna save so much wood.
I'm surprised again. We're seeing the heavy plow actually being slightly prioritized over the wood upgrade. Still getting the wood upgrade, but that's the first one coming in for both these players. Oh, sorry. Zuppi actually going for the wood upgrade first. Why?
Yeah,
okay, monastery down for Zuppi. So Liz gonna play for relics here. Why is Nili dropping a monastery? Does he just think I don't need the relics? I'm gonna go for a push in Castle Stage anyway. Or maybe there's something else happening here.
I'm not sure. Like he's prioritizing to drop a lot of farms, like a lot of farms. So maybe he thinks he can drop the monastery later on and get the super early economy like really rolling.
I think it's kind of greedy from Nili, but also it could pay off because the thing is that these farms are so cheap. You can get a very quick Imperial Age from Nili. I would like to see Nili actually using the scout, trying to be active around the relics. I know it's a little bit weaker than its opponents, but it's trying to keep Zuppi from being able to get them for free.
Yeah. By the way, Nili got a +1 melee armor on his scout right now. Will he be able to take the fight against the
That's
scout?
true. I think if he hadn't taken the 2 hits, he'd definitely be in a good position for it. And even 1 hit, I think he could justify, but 2 hits I think is a little bit too much.
Yeah, definitely. So far so chill. This is a really chill game compared to the other games we watched.
Probably a nice little bit of a break for both of these players, just having a bit of time to get their macro going, just kind of sit back and relax after the first games were so hectic. Zuppi probably having a bit of a chuckle to himself about the Stonewall being deleted from Nili.
Nili still not dropping a monastery. Zuppi is potentially gonna have 5 relics if Nili doesn't do anything about it.
I think that's
gonna be
huge
really good
mistake from Nili if that's what's gonna happen, because the thing is that Teutons, I think in terms of early Imperial Age, they should absolutely and utterly dominate Britons. I think this changes as soon as you get to mid to late Imperial Age, as long as gold is still an option for Zuppi, these Briton arbs are just gonna outrange everything. And as long as you have something in front, like some light cab or whatnot, you can then snipe rams as needed.
Exactly. Nili is dropping a barracks. Finally, we'll see a first military building getting dropped down.
I think Zuppi isn't investing that much into these relics either. He's only got, sorry, I was gonna say only 1 monk, but he actually has additional monks. They're just having to path from so far away because he dropped it at the back of his base.
I think he's gonna have all 5.
Why is this not a monastery? Nili, what are you doing? I'm intrigued. He's going onto stone now. I think that makes sense. Both players actually moving onto stone at a relatively similar time. But I've never seen this sort of play on Arena. Where going for that university even before a monastery. Maybe Nili is not very religious.
I don't know, and the siege warship can be dropped down by Nili. He's gonna go for the boba cannons, I think so, in Imperial Age.
Nili is also very close to getting up to Imperial Age here, so he is going for that slightly faster Imperial Age. So if he won't be like ridiculously behind, but he will be at least 1 minute behind, I'm going to predict.
On the right side, Nili sniping a monk finally from Zuppi, getting some Mayu
Nice.
from his scout.
So I'm very happy to see Nili doing this, like obviously trying to be annoying, and with Zuppi investing, like he's invested into the monks, but beyond that, he hasn't invested too much into the relic war. But we do see Zuppi's getting that extra relic on that left-hand side. Nili might try and take this fight. I think he's gonna try and snipe the monk here. These do have conversion resistance, so this gets converted is absolutely rigged. But Nili getting that, and Imperial Age is clicked for Nili. Zuppi actually opting to get handcart before clicking up here.
Yeah, and Nili is gonna go for hand cannoneers. He's getting already the armor for them, and boba cannons. He's gonna go full gunpowder.
Hand cannoneers? We see fletching coming. Maybe it's gonna be skirms.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think it's gonna be skirmish. Yeah, we see skirmishes being opened. The thing is, Zuppi hasn't made any military yet. So is it gonna be trash and siege? I think it has to be, right?
Yeah, maybe. So Nili, I thought I saw the armor first, and I was like, hand cannoneers, let's go, but never mind.
Not quite. I think that'd be one way of Nili absolutely guaranteeing to lose this game. We need to go hand cannoneers straight up.
Oh,
and that is
definitely.
Bear getting an engagement onto the spear engaging onto the scout. Zuppi buying the stone to drop a castle. He's deleting his walls to get these villagers out a little quicker. And the thing, Nili at least gets to see this. I think that's at least some value for Nili. He can now know where to push. The question is, does he want to push the castle first of all? Or does he want to push the main base? I think the answer is the main base. This castle only protects his left-hand side. And Nili looking like he's floating res for Onager possibly. But not training any manga. He's even getting treadmill crane.
Yeah, Nili's going full trash units right now. He's going full pike and skirmisher right now. Spear is skirmisher for the time being, but it's gonna get eventually the pikeman.
The thing is that this works for what he's doing right now because there's no military on the field for Zuppi. And Nili can disrupt this castle. It is a little bit on the later end, I think, for Nili. Like, I think maybe you could argue dropping it like a few tiles back from here would be safer. But the thing is, he does have a whole minute in Imperial Age where his opponent is not. There are longbowmen on the field though, and the thing is, 2 longbowmen are going to deny his castle, but they will be able to get a bit of damage onto these villagers.
Yeah,
But
most definitely. But Nili got treadmill crane, so he's gonna be the castle faster, and the
This is
skirmishers
400
have enough
IQ.
upgrades to deal with this.
As longbowmen do
200
have
IQ from
8 range already, I think. Sorry, 7 range at the moment. And soon to be 8, yes. And soon to even be 9 by the looks of things. That's an incredible bonus that the longbowmen have. And the second castle going down there for Zuppi. That means the treadmill is also in favor of Zuppi, but Nili is getting chemistry, so we'll get bombard cannons sooner rather than later.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to add the boba cannons. Britons do not have access to the boba cannons. But Britons do get the Warhoof traps, so if Zuppi has enough economy to get the Warhoof traps, he will be so far ahead in the trap war to having a second castle to produce more traps than Nili.
And this is what I was kind of thinking, like, this castle has to be here before you've got to Imp. If your castle's a little bit back from here, it's an easier defense. You can also add that second castle a little bit closer. That being said, looking like Nili is ready to commit to keeping this castle alive by sending the multiple villagers to its defense here. And Zuppi maybe with a bit of a misclick actually untargeting the castle temporarily will give Nili a little bit more time. Bracer and chemistry coming in for Zuppi now, though. These longbowmen, they haven't been massed yet, but they will be doing quite a bit of damage. But there's nothing to produce the... Like, the thing is that the castles need to be producing traps for the moment. They can't really be producing longbowmen. I think Zuppi needs to be dropping some ranges and going for some ARPs as well.
Yeah, definitely. So it's gonna be double trap production for Zuppi and 1 trap and 1 boba cannons production for Nili. Nili does have masonry as well, so his castle is a little bit more HP right there. And Zuppi is losing a lot of HP on his castle.
And he's also targeting the Treb first rather than the castle. I don't know, is that a mistake? I feel like I'd rather be targeting the castle in this situation. That being said, the longbowmen actually outranged the castle and the Treb, and they will be able to help snipe at that one Treb with the 3 Trebs behind it. Masonry coming in for Zuppi now as well. Longbowmen being produced from both these castles now. I think Zuppi is quite comfortable with his Treb lead right now.
Yeah, and Nili's bomber cannons are not doing that much.
Another Treb gets sniped. The Trebs being targeted onto the Trebs working for Zuppi.
Did Zuppi get Warwolf? I missed that. I don't know.
And like, it feels like even if he hasn't got Wolf, it feels like they are hitting. I think he must have done. I must have missed it as well. That's 2 hits in a row. Is that a third? Yeah, Warwolf has to be in. No way in hell he gets 3 shots in a row.
And Nili's gonna lose his forward cast over here.
And now what do you do as Nili? Like, you're against Longbowmen. This is literally the worst case scenario you can be in as students here. Longbowmen on the field. They're gonna be able to deal with the skirmishers here. But much better than most other archers at least. And they even do well against the bombard cannons to an extent.
They do well against the bombard cannons. Still missing some upgrades for Zuppi, Yeoman, and Elite Longbowmen to get +2 extra range on them. But and Nili got the armor on the skirmishers, so he's getting some good value so far.
And the Trebs are also being targeted onto those skirmishers. They're running with their tail between the legs. Nili dropping a castle towards the back here. I think this is a good castle. It gives them a position to fight from. And the thing is, the skirms still do counter these longbows once they get in range. It's just a matter of getting in range here. Elite longbowman coming in for Zuppi.
Oh, there it is. 1 extra range, and 2 tons don't get brace set as well. Top of that on those skirmishers, so Zuppi is gonna outrange them by a mile.
That being said, the BBC, when you have a mass of them, they can still somewhat deal with these bowmen. I would like to see Nili maybe going for some cap rounds behind this. I think you kind of have to. We see a third castle for Zuppi on this right-hand side. CJTD is coming in for Nili, realizing that he's going to be massively outranged. Eichmann from Zuppi, he's not taking any chances.
Yeah. Maybe he's expecting the light cap switch from wait, Zuppi Pikeman? Nili's getting Pikeman too.
Oh, I think it makes sense for Nili here. Zuppi, I guess he just doesn't want to risk getting overrun by Paladin play, maybe. His castle on the right's very exposed from Zuppi, though. I think Nili could actually pressure. I'm not sure if he sees this. Have a quick look. Doesn't have any vision of that castle on the right.
No, he doesn't know about that just yet. And Zuppi on the right side laming the 3-tag gold with stone walls. That's cute.
Well, I mean, you're allowed to do it after feud late.
Yeah. Oh, man. Nili got siege engineers, so he's actually outranging the longbowmen by 2 range. So these bomber cannons are gonna be really good.
And Newman is such a heavy investment. I do think we will see Zuppi getting it at some point. Deleting more walls. He's just like, we aren't playing arena anymore.
Yeah, Zuppi wants to play open, man. A lot of bomber cannons and elite scans for Nili.
And the thing is, I feel like this deals with the composition Zuppi has. Even if it's a bit awkward, I feel like it does eventually win this, right? And the BBC getting one of those traps down. But there are quite a few pikes in the field, and the pikes are just here as a meat shield. And the longbowmen slowly picking off these bombard cannons.
Oh, man.
And it's gonna be all of these bombard cannons going down slowly. I think Nili just doesn't have a realistic option against these longbowmen. Even with the 11 range to 13 range, they're just sniping them too quickly.
Yeah, and he's super late to adding more ranges. Like, for the whole time he had only 3 ranges producing skirmishes. He needs more.
But that being said, Teutons can hold very well. Like, they're very good at defense in this situation. So I do
Definitely.
think that we're going to see Nili hold as long as he can. He does have one relic, but Zuppi having the 4 relics is just looking really rough for him right now.
It
Heal's
is really
coming
looking
in
rough
for
for him.
Nili.
Wait, what is happening for Nili?
Guilds is coming in, so he's probably looking at playing for the super long game here, realizing that gold might be one of his win conditions here, actually. If he can run Zuppi out of gold and clean up these archers eventually for enough skirmishes, that might be one of his win conditions, because he does have gold control over Zuppi by just a small amount. Zuppi dropping a mining camp over here. Nili realizing that's his win condition, dropping a castle over here. There are a couple of light cav that might engage on these villagers trying to build the castle though. And a big fight in the middle with the skirmishers and the longbow. Skirmishers getting massive engagement. It's going to be thinning out those longbow numbers. But the light cav raiding those few villages could have been maybe avoided by Nili by having a couple of halbs on that side. Maybe we could say a tiny bit sloppy on his end.
Yeah, on the right side we see Zuppi dropping a castle over there and trapping Nili's castle on the right side, 3-tile gold. It looks like Nili's gonna lose the castle on the right, and on the left is a doubt castle shadow from Nili as well.
Is there a way? Oh, we see one militia here as well from Zuppi. Is there a way that Zuppi loses this now? I don't think there is. +2 defense coming in for these halberdiers, but realistically, like, halberdiers aren't really doing that much here.
Like, Nili lost 2 castles, he's losing so much map control. Nili, and he's securing the extra golds. Nili is still okay, kinda in the middle, but he's getting super outraged by those longbowmen. It's not looking good for Nili at all right now.
This is where I was kind of thinking, I know that Teutons don't get Siege Ram, but Capped Ram here, I feel like if there's just a few in front, it could really help just kind of hold the position a little better for Nili.
Definitely. I like cap from Zuppi with the last Samurai upgrade coming up. Riddles don't get bloodlines, but still, they can provide a good mid-shit over those skirmishers.
I feel like +4 defense against skirmishers is probably even more important than bloodlines most of the time.
Yeah, and Zuppi is dancing with the traps. I don't know. Maybe he's wanting to deploy them a little bit further so he can snipe MOBA cannons. I'm not sure.
Nearly getting one castle back here is huge. But it will be these trebs sacrificed in order for it. With that, those 4 trebuchets just absolutely wrecking these traps from Nili.
And these Warwolf traps are looking really, really strong right now. Nili is getting scale barding armor. Is he thinking about Cavalier? Because scouts don't make any sense at all.
I think he has to be. He's floating quite a lot of food and gold. And like, even though they won't deal well against the halbs, I think he needs a power unit here, right? And if he can kind of overwhelm with, let's even say Cavalier, but let's say even Paladin, he could maybe look at switching the fate of the game. This light cab just looking to snipe the bombard cannons though. And Zuppi playing this amazingly. Bombard cannon is gonna try and snipe at least one of these traps. Not gonna get away with it though. Amazing hold by Nili, but he's only holding here.
Yeah, he's only holding. On the left side though, he got the castle down. He's getting the 3-tile gold, and he's slowly pushing Zuppi's castle on the left with a couple of traps right there. And Teutonic Knights, what the hell?
There's multiple of them. That must be a misclick. Surely.
Oh my god.
I like a KP boy, but that must be a misclick. Like, Longbowman might be the single hardest counter to Elite Teutonic Knights. Getting most of those traps down though, from Nili is huge. There's 5 KP boys in the field. Oh my god, and he's waiting for them on the left so he can deal with the light cab. And he's gonna even get a castle down. And that's so huge. Zuppi now down to these 2 castles to the longbow production. And the gold is not in favor of Zuppi, even though he has the long-term gold access through the relics.
Yeah, those 4 relics will help, but so far Nili has more access to gold, like you said. In the middle, the fight is keep going. Nobody's pushing.
It's just, I think what we're seeing here is Nili holding really well, but really lacking the ability to push this. Again, Britain's pushed very slowly, and pushing Teutons is one of the hardest civs as well. This castle, I don't think Nili's actually invested into hoarding just yet, but I think he could almost justify it. Just to really delay his push.
He nearly tried to go for coronations, but then casted the upgrade. Maybe he didn't think it was worth it in the end.
I'm not sure if
traps are
Coronations is
outrageing the
worth
castle by
it,
now.
but I would definitely say hoardings at least.
Yeah, hoardings will have been good. Really, really good. Nili's getting more cavalry attacks. On the left side, his push is stopped. And in the middle, it looks like Zuppi has a superior army.
And again, it's just like the value of these longbowmen against a civ like Teutons, which don't have good scums, let alone siege ram, is huge. Reducing the +2 defense coming in for Zuppi, I think he realizes if he can stock enough knights and go for a paladin push, I'm calling it now, that might actually swing the game in his favor. If he can clean up enough longbowmen here, he knows that the long-term gold access for Zuppi is limited. And the even though the relics are significantly in favor of Zuppi, what's better, having that extra 2,400 gold or having the relics? And I would say the 2,400 gold once you clean up your opponent's army. And the castle goes down for Nili though.
Yeah, in the middle
Zuppi
the castle goes down. The GG is called.
I think that was amazing drafting by Zuppi there, realizing that Nili's most likely going to go for the Teutons here. And Britain's such a solid civ against a lot of these siege and alp civs.
Yeah, definitely, and especially the Teutons not getting husbandry, very slow cavalry, not gonna be able to be an option for Nili, and the skirmishes like Embracer, all of that work into Zuppi's favor, and he take the victory. Wargroove traps PogChamp in this game.
I do think that if Nili had been going for these stables a little bit earlier and going for that, I kind of assume was going to be a paladin push, I think this could have just about swung in his favor long enough for him to hold. Because he was only just dropping these stables now because he was constantly producing the halbs and the scums, and he had to constantly produce it, but he was lacking the wood for the stables. I think that's why he ended up calling it that.
Yeah, definitely. He didn't have the wood for enough stables to get the parallel switch early enough. KD is looking good for Zuppi.
280 to 340 in favor of Zuppi. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let's
the
go.
Gold from Zuppi is so much more gold. 4K more gold for Zuppi.
And that is a lot of that is the relics. I saw about 3,000 gold coming in from those relics.
Yeah, 3K gold from the relics. Wow.
Okay, and catching up to live now. Nearly going. Oh, Zuppi, no. This is such a risky TC placement. It's not as bad as it could be. But having it close to the water means that if Zuppi loses water, he can eventually range by war galleys and not so much galleons, because Persians do lack bracer in the late game. And look at how close to these docks are.
Oh wow, they're super close. And yes, I agree with you that Nili's disease is slightly better because he has a more map available to him in the back of his DC, whereas Zuppi doesn't have a lot of resources in the back at all, only some berries.
And you can look at Zuppi, like where he has to take his golds and stones. Like his stone isn't too far, but all of his golds are a trek. Like Nili's golds are actually pretty far as well, I guess, but they are at least behind the TC, so he has a bit more of a vantage point, I guess we could say.
Yeah, definitely.
And Nili looks like it's a slightly cleaner build here as well.
Yeah, he has one more villager over there. Maybe he has one more villager. Yeah, Nili Zuppi's getting loom to get the faraway boar.
I think it was more just a lack of food contributing to that.
Oh, okay.
I think
So,
for Feudal Age though, I think this is gonna be a... Let's see, the town centers are actually further away than they'd normally be. And normally when you'd have a Nomad start, often it'll just be a Trush Fiesta in the middle. I think if Nili sees the stone and gold here near Zuppi's TC though, I think that he towers here. Don't think he invests too much into it. Just towers there and kind of is annoying with it. And makes Zuppi take these additional golds and stones on the outside of his base. And then raids with scouts possibly, whilst trying to win water of course. And Nili finds...
he's gonna find Zuppi's TC. Yep.
Oh, so sorry, I was just gonna say Nili found Zuppi's dock here.
Oh, that's huge.
That's
huge, and yeah, go.
I'm just trying to work out if Zuppi's found Nili's dock. Zuppi hasn't found Nili's dock here, so he might end up going the long way round with the fires, which could be a disaster for him.
Yeah, definitely. And Nili found Zuppi's TC with the ship, I think so. And he does see his stone in the back of his base. So if he goes to go the for towers, he has the option.
We did see a bit of a panic house from Nili, but at least it was on the sooner end rather than the later end.
Nili and BL confirmed? I don't know.
I'd actually disagree with that. The Malians having the cheaper wood on buildings actually really adds up. Like, you'd be surprised how much. And they also get the free gold mining upgrade. So I definitely wouldn't say they don't get any huge eco upgrades. Like, you'd be surprised how much that eco ends up kicking in for them.
Yeah, plus the Malians with the economy bonus, that's in the Dark Age, whereas the Persians, the economy bonuses with the faster producing TCs and docks, they really kick in Feudal Age onwards.
But then the extra wood and the food from the Persians is huge on this as well. So I think we could say either Civ are like really realistically better than the other one in terms of eco bonuses, I'd say. Maybe Persians if you're looking towards the later stages of the game, I'd say so. And if we're looking towards the earlier stages of the game, I think I'd much prefer the Malian eco bonus.
That sounds fair. Zuppi did scout Nili's dock, so he knows about that's there. Nili has 6 fishing ships while Nili has 7, but Nili is gonna be 10% faster to the Feudal Age. Let's see if that's gonna help out with winning the order.
And I think it might end up snowballing, but we do see a bit of a villager fight over here, and Nili's villager is the weaker one. I think... Oh, and how much was that completed? Nili's really trying to get this up, this villager. I honestly would just ignore this villager and try and build another one somewhere else.
Oh man, he's trying to put a Viper over here with the quick calls, but it's not gonna working out for him.
Oh, is he gonna manage it? Is Nili running with that villager back towards CC? That being said, Nili is up faster and he will have the faster producing dock here. So he will have a tiny bit of a time where he can do some more damage. And Nili also dropping a range at home for some archers.
Alright. Nili pulled out the quick calls over here, but he got out again and now he's going to put the dock.
This is so risky. 1, 2.
Oh, there it is.
And he gets it.
He did it. Nice.
What a legend. And Zuppi's only going for the 1 dock approach here. So he's kind of, I'm not sure I would say willing to sacrifice water as much as we'll just probably lose it due to being outproduced. Oh, that village is getting roasted. The palisade is making it more difficult. And the village is dead. That dock is a doubt dock. And there's a repair villager there for Zuppi. And Zuppi getting the much better of the trades here at the moment. And both lots of fishing are trying to use the same fishing ships right now. That being said, Nili does have this archer and it's being annoying on Zuppi's villagers in the middle of the map as well. And Zuppi does have his own range. He's going to be making some archers as well.
There's gonna be Archer and Fire Goddess over here for both of the players. Zuppi does have the repair villager over here, and he did knight the second dog from Nili. Nili sending another villager to get the dog down again.
I think that's necessary here, and like he can get now. He can actually outproduce Zuppi, and then he will snowball the water fights in his favor.
Yep.
Even with this
Also,
repair villager.
Nili is pushing for sure. Also, Nili is pushing on the left side with archers. He's getting already has fletching. Zuppi does not. So he's gonna get some better trades over here.
I also think maybe this was a tiny. I'm not sure if Nili could have seen it, so this might be overestimating a little bit. But I think Zuppi having this wall at the front of Nili's base, if he did see it, is a huge mistake. Because obviously now his archers have to reinforce all the way around.
Yeah, most definitely. They're actually gonna be super. The reinforcements are gonna be super slow for Nili. And Zuppi dropping a defensive tower, his main goal, securing that. And Nili is gonna loop around to try to find some villages from the berries though.
And he might be able to get. He might not even get a villager pick here, but he does get a lot of idle time, and that's important. He gets a villager pick as well. If he can snowball the water in his favor, I think Nili's in a very good spot. He is struggling on the production from these docks at the moment. Just not quite enough gold by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's losing the water Nili, but he did save his fishing ships, so his fishing ships are still working.
And a third dock from
On the left
Nili.
side. Oh wow.
That's an interesting play from Nili. Like, not being able to produce from the two you already have. Adding a third, maybe it's just to keep the fishing ship safe. More so than it is the investment into the water.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think he wants to make an escape route for the fishing ships to go there. That's why he's making that. Or he's making 3 fire goddess. Never mind.
So it looks like he will invest quite a bit more into winning water here. And I do think that you can snowball off of this if you're Nili. But Malians do have really strong fast ballistic play in the next age that can be quite nasty to deal with.
Yeah, on the left side, Nili is losing his archer army. Zuppi is cleaning it up with some skirmishers mixed in. And in the water, both of the players still alive with their fishing ships. Nili, though, having 3 docks to Zuppi's 1.
Nili dropping a tower. This tower probably ranges a few tiles of this gold. Does it range the furthermost tile, though? That furthermost tile's about to run out, though, so I think it actually denies Zuppi of gold temporarily. He will have to relocate these villages. He will lose these archers.
That's a good tower.
And Zuppi losing a villager as well, now being forced to try and go into the stone temporarily whilst he relocates these villagers. Really nice tower from Nili.
Very nice tower from Nili. He's 3 villages ahead. Of course, with the fishing ships added on top of that. And Zuppi, though, is gonna tower the other stone and gold over here. Is gonna be able to secure that. So he's fine for the time being.
And there's a demo out for Nili. Will it find the big hits? And Nili's actually focusing on the fishing ships more so than anything else here. Doesn't look like he's focusing so much on the fires. That can actually be really good for Nili, slowly whittling down Zuppi's economy. That being said, Nili having a lot of idle eco time due to these fishing ships being a lot idle here.
Oh, counter attack from Zuppi on the right side of Nili's base over here.
And Nili's
And
not
he's
on
gonna
stone at the
form-
moment,
he's
so
gonna
he
kill a
can't drop
villager.
any towers or anything. Oh, Zuppi, what are you doing? No!
No, Zuppi!
That's...
Zuppi needs to see like there's no tomorrow.
He loses 4 units of free underneath Nili's TC. Just a lot of crazy things happening all over the map. Another demo out here for Nili, but it hits a fishing ship. That must be such a disappointing moment for Nili.
Oh, man.
And Zuppi, in the midst of that chaos, did drop a second dock.
He did drop a second dock, but he's losing the fishing ships there. He's trying to run away, but everywhere he runs, he finds Nili's fire galleys. And on the run now, things are a little bit more chill. Nobody's pressuring anybody on land.
A 4th dock from Nili, so I think he realizes that long term he wins this water. Zuppi's also nowhere near Castle Age. We can see him dropping a market. Whereas Nili's really looking close to going to Castle Age. Invested into a mill to these berries. And once these berries run out, he will struggle a little bit more because the fishing ships have been as idle as they have been. But Nili is 7 villages ahead, which I believe is the fishing ships from Zuppi. Only one looking like they're remaining. So Nili, even though score leads in favor of Zuppi, I think it's very, very misleading here.
Nili did a fantastic job securing his fishing ships, keeping them safe, working the whole time, whereas Zuppi lost them. So that's a huge economy advantage. And the castle age advantage as well. Zuppi's not even close to clicking up.
Nili also sending the boys to deal with these skirmishes, but one archer and a spear will make this a lot more tricky for Nili to just whack them down. I would have liked to have seen Nili go onto stone as well, and maybe get a another tower. Yeah,
tower. He's gold. Oh, he's gold right there.
But Zuppi is nowhere near clicking up here, and he's still producing skirmishes. He's still producing archers. I think that Zuppi is dead here. He's gonna need some kind of amazing tower defense to deal with the knights that'll be coming to his base pretty soon. Nili's still taking some natural food. I do think he's gonna need a bit of farming eco sooner rather than later.
Yeah, he's gonna need the farming eco for sure. The fishing ships alone won't be enough to sustain the night production, and they get the upgrades, which
all of the fish from that northern area as well.
Oh man. Zuppi's down to 1 fishing ship. Nili doesn't have a single upgrade on his stable units though.
But he doesn't need them. That's the thing. Like yes, it would have been great to have them, but a couple of literal knights here with a few skirms, like they do everything Nili needs them to do. War Galley coming out for Nili right now. I don't like that he's losing all these villages though. That seems very unnecessary to me.
Oh yeah, he's losing a lot of villagers over here, and there's 3 spears over there.
So the knight can't disengage just yet.
Yeah, I don't think 1 knight can kill 3 spears. Especially when Zuppi is getting armor on the spears. He's playing full feudal right now.
Well, he absolutely has to. Like, Nili's winning condition here is that he overruns. Oh, and Zuppi's going for a tower. Nili realizes and starts battering it down with the villagers. 2 villagers repairing. She better keep it alive a little bit longer. But it's not going to be worth the stone investment for Zuppi. And the question here for Nili is, does he buy some wood and get TC down? Like, what does he do right now? Because these 3 spears and a few archers and skirm will do okay in this situation, but there's enough skirms in the field for Nili to take this fight. Another villager going down for Nili. They're actually dead even on villagers, but Nili, of course, up in age.
Wow. I think Nili needs a siege workshop. Like, siege workshop deals with everything over here, the spears and the archers. A huge villager fight over here in the south.
I love the way that the villagers are being pulled by both players here. But the thing is, everything that Zuppi's making right now dies to these skirmishes. The knights are just here to add a bit more value. It's like, it was looking like Nili might have had a bit of an awkward time transitioning into that early castle age, but now he's definitely going to be playing for the long game with the knights and the skirms.
Yeah, and speaking of skirms, he's getting a lead skirm right now. So a lead skirm will deal with the archers and the spears for sure.
Oh my goodness. And I was saying from Zuppi that the only way that he can really hold here is some kind of insane tower defense. I see 5 towers on the field, maybe a 6 somewhere else.
Wow.
And that's literally the only way that I think Zuppi can hold this, is by doing this sort of tower defense. And it's not, don't get me wrong, this isn't really winning for Zuppi, this is just not losing.
Yeah, but Zuppi...
the counter raids!
Main goal for Nili.
That's 3 villagers down, that's gonna be a 4th villager down. Maybe even a 5th.
Playing like an absolute beast right now.
That's 6 villagers down for Nili. And no gold intake for the moment. What a play by Zuppi. Looks like Nili did get the wood for that TC and a bit of stone. He's dropping the TC over here. Will Zuppi find it? It's looking like he's gonna find it. He knows the gold is here, but he's pathing the other direction. That would have really been unfortunate for Nili if he had found that.
Oh yeah, he's not gonna find that. He has the box formation over here, the space around the arches. That's cute.
I love that little touch.
In the water, Nili though is adding a lot of fishing ships, like a lot. And if you see the water, there's all these red dots around, like this, full of fish.
Riddle me this, Rennie. The Zuppi's tower here is ranging Nili's tower. Nili's tower is not ranging it. Is that attacking? It's attacking the house. That's so strange to me that it's prioritizing the house over the spear right now. We do see Zuppi adding farming eco, and he did click up to the castle age.
Okay, so Zuppi might come back from this situation. He's making more fire carries from his docks. He's not giving up on water just yet.
I think that's a mistake, honestly. I think that if you're in Zuppi's position here, I think you kind of have to accept that Nili has invested this much into water, so you have to invest more into land economy.
Yeah, I think you're right. And Zuppi is dropping a stable right now, probably thinking about going knights. And Nili only has a lead scarf. He doesn't have anything to deal with the knights right now. Like, Nili has the water, yes, but Zuppi has a lot of army in the land right now.
I just have to say, I do agree, me do. We definitely have a wonderful co-caster on with us.
Oh, thank you so much, man.
I love this little thing that Zuppi's done right now. We garrisoned the archers in the tower, so we can shoot down Nili's tower. Just a nice little touch. Really good. Crossbowman and Bodkin coming in for Zuppi, and Crossbow Knight will definitely deal with pure skirm from Nili at the moment. Second TC being added for Zuppi. Is Nili gonna add a second TC, or third TC even? Or is he gonna look at adding some more military? He's adding a monastery.
Yeah.
And a TC. Okay, so it's going from mock defense.
Yeah, I feel like that is another investment into the military from Nili on the land right now. He might get punished for it. Zuppi's getting a couple of villages underneath Nili's TC right now with the crossbow.
Thing is, I still kind of prefer Nili's position here. He has the fishing eco behind this. He is back 6 land villages right now, but that fishing eco is really making up for it at the moment. It will slowly start dwindling out. We might even see Nili having to add fish traps at some point, and that's a very heavy wood investment. Yeah, and Nili did get guild nets. I saw that. He's getting boss right now, so his economy soon is gonna start rolling. He should also be thrown down by Zuppi to get a Mangala push going and his own monastery to get some monks. I don't know. Like, I feel like Zuppi wins this if he plays heavy castle age now. Like, if he can get to like a mass of knights with the even two Persian TCs running, he will not fall super far behind in eco. And as long as he can keep occasionally harassing, we do see the villagers being harassed over here. Leads to a third villager going down from Nili. Oh man, Nili needs to send the villagers away from that wood line. He needs to go to another wood line safer in the back. He has a lot of options. He's getting constantly raided over there. Nili did get ballistics, so these skirmishes are going to be very good against the crossbow, but the mangonels are going to do work for Zuppi. And as we see some amazing micro from Nili, and we do know that both of these players can do some ridiculous micro. And there is a siege shop here for Nili. There's a couple of mangonels in the queue. Okay, so it's gonna be crossbow mangonel for now for Zuppi, and at least scare mangonel for Nili. And Zuppi dropping a third town center as well. Oh, couple of mangonel. Honestly, not worth it. Like, he gets 2 skirms for the mangonel. And then... Wow, that's really good. That's really good from Nili over there. The thing is, though, Zuppi is banking stone. He'll soon be able to drop a castle. And I find that late game, this, in terms of how Nomad works, whoever has more castles tends to win.
Oh, on the right side, Shadow, Zuppi is raiding underneath Nili's town center
Nili,
with
what
some
are you
knights, and Nili did
doing?
not notice that. He did not notice that yet.
Not like this, Nili, don't lose to the... Oh my goodness, he loses. I think there was 4 villagers going down, roughly.
That was a lot of villagers going down by right there, and Nili is getting the camels down to deal with the knights. He might get a conversion on those knights though with this monk. Let's see. Oh, he gets it.
And that's all he needed here was the conversion. He's also making a couple of camels just to deal with the crossbowmen, pressuring the left-hand side with 3 mangonels. He's got some villagers just kind of building a mill over here to take more natural food. It's amazing to see that all these little details are being paid attention to by both players. And nearly going to be getting a sniper on his mangonel, possibly with a camel. Maybe not just yet. That would have been huge value if Nili could got that.
The castle drop again on the right side from Zuppi. He's gonna try to get it up. Some skirmishers try to deny that. And the knight from Nili is coming. This is really sketchy right there.
Oh, he will. Oh, he tries walling in the one villager, but the one villager gets knocked down. The knight will be able to engage on these villagers. A couple more villagers will go down, but this castle will go up. There's a lot of villagers coming forward and spears and crossbows.
Yeah, there's not enough army for Nili to stop it, but some villagers are gonna go down. A couple of them.
And Nili hasn't really invested much into getting castles just yet. So this castle, Zuppi's almost got enough stone for another castle. So we're going to see the castle creep from the Persians player here. And I think that could be very dangerous for Nili.
Yeah, it is getting really dangerous, and it's forcing the entire Mangonel army for Nili, 4 Mangonels, to go back to deal with this.
I think Nili realizes that there is going to be more castles dropped. Otherwise, I don't think he'd be sending them back. I think that he'd be still pressuring that left-hand side. The knight sniping the mangonel here, though. And quite a few of the crossbows that Zuppi had did get sniped just there. It looks like it's going to be 4 TCs for both players. 1,
Wow.
2, 3. Oh, maybe just
This
3
game
for Zuppi.
This game tended to, from a really aggressive game into a booming game right now. This is crazy.
5 mangonels in the field for Nili. So you know what mangonels can do? They can deal with TCs. You know, they can't deal with castles. So we need to see Nili getting a response to these castles. We see Zuppi with the stone for a second castle. Nili still with only 3 on stone. So he's not looking at dropping castles anytime soon.
Yeah, that's for sure. I don't know. Nili, though, has the map control. If you check the map, Shadow, there's way more red than blue.
But Zuppi's dropping another castle, and Nili's gone back to deal with this, thinking that the next castle will be on this right-hand side. But where does he need the mangonels? Where does he need his guns? Where does he need the knights right now? He needs some on this left-hand side. Really amazing play by Zuppi, realizing that the army's on the other side, so he can just go and drop it on the other side.
Wow, 200 IQ play from Zuppi. He realized that the army is really slow from Nili on the right side, and he drops a castle on the left side. When the army is on the left, he drops a castle on the right.
The thing is, so Nili's almost in imp here. Well, he's almost about to click imp. Zuppi does have the eco kind of getting there for imp, but I think the difference is that Nili's going to have the slightly stronger economy.
He's gonna maybe he's gonna have a stronger economy. The fishing ships are working kind of efficiently for Nili still. There's still some deep fish working, but the same equivalent times for both of the players though.
Oh wow, I didn't even notice this, but Zuppi actually managed to click just before. Oh, actually no, Persian TC works faster. I was thinking for a second somehow Zuppi managed to sneak it in before him, but that's a crazy imp time. And also Zuppi's got the castles to pressure behind this. I don't think Nili's expecting the imp time from Zuppi to be so soon.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Zuppi is one with the map control right now, with the castles in such a good locations, and Nili is packed into a corner.
Do you know what I want to see though? I know it doesn't make sense yet. I want to see cannon galleons. Can we see at least one, please?
I don't think it's gonna be an option, but it would be lovely.
Neither, but it would be amazing.
Oh man.
Nili probably gonna buy this last bit of stone and dropping the castle in the middle of his base. Maybe? There's a lot of villagers being pulled towards there. Yeah, and the thing is that Zuppi's gonna have pretty much the same uptime. He's gonna be one castle or two, and it's obviously in favor of Zuppi in that situation. Even with the Mangonel army. It feels like Nili invested so much into these Mangonels and found no value with it.
Oh man. Yeah, Nili didn't do that much with the Mangonels, but I have a question. What's up with Nili with Tremble Crane, man?
I do know he likes a bit of deathmatch, so maybe he's just used to the faster building speed. I think that if I'm Nili here and I see that my opponent's up just before me, I buy the stone in front of the castle. I know it's expensive, but I buy the stone in front of the castle. I do go for chemistry as well, and drop a second castle, and also try and get these BBC out as well, because that's going to be crucial for Nili here.
Yeah, and I see one big problem for Nili. Like, Zuppi's taking it to Cavalier +4 right now. Nili has no answer to that currently. Zero answers to the Cavalier right now.
It's 2 monks, if we're being optimistic.
Oh man. And he's getting thumbling on those skirmishers.
Does he should, like, Nili know, like, I know Nili would know that late game, skirmishes against Malians doesn't make sense, against Persians doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
So, like, surely here the play isn't more upgrades to skirms, surely the play is make your own knights, make your own camel. But these Mangonels might find a bit of value.
Okay. Maybe they would try to take some trust. Nili's making a lot of Boba Cannons. He's queued up 4 Boba Cannons. But what kills Boba Cannons and skirmishes? Cavalier.
Nili needs to take some of his own cavalry here. I don't think there's any reason for him not to be doing so. I don't know why he's going for +4 defense in these skirmishes. Really makes no sense right now. And 2 BBC for Nili going down. Both of these traps going down. I think Nili might be dead if he's not careful here. I do think it's just a couple of decision mistakes on Nili's end.
Yeah, and he's losing everything to the Cavalier, even underneath the castle. Zuppi is killing a lot of skirmishes. He's killing the siege. He's killing everything. And Nili has 0 upgrades on his cannons right now.
Does Nili have an answer here? Like, I see more BBC queued, I see more Vills queued, I see more skirms queued. I see 1 stable of camels queued. And 1 stable of especially, oh, the Mangonel's actually got a pretty good shot there, though.
Oh, ouch.
And 1 conversion. Okay. Nili's telling us don't count him out yet.
I am surprised Nili's holding.
Yeah,
Like,
honestly, I don't know how.
holding? Oh man. His castle is still up, and there's 2 castles producing trams for Zuppi, and only 1 for Nili.
But we do have the BBC for Zuppi, for Nili, which are definitely making this a lot easier. And Nili getting conversion on the Cavalier, but ending up killing them with his own Mangonels here.
Nili's killing Dark Age Cap and Nili's killing Cavalier from Zuppi with Dark Age Camels right now.
Dark
It's
Age
insane.
Camels? I don't know which civ you're
Dark Age
playing, Ronnie.
Oh my god.
Like, Nili is holding like an absolute boss here, but again, it's a position that we're seeing in the arena. It's holding, it's not winning right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Commander and coming in for Zuppi.
Commander and Raj Expo is gonna be on the clock, and that's 32 on wood for Zuppi, and he already got a lot of techs on them, so it's gonna be really good.
Like, camels lacking the pierce armor will make it so that the trash bow do better against the camels than they would do against Nili's own cavalier here.
Yeah, the camels don't have any PS armor right now, like 0. So, and no bloodlines, so...
Like how
anything...
Nili's out of gold. Nili spent so much gold on these BBC. that he's actually run out of gold. He's having to go for light cav here. Light cav will hold better than skirmishes, but again, we're in a situation where it's holding. It's still not pushing back right now.
Yeah, I don't see a win condition for Nili. Like, he lost the map control with those two castles being dropped down by Zuppi, and now Zuppi is with all the gold in the world.
And
those
look at this,
finishes for Nili.
cute little trap on the right-hand side. Being slowly repaired by Zuppi and hitting that TC. It will go down, but it is still forcing Nili to defend in multiple areas. Those mocks have done so much for Nili, honestly. Like 2 more conversions.
Oh, Nili's getting a lot of conversions on this Cavalier. I mean, that's good, but will it win in the game? I don't know. He's getting bloodlines and infantry armor. I'm confused over here.
I'm guessing he's gonna go for Pike and Light Cav to hold, and then invest gold into Siege. I think that's what Nili is doing here. I think when you're on the unlimited gold, like what Nili is, I think this sort of makes sense.
How do Maria Pikemen deal with Commander and Expo from Persians? That's gonna be a weird matchup. They don't. Okay. Well, Laika from Zuppi coming in to raid on the north of Nili's map, which TC over here, which has a shit ton of idle villages.
I really think that Nili wanted to be the one doing this based on what he was taking before, but just didn't have the eco behind it. Those fishing ships were really not doing the best for Nili anymore.
Yeah, Expo on the right side from Zuppi, killing villages. Light Cav on the top, north, killing villages. Nili is getting heavy camel without any armor upgrades at all.
Who needs armor when you have heavy camel? To be fair though, heavy camel is such a huge upgrade. Like, it basically doubles the bonus camels have against other cavalry. So it kind of makes sense in some ways.
Never mind, he casted it. Never mind.
He cancels it.
Yeah. I don't know. This is weird. This is a weird game. I don't know, man.
Thing is, Nili is going to be able to get this one castle down from Zuppi. Does Zuppi care about his castle this much? Oh, he's repairing it again now. Maybe a touch on the late end. The Hussar raids from Zuppi causing so much chaos in Nili's base as well, though.
I am so surprised Nili is still alive in this game. With the Cavalier, from the Cavalier of Zuppi. I guess Zuppi throws a lot of Cavaliers at the castles.
Definitely. I think that maybe Zuppi was a little bit overconfident that Nili couldn't replenish that army as easily as he did. Because Nili did have quite a bit of gold banked in early Imperial Age. It's just now, all those BBC have very much added up.
Oh man. And Zuppi's repairing the castle Shadow. It's almost full HP again. And he's getting his own bomba cannons. So we see a big bomba cannon fight in the middle.
Nili is starting to push the south side now, realizing that this northern push isn't going to work in the same way I think he's hoping it will.
Oh man.
I hope we see more Ellies. I don't think we will, but Zuppi, honestly, with so much gold in the bank, that he could make a couple just for a bit of fun. But if he gifts them to Nili, that could be one way to get back into the game.
Honestly, I don't know why Zuppi's not spending his gold. Maybe he's just saving for the. Maybe he's just playing it safer, I guess.
Well, the thing is, what gold unit is going to do what these trash units aren't already doing for Zuppi, I think, is the best way of putting it. Like, they're getting the snipe on the siege. They're dealing pretty okay with the units that Nili is making. Again, Malians do not get the best trash in the game by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Well, Zuppi, I think this is Zuppi's game. Like, on the right side, he's destroying Nili's economy. In the middle, it's an even fight so far, but Zuppi has way more gold in the bank than Nili.
And there's also not looking like there's actually that much gold to take. The only place where I can see a lot of untaken gold is in this middle area, which is currently controlled by Zuppi and his couple of towers.
Oh man.
And I think-
Catram coming up for Zuppi.
Well, that could be like I don't think it's gonna end the game, but it could be very annoying for Nili to deal with these cat trams whilst he's dealing with the push in the middle.
Yeah, Nili getting finally the final armor on his pikeman. They're gonna have 7 pierce armor against the Expo. The Expo do have a small bonus damage against those, so they're gonna do decent.
I think that's the important thing here. It's not so much the damage that they do due to pikemen sucking in terms of PS armor. I think that the important thing here is just that the bonus damage here will overcome the pikemen here.
Oh, definitely. On the right side, Nili's trying to push back with truth traps on Zuppi's castle, and he might take him down.
That castle is definitely going down, but its castle isn't protecting gold anymore. And that's what Nili so desperately needs at the moment. I'm sorry, guys. Catch rate is getting a little bit laggy. Between the next games, we will reset it.
There's still a lot of stone on the map, and the stone prices are good, so maybe that can help.
That one relic for Nili is helping, but it's definitely not gonna save him the game, I don't think.
Wait, Shadow, hold up. Zuppi has a 5-tile gold underneath his tower still.
Yeah, so I was talking about
He's
that.
not
That's
taking
the only gold left on the map right now. And for Zuppi, holding this is like obviously crucial. But if Nili doesn't get his gold, I don't see a way that he can push back with just trash and siege. He's against Persians who have much better trash and siege.
Oh yeah, it's looking like it. Looking like it.
And there's so
Like
many BBC on the field for Zuppi.
So many. Oh man. Malians don't get pressure on the skirmishes, they don't get Habit Tier or the Blast Furnace on the Pac-Man, they're missing so many upgrades.
And the Light Cover are fantastic, obviously, with the Farimba. But I don't think Nili, unless I missed it, I don't think Nili got Farimba. I don't think he has the eco for Farimba in this lightest.
Lily doesn't have a single armor on his cavalry at all. Still.
Oh no, Zuppi, don't let your BBC get murdered by villagers. That's not gonna work.
Oh wow, what the hell?
I think Nili is gonna call us in about 20 seconds.
It's looking like it's Hussar and Crossbow, Trashbow look here really strong against what Nili is putting out on the field right now. It's looking really, really strong. Nili is still making covers without any armor upgrades, oh my god.
Who needs upgrades? Upgrades are overrated. We do see Nili taking out a second castle in the middle and the tower. Maybe he's gonna make a mad dash for the gold or something? I don't know, but the thing is that Zuppi has that pretty much that amount of gold in his stockpile.
Oh my god. And Zuppi getting thumbling for his crossbows, they're gonna fire even faster.
Zuppi wins.
Oh man. Yep. GG is gold. Nili again. The second game I see today from Nili, he did it in the first game in the Regicide Fortress as humans. Again pulling a massive Reza Blade.
Reza Blade?
Yeah,
what's one of those?
We're missing the upgrades. We're missing the upgrade.
The thing is here though, like, even if he gets the upgrades for the cavalry, what's that gonna do for him right now? The crossbows are still gonna shred the camels either way with the Hussar in front of them. It's just really hard for Nili. I think maybe he should have invested into his own cavalier, maybe? But because he was doing one castle against the 2 castle production, it was always going to be very difficult for Nili to hold that position. I also very much disagree with the choice to tech more on these skirmishes in the Imperial Age for Nili as well, against the cities like Persians. I think there's just a few mistakes like that that really hurt him.
Yeah, but the efficient economy wasn't enough for Nili in the end.
The thing is, he had a really good castle age position as well, in my opinion, from Nili. I just couldn't capitalize off of it.
Yeah, but fantastic play from Zuppi, the full feudal age in the early castle age from Nili. That was really, really good.
And it just basically stifled any of the pressure that Nili could get onto Zuppi. But Rennie, thank you so
Definitely.
much for co-casting with me. I really appreciate it.
That was so much fun, Shadow. Thank you for inviting me.
Of course,
and,
man.
Enjoy the rest of the games. This is a really good set.
We certainly will do. We'll have Salted joining us very shortly.
Very nice. Bye-bye.
See you later, man. So Serengeti, probably, I'd have to say my favorite map. I'm pretty sure you quite enjoy it as well, right, Salted?
I think it's really interesting. It's definitely pretty aggressive, and generally I really like that, but it can be really frustrating to play at times as well. Yeah. So mixed feelings, mixed feelings.
So it's almost guaranteed to be Mongol Zuppi, right? It has to be.
I think it's very, very likely. I don't really like Lithuanians will be a pretty decent save on this as well, but you probably want Lithuanians left over for any of the other settings, so I think it almost has to be Mongols, yeah.
And then does Nili? So Nili could do Bulgarians with the cheap feudal upgrades. That could be interesting. But I think if you're expecting Mongols, I think you pick Berbers almost instantaneously, right?
Yeah, so personally, I always find Berbers Mongols a bit of an interesting matchup. Like the first thing that comes to mind, obviously, is the Camouflage. That's very popular in the matchup. But on one hand, it's a really good counter. It's really good against C8 type of units. But at the same time, as Mongols start to add siege, it's going to lose its effectiveness. But
Definitely.
I think a lot of people kind of miss a crucial point that Mongols are pretty weak in Castle Age, as in they don't have a lot of tempo, they don't have a lot of things going for themselves, and Berbers is a real powerhouse in Castle Age. That is where a real
Absolutely.
threat is in this matchup as well.
Just a big thank you to Mido. Thank you so much for the resub. I really do appreciate that, man. And Just the Mystique. So it was originally 90 USD. We had a very generous donor, McSugar, I believe his name was, who came in and donated an extra $90 for the prize pool. So we have at least $180 going to these two amazing players.
I'm just checking. The game has not started yet, right?
No, it has not from what I can see.
Okay, great. Just checking, just checking.
I do also believe we have an extra $5 that's going to the prize pool as well. Let me just double check how much it ends up being. Why are you being a pain? When you try logging into somewhere, it's like, we can't reach this server right now. It's like, no.
Oh boy. So like every day with the DE servers or what?
I won't go into which servers. Something to do with money. Yeah, we have, it'll be $20.50 per map one.
Oh yeah, so they have started. Do you have the game code already, or should I PM you?
I've just gone through AOT on that.
Okay.
Lithuanians! Is Zuppi 300
Yeah.
IQing this?
So that's what I'm kind of thinking. I'm just loading in. I'll start at the beginning, or do you want to catch up to live?
We'll just catch up to live. I think that
Let's
makes more
catch up
sense.
to okay, yeah, that does make more sense. Yeah. So that's very interesting. Like, I'm really curious if this generally is the idea to indeed kind of prevent playing that Berber versus Mongol matchup. But then again, I'm not sure whether I like Lithuanians that much better in this matchup, to be honest.
Sorry guys, I'm just quickly restarting Capture Rage because it was getting very laggy towards the end of last game.
Feels Capture Rage, man.
Amazing piece of software, but obviously that's one of the limitations that we do have with it. I'm amazed that Zuppi is going for Lith here, and I feel like that's almost like a bit of a misdraft. But Zuppi is going for a Drush. A pre-mill Drush, I think that's going to take Nili off guard.
Oh wow, that is indeed like just early lived Drush, and not just a primo Drush, but like immediate barracks coming up. That is pretty big before the lumber camp even. But this is the issue with this. It's a really cool idea, but he has no scouting information on his opponent. On Serengeti, generally you want to be pushing the deer, but now he has to invest the scout and the Drush into doing this. So honestly, it looks cool, but I really do not like it.
And Nili got Loom early. I'm like 95% certain that he saw something in the score that made him think instant Drush.
It is definitely in the score that he read that, and he just has to respect that. But at the same time, like this is slightly unlucky for Zuppi because he's absolutely running in the wrong direction. But it's also, yeah, just kind of greedy with his tactic and a risk you're taking with it. I'm not the biggest fan of it because of that.
I mean, the thing is with Lith is you can still get up like at like 22 pop on this, 22 villages on this build. So it's not like it's the end of the world for Zuppi, but it is a lot more investment, and we will see Nili Probably doing the 20 pop scouts here and we'll be in a better position for feudal age.
So what I mainly dislike about this is it can pay off if you get to your opponent really early, but you're taking a huge gamble here. So this is kind of like Zuppi saying he's already the underdog on this map for some reason. Generally, I'm more fan of just getting the lumber camp up and just getting 4 on wood, or maybe even add a 5th on wood, and just prioritize getting the barracks up really early then, because you just have a way more stable eco. But right now, he's just not really getting payoff. He could have just taken the time to scout instead and get the drush out a bit later and guarantee some value. But right now, not pushing his deer, not getting value from the drush, and really messy Dark Age eco.
And Zuppi is also long distance in the deer as well. So like obviously like long distancing is better than not taking them entirely. But what's better than that? Pushing the deer and having them right underneath the TC.
Exactly, and Nili is just going to have all the time in the world to do that. Like, he doesn't have to actively scout to see the drush coming, because with Lithuanians, instant drush is going to be 2 militia as well, so that's not the biggest risk. So he should be feeling pretty safe with just Loom. And I really like that he actually noticed the score and reacted accordingly, and I feel like he should be feeling pretty confident with the information he has right now.
But this is the beauty of the Lithuanians. We will see Zuppi not actually super far behind Nili in terms of food count at this stage. We will see Nili definitely being the first look up though. It looks like Zuppi's trying to take up after this Loom though. This Zebra's being a bit potato for Nili. Won't get those last 2 Zebras in, but he's already got 6 Huntables in. But double gate wall from Nili to prevent any further damage from this drush. And Nili's up.
Not entirely sure whether I like it completely. It's a big wood investment, and with a quick up, the wood is going to be slightly tight as well. He will be able to wall it out. There's no gaps in the wood line, so that's kind of helping, but it's some investment at least for the drush. So that's nice for Zuppi here.
And yeah, honestly, I think Nili's in a really good position here. He will just be up about a minute sooner, or just under a minute sooner than Zuppi. Gotta get the first few scouts on the field. And obviously Nili will have the better economy because these deer from Zuppi aren't being taken right now. And Zuppi's going to gold?
Yeah, I think behind this, he's just going a straight archer follow-up, and maybe he will be playing pretty happy with the spears or anything like it.
Oh,
hoping that
seems
maybe
so
with the drush he can
risky.
keep it open. It is risky, but at this point, I feel like it's a logical line of play with what he did before this. I think he needs to take a slight risk and really get a big punishment going. Maybe use the faster spears for Lithuanians, but right now, if he just goes into a scout wall, he's gonna be a few scouts behind. His eco is going to be messier. I feel like the risk is something he needs to take.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying there, actually, completely. And the spears from Lithuanians are faster as well. So it's a little bit trickier to just run around with the scouts if you're Nili.
Oh, he's even adding another militia here. Or actually, he had one in the... Oh yeah, there's one made. So he will actually be upgrading to Man-at-Arm to ensure he has slightly more pressure on the map and kind of see what he can achieve with that. And Nili is now dropping the stable and doing the typical scouts play. On,
I don't actually
Serengeti
really
now.
like that from Zuppi, though, adding that 3rd militia and going for Man-at-Arms. These gates are made of paper, after all. And he can kind of punish those gates and be really annoying for Nili to deal with. And Nili deletes one!
The militia were just so strong, the gate just crumbled without them even being there.
And Nili probably is expecting Man-at-Arms. He's probably like, oh, this drush, this is just a drush. What can
Well,
it do?
Man-at-Arms upgrade hasn't been clicked because Zuppi's eco has been so tight, so it's not like Man-at-Arms is coming in, and that honestly is making the 3rd militia very awkward. If this was actually upgraded Man-at-Arms, it would have been great. You're through these gates in no time, but currently, without the upgrade, it's not feeling too splendid for Zuppi here.
And the sad thing for Nili here is that he deleted this gate and then he had to rebuild it later.
Yeah, this gate has cost about 90 wood by now with all the repairs coming in as well.
But
It's
Nili pressuring Zuppi at home on the berries and somewhat on the wood line. He needs to keep his scouts active here. He can't afford to get them bashed down by these villagers, and another spear will be coming up shortly. For Zuppi, I think it's in the queue. Is he? Oh no, it's one way. There we go.
There's no spear in the queue, there's just one. Oh, now there is, yeah. There's one forward as well. So I feel like Nili is just guaranteed to get value from the scouts here. Like, even if there's spears being added, there's so many points in Zuppi's base that are kind of slightly far apart from each other, buying enough time for the scouts to run from the spears and get a few hits in. Eventually, a few fields will fall. And the Drush, in the meantime, is getting some repair value, but that's kind of where the story ends.
And Nili adding a range. Like, Zuppi not actually having the wood economy to add a range if that was his plan. And Nili being the first at a range is probably going to add one archer. Maybe, oh no, Nili gonna lose a villager for free over here. I'm not sure what this villager's trying to do other than getting herself killed.
Probably it's right going around for the berries, as there wasn't enough space on the left hand side, and that's why she ran through the gate.
That's very unfortunate for Nili.
Oh boy. So I'm kind of honestly surprised by the switch from Nili. Like, Nili has 4 scouts very active in Zuppi's base, and I think if Nili has proper scouting, he should see and confirm that Zuppi just doesn't have a range going up right now. And if he's going to invest too much in skirms here without a real threat of archers, it could be a big misinvestment.
And Nili loses 2 scouts, gets 1 villager, but also has 2 weak scouts left over from that.
And now Zuppi is adding the range.
So I think skirms sort of make sense with what Nili had seen. I do think maybe adding a couple of archers as well could be really nice for him though.
That's definitely my opinion here as well, because he only saw the barrack, he didn't see a range. Obviously he still saw 2 villages on gold, but that's also not full for a typical range play. So I feel like for Nili it would have been very sensible to actually go his own archers, see if he can pressure with that, keep the scouts alive, and the gates once again get deleted. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if he's gonna get to rebuild them later on, honestly.
It seems unnecessary to delete them. Like, I mean, just make your pathing a little bit weirder. But I don't think I'd be deleting them here. I do understand that he wants to try and expand to this right-hand side a little bit lower.
Yeah, but I don't think it necessarily makes sense either. Zuppi actually investing in the men-at-arms now, and that's another reason why the skirms feel slightly awkward. There's still 3 men-at-arms on the field, and there's not really any archers out yet that need to be counted. Zuppi is now investing in the archers, but these skirms could have been made at this moment, and I feel like Nili still would have been in a fine position.
I can see why he hasn't made the archer, because he doesn't want to take... It seems like he doesn't want to take gold here at the moment. But I do think that's going to end up kind of biting him in the butt to use something a bit colloquial here.
I feel like if he just committed to getting on the gold and making archers and just ensures that he has higher archer numbers than Zuppi here, he would have been in an absolutely splendid position. I feel like it would have been really nice for Nili to pay off. It's slightly less heavy on the food eco than skirms. Of course, he needs to invest in a mining camp earlier, but there's a real threat with the archers as well, whereas the skirms are going to lose their value in the long run as knights get on the field, more scouts or anything like it get out.
Does look like Nili is heading forward to Zuppi's base for these skirmishes though, and is... Like, yes, the skirmishes won't get anything killed here, but they will be able to pepper these villagers off for quite a while.
Yeah, and it will be slightly annoying, but there's still 2 men-at-arms, it's still a scout, and it's a pretty big investment. Like, Zuppi has basically made less archers than Nili has made skirms, is able to kind of fend it off, and I think Zuppi will feel semi-comfortable just seeing if he can go up to Castle Age from here on, rather than investing too much in Feudal.
We see maybe... I'm thinking this was Zuppi that more so than Nili, because Nili is still open. We see Zuppi deciding to actually go for a double stable and suddenly going, okay, if you're not going to be walled, I'm going to send scouts to your base and just wreck your eco.
It is pretty interesting, but the risky part is always if you don't get enough initial momentum with the scouts, you just won't have the value, and your opponent is just going to be Castle Age earlier, right? And if he's going to commit into the double stable play once he's up to Castle Age, Berbers of course can get camels, and that can be a bit tricky. Then you're going to need to deal with monks and pikemen, and I think Zuppi maybe is going for this opening in the hopes that he could get on certain Expo numbers to kind of stop his opponent from switching to camels, but right now that's not really where he's getting to with his tactics. So I'm really curious how this match will develop over time.
And thanks so much for contributing to the stream challenge, guys. I really do appreciate that.
Both players are slowly getting up to Castle Age right now at the moment. Nili has a slight food lead, and Zuppi is banking up a bit too much gold because he switching to skirms instead of archers. That's a bit tricky, but all with all, slowly getting there.
Whose position do you favor? Even though it looks like Nili is kind of a little bit behind in some ways, like he is Berbers against Lithuanians, and I feel like Castle Age, even if there's, let's just say, Nili's even 30 seconds behind, which is looking like he might be, I've got to say that I much prefer Berbers in this position.
I find it very tricky to say exactly, because I feel like the position right now is very, very equal. Like, very similar Castle Age time. The Lithuanians didn't really get an Expo mess in the meantime, so it's not like he can really stop the Berber play from going camels, but Lithuanians do have good monks, have plenty of options to add against camels in a sense. So I think the game, although Castle Age is definitely where Berbers will shine, overall it feels pretty even.
I think that's a very good analysis, actually. We do see Zuppi adding a stable here. We see Nili adding a second stable. Do you reckon a third stable is that overkill here?
I think as Nili, you're just happy to play 2 stable here, especially with the way Zuppi's base is. It's pretty compact, he's probably able to re-wall, he can do a monk defense. If you overinvest in aggression and you're not entirely sure whether it's going to pay off, it can be very tricky. So I think playing 2 stable initially, seeing where you can come, and from there on at a siege workshop or a town center is a safer way to play this.
Yeah, I completely agree with saying though. Like, I think with Berber, the thing is the Berbers are saving so much on their cavalry that booming behind it's very easy. Whereas Lithuanians don't really have any bonuses for Castle Age that make it easier. And you still really want to play Relic War as Lithuanians.
It is very tricky. Like, of course, it would be really nice for him to indeed be slightly more oppressive, grab map control, and see if he can contest as many relics as possible. But in this matchup specifically, I don't think the real threat in Lithuania is in these +4 knights early on. I think it's more about them coming to a really good help composition and kind of punishing Berbers in that sense.
That's interesting. But Lithuanians obviously don't get the best siege, but they do get really good halves still that are really speedy.
Drop it.
Hey,
yeah, like
thank
usually-
you so much. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, usually Berbers of course kind of struggle against half siege ram because camel archers are usually a way for them to deal with halberdiers later on, and as siege rams get added, they
Hi,
just
Shadow,
don't clear
I
them quick
love you,
enough, and
bud.
obviously still take a lot of damage from halbs. But even with cap ram and just solid halberdiers, I think like Lithuanians can be pretty threatening in that sense. Then there's like champions for Berbers, but it's always a very awkward switch to make. But this match
Definitely.
can go any kind of way in that sense.
No TC's being added for either player just yet. Both players kind of lacking the wood a little bit. Market being added for Zuppi. Siege Workshop being added for Nili. So Night Siege for Nili. And then Zuppi maybe trying to balance for Boom here?
So what I found so interesting about Zuppi is that he's actually committing to the double stable play. Obviously, it kind of plays into Berbers just going full camels there. But maybe his idea is like 2 stable knights with 1 barrack pikeman, and Nili is kind of expecting the pikeman switch as well. So
And
he's
he's
adding siege with so many
scorpions.
knights. Yeah, scorpions even.
I love this. Like, both players are, honestly, in my opinion, reading the situation perfectly. Like, obviously, I think this ends up favoring Nili a little bit because he does have the monastery as well as the knights and the scorpions. Zuppi having the monastery and 2 stables, and it's cheaper for the Berber player here at the end of the. It's hard to tell though. Like, I'm mesmerized by how both these players are going. It's gonna depend on the micro as well, I think, a little bit.
I think what's very important here, by the way, both players also added a monastery here, but I think it's going to be very important here whether the Scorpions can get value on these pikemen or not. Because if they do not get value, then suddenly Nili might start trading very poorly. And the Scorpions also don't really scale too well, unlike the pikemen. So it can be tricky for Nili, but if he plays it right, it can become very snowbally for him.
The pikemen are lacking the second defense upgrade though, so we'll go down pretty quick. But the knights engaging onto the monk, the knights not going to be engaging onto these scorpions. But Nili actually getting a pretty decent number of these knights down in the meantime. Doesn't look like a terrible trade for Nili, but also not good either. It's like a very neutral trade.
He does lose the scorpions there, so he can't really deal with the pikemen right now. So this is the moment where Zuppi wants to see if he can get damage in with the pikemen, but at the same time, pikemen were kind of out of position, but now he's getting the fight, and this is a tricky fight.
It's looking good for Zuppi. I'm gonna say it's looking good for Zuppi, even with the conversion in there. Although now it's snowballing in Nili's favor, and there's one knight in Nili's in Zuppi's base. Nili deletes it. It just looks like it doesn't look like anyone's winning this fight. It looks like everybody's losing it. If I'm 100% honest.
Slightly, yeah, slightly. This is very tricky, and I even have a hard time kind of deciding in whose favor it is, because as there's more pikemen, of course, the scorpions become slightly more effective damage-wise. But at the same time, if Zuppi gets to keep his pikeman mass and gets to Imperial Age, it would have been really good for him. But now both are kind of trading away at a weird pace, and I think it's pretty equal trade so far, and also kind of why both players are committing to it, I suppose.
But Berbers, again, they have the cheaper composition here, and it looks like nearly adding 2 TCs behind this as well. So, and Zuppi not really looking at adding eco just yet. He's actually sorry he's added a second TC and he's adding a third one now. I am just blind.
Yeah, Zuppi added his second TC slightly earlier than Nili did, but didn't really result in the biggest wheel lead. Nili now adding a 2 TC, whereas Zuppi added a second Rex earlier and is now actually adding a 2 TC as well.
And Nili going pretty, like, I wouldn't say heavy on stone, but 6 on stone is like, you want to castle up at some point in the next couple of minutes. So I do think Nili recognizes he will want to get to Camelot in this matchup at some point. And then do you go Camelot or Hussar for long game, for the long game?
Ideally, that's kind of your long run composition.
Oh, that conversion.
The conversions.
Oh, that's
Let's hope for this fight through. There's no scorpions, there's nothing to deal with the pikeman here. This can be very tricky for Nili, and Zuppi is, I think, very happy with this fight just in terms of cost effectiveness.
That's so unfortunate for Nili though. I think, did he even get one conversion there? I don't think he even did. He might have got one conversion.
I'll see if I can check it for you real quick. He got one conversion, yeah.
Out of
he had
3
one earlier, and he has
monks
2
as
total.
well.
That was very unfortunate for him. Yeah, but we were talking about a long run composition for Berbers here. I think ideally you do want to have Camo Archers Hussar, but for Berbers it's always, they really need to get an answer for pikemen in there sometime soon, but you don't want to go too heavy on stone, because then your eco is going to be very lackluster, but if you're too slow, you can get overrun by pikemen. And right now, Nili is kind of living on the edge, because there's only 2 scorpions to deal with the pikemen, and the double Rex production is on for Zuppi.
Do you reckon that Nili might be going for a bit of a YOLO play here? He's got Townstone. It's kind of giving me like kind of Viperish vibes with the Berbers, where you want to go for like late Castle Age all in. Almost.
But how is he going to do this? Like, it's not like he can drop a forward castle here. The pikeman pressure is just too much. He's losing scorpions left and right, and the scorpions are just not going to be effective enough.
Zuppi's taking just amazing fights here. The upgrades for both players are actually in favor of sorry, just double checking. They're in favor of Nili for the cavalry, but the pikemen are just making all the difference here.
The pikemen are just too efficient. Nili has no monks behind this. Well, he actually has 1 monk behind this, but just not enough of a threat for Zuppi to no longer take fight. And he's just finally dropping the castle now, but he just didn't have anything producing that really deals with the pikemen except for a few scorps, but it's just very mediocre.
Could you have argued in the situation as Nili maybe going for some of your own pikes could have been okay? Just like mixing them in for Castle Age.
Theoretically, it's interesting, but I feel like you're kind of set yourself up in a losing position. You don't want to invest in pikemen as Berbers, because Camo is just a better option in that sense, and you don't get Halberdier. I think Lithuanians will be very happy to see the Berber playing switching into pikeman himself.
But then if you're going Pike and Knight versus Pike and Knight, that should favor the Berbers, right?
In short term it does, because you save on the investment and whatnot, but as Lithuanians get like things like +4 attack, they get Halberdier upgrade. Once you hit Imperial Age, the Lift player can actually just try and sit back till your Imperial Age, get the final upgrades in, and he will simply make these fights so much more effective for him. And I don't think that the Berber cost saving will make up for that.
And Zuppi with 2 Relics in already, so I feel like the time is starting to tick for Nili in this game. Like, if he gets a +4 Cavalier as well as everything else that Lithuanians bring to this matchup, it's just looking worse and worse for Nili.
I'm really curious if this was Zuppi's idea from the get-go to kind of try and force Nili in such a position. Of course, Mongols isn't really the biggest fan of bike play, and that's definitely something you can do more with Lithuanians, and that's kind of how they want to play this matchup. Now the question is, can Nili get enough camo archers out to deal with this before it kind of becomes a snowball? And then he needs to kind of counter pressure before it really becomes the full half siege composition what Berbers usually struggle against.
Does look like Nili is still very heavy on stone. He's got quite a few camel archers still here. I think
Waits
he's
in the
gonna
back of
try
Nili's
and
base.
castle creep.
Zuppi is getting quite a few vills in the back of Nili's base here. Managed to break into the palisades, and
Oh,
Nili just realizing it's
no.
slightly too slow.
And there's so many idle villages here for Nili as well. They've not been working for a little while.
And quite a few losses as well. For only like 4 or 5 knights, it's insane value for Zuppi, as the knights just aren't really the biggest deal in the long run for him anyway. Regarding the castle creep, yeah, there we go. On the right hand side, Nili is stopping her castle. I just want to mention there's a few positions where you can really control nice positions with the castle, but there's only 5 camo archers here defending these villages. I'm not sure if this castle will be going up. Shadow.
Wait, can he see it? That's the... He sees it, it's going in. This is gonna be a doubt. I think Nili's dead.
Oh.
He needed that castle to go up.
That castle was so crucial, and like the small counter attack of Zuppi actually guaranteed that he basically could deny the castle. If Nili was there with full force, maybe 1 or 2 scorpions behind it, maybe he could have held a position on the hill, trade his army for a really good castle on the hill, but right now it's just really awkward.
And he sends 15 villagers forward for the castle. Nili's gonna have to delete his castle. Nili is the first up to Imperial Age here though. So I think he deletes the castle, gets the stone back. Oh, there's so much stone gone from it though. There's
That's a
so
lot of
many
stone
monks in the
after
field as well.
But also just so much tempo loss for Nili there. Like, he doesn't get to do a very quick alien push. Instead, he needs to make trebuchets first, start sweeping down to the castle that's higher on the hill as well, and it's really going to slow down his push. He's not getting control of that crucial area immediately. And he needs to do something, because the longer this match goes, the better it ends up being for
Oh,
Lithuanians.
but look at this. The knights and the camels and the camel archers here for Nili. Might better get quite a few villager picks, slowly evening out the villager number just a little bit. I think Nili just want to try and hold these alive as long as possible by moving them around, kind of idling as much eco as possible. And Zuppi clicking to imp himself whilst all this chaos is going on.
And Nili's is going to move to the second castle on the same hill. It's not really something you really want, but in cases of a trap wall like this, it can be very important to get a pressure on going immediately. Small fight in the back of Zuppi's base.
And also more night raids in the back of Nili's race as well.
Oh, that's really nice going for Zuppi. Like, he's getting the small snipes everywhere. Nili is losing slight camo numbers here. Camo archer numbers, sorry. And it's just really suboptimal. Like, he is... How many camo archers on the field? You can probably check it out. About 8, I think?
There's 8 CS in the field, and there's 5 camels, 3 knights, 2 monks, and a partridge in the pear tree.
How much pikemans are there for Zuppi? That is the real question, because I don't think 8 camo archers will cut it.
There's only 16 pikemen on the field, and it does look like Zuppi is committing a lot more to these knights now, from what I can see. And Zuppi has been, like, he's gonna get his castle, but it has been delayed a little bit. And Nili does have an extra minute in imp to get more traps out.
He will get that lead there, but honestly, it's not too crazy for Zuppi, as he was able to get 3 relics now. Like I said earlier, relics are not the most important thing, as the pikeman switch timing and everything in mid-game is more important, but as he gets the relics in, I think he's very happy to
Nili.
slowly start switching back.
Losing more villagers to 1 knight in the back of his base. Just kind of really struggling to keep all over the map at the moment.
But Nili is kind of retributing in the back of Zuppi's base as well. Like, both players are losing quite a bit of vills. Zuppi still falls ahead
And
though.
those 3 camels getting a huge amount of value for Nili as well, getting at least 3 villager snipes. But the thing is here that Nili will have these 2 castles getting the traps out. We do see Zuppi taking elite scam as well.
So I think this is the tricky part for Nili here, being Berbers. Like, you can't really commit to the full camels because you'll die to halves, but you need to get enough camel archers out. But Lithuanians has options against camel archers as well. It's just very tricky to play out.
So Nili going for the light cav, so it will be Camel Archer Hussar, well, at least Camel Archer light cav until he can afford Hussar. And the thing is, if he
He's
can
great.
control this, if he can overwhelm Zuppi on this golden stone, he can do so much damage. But just so we say that Zuppi getting more raids on the villages on the back of his base, and I feel like this could be avoided by literally just rewalling this a little bit.
He has been hit in the same spot over and over again, just by a couple of knights. Like if he just had a few camels there, maybe monks, or indeed just chose to rewall behind it, it would have been so much easier for him. But
Like, I
easier said
kind
than
of
done, of course.
understand why he left it open because he's got the villagers on the stone, but even make a gate.
Yeah, or just wall the stone in as well. It's not impossible.
But Zuppi's gonna lose this castle. He hasn't really got any pressure here. Behind us. Oh, I think Nili was hoping that would be the final shot of the trebuchets. That's why he sent the camels in at that moment. But he does guarantee that that castle goes down, and he does have a fourth castle going down on this left-hand side. Need these 2 extra golds. Nili's
There's
not out.
some great map control from Nili. You can definitely see like kind of his DM skills, really playing for the map control, really securing these extra golds, making sure his presence on the map is everywhere. And actually, if he gets to control the hill on the right later on, that could be really good for him as well.
So if he has a
He's
lot of
definitely not out.
stone though for more castles, and he's kind of just not dropping them. He's got 1 in the middle of his base. It's actually an amazing position, but it's kind of doing nothing for him right now in terms of production. And Zuppi trying to expand to this gold on the right, but it gets denied there as well. But Nili, maybe being a little bit ambitious for these villagers, sending them forward straight away with no real defense.
He does have plenty of camel archers nearby, so I think he could clear out these pikemen if he wishes, and then actually take control of that area. Could be really valuable for him. What a messy game so far. Wow.
Can I just say, this is something I love that Zuppi's done. I've seen him do it a couple of times. He is Lithuanians. He has the relic forward where he's put the relics, and he goes and deposits them in a further back monastery. Like, that's the kind of things that you need to do to guarantee yourself a position for the late game. And there's more Cavalier in the back of Nili's base. Nili!
Same spot again.
Have you not learned? He does have the village lead right now. And there is this castle going down over here for Zuppi. Does Nili see it? Nili should see it, and he's making a trap from here. Is this a little bit too ambitious from Zuppi getting this castle down over here? Does he not see Nili's castle already here? He knows it's there.
Yeah. Maybe he's hoping that Nili doesn't realize that his castle is there, so he can maybe start trapping or snipe the traps to some cavalier.Maybe that is his plan. Not entirely sure what his point was.
Well, I guess with the Cavalier, like, he can just go and snipe them. It doesn't, like, he can lose just a couple of them and be fine with it. But the Hussar rates for Nili are coming in hot over here. Nili losing quite a bit of villager count and also losing his pressure. But this Cavalier can clean up these traps. 2 monks here that might sway the fight, but where's Zuppi's army?
Zuppi's army is at the back of Nili's base as well, but Nili learned and has some army ready in that position, because after 5 times, this hippo is just not ready to be struck in the same position again.
The thing is, though, he lost 3 traps on the front, and that slows his pressure by so much.
And it's kind of interesting, because he did take out a monastery, but like you said, Zuppi already got a relic safely in the back, and it's really important being lives here.
And Zuppi also going to be raiding Nili on this extra gold to the right-hand side. I love this from Zuppi. And he's also getting the raids in the middle. Like, forget the left-hand side. The middle's now where he's getting raided. Huge number of farms and stables being placed down for Nili in the middle of this base. And the Cavalier are going to be sniping the Trebs, but the Hussar are going to be sniping the Trebs. And Nili pops out the Treb. If he had garrisoned this in, I know there's a lot happening. But if he'd garrisoned this in, he would actually be in a pretty okay position. Sniping
like they're
2 for
fighting
1.
on all fronts here. Nili is starting to wall off the right hand side, and although it gives up kind of map control of these 2 crucial goals on the right hand side, I do kind of like that Nili is trying to wall here, because this map, this match is just so chaotic. Like, there's fights everywhere, and if Nili can focus on one point and kind of use his mobility to his advantage, then maybe he's able to build this game to his side.
And long-term gold at the moment is looking a little bit in favor of Zuppi. It's not like horrendously in favor of him. Nili also went for heavy camel. Do you think heavy? I honestly think more investment into camel archers here was better than heavy camel.
It's interesting because Zuppi is already tacked into Halberdier. He doesn't have all the upgrades yet, but it's so easy for him to kind of respond to these heavy camels. At the same time, the Halberdier will be slow, and as we're talking about how they're fighting on so many portions of the map, maybe he can get the value out of the mobility of the heavy camel against the Lithuanian Cavalier.
The thing that I would argue here though is that the camel archers in decent numbers can actually do somewhat decently against Cavalier.
Oh, definitely, yeah, that's definitely true.
Whereas the
there's
heavy
quite a few
camel
skirms
only
out for
counters
Zuppi.
one type of unit.
Well, it deals with the skirms pretty well as well. Of course,
That's
only
true.
Halberdiers is a real threat.
And
I
look
think
at
it can be a
those-
nice addition if he does use the mobility good enough, but he needs to be sure, like, the balance of Nili's army is going to be very crucial to make sure that he doesn't spend too much gold on the composition and that he can deal with other units Zuppi puts up.
And there's more Hussar on the right, there's Halberdiers and Cavalier on the right as well. Neither player is actually able to take the gold on the right hand side due to the castles not being there anymore.
But I feel like although the map control is not even that different for the players, I feel like Zuppi is controlling so much more golds right now. The ones on the right just feel slightly more comfortable for him. He has one more in the back of the base, two more on the left, and one more potentially in the future if he does end up winning this trap war here in the north.
And it's looking like he's winning it quite comfortably. I mean, good luck pushing Nili. He's got, what, 4 TCs and 4 castles. So it is going to take a long time for Zuppi to push this. But the thing is that it feels like there's a bit of a snowball happening, right?
I feel like it's very close to becoming a full-fledged snowball because I think as soon as Zuppi can kind of open up the map a little bit and start pressuring everywhere, Nili will start struggling. And Nili just hasn't really been counter-raiding as much. I feel like Zuppi did a good job securing some areas, but not everything is as safe, and he's not really using it effectively, I think.
Salted, look at the south of the map with Nili taking the gold.
Wait, did
can't-
Zuppi actually just spot this? He did.
I can't think of any person other than Nili that might try for that. Maybe there's one other person that we can think of. Maybe the Max. But like that to me is the Nili thing. He sees gold, he sends villagers to go get gold. I love
It's
that.
so greedy, but if it pays off, it can be amazing. On the right-hand side, Nili's trying to go for this gold again, and Zuppi's about to go to
Zuppi's
castle.
trying to drop a castle, but the camel archers are killing all. That
And
one
the castle's
halberd is not
cancelled.
going to cut it. And the Hussar raids from Nili are getting really good value in the back of Zuppi's base. He's not really reacting that quickly to all this.
Yeah, I feel like I just wish we saw Nili do this like a tiny bit earlier, because Zuppi's base is very exposed. There's only one defensive castle really defending farm eco, but the rest is completely open. As long as he can dodge the halberdier a little bit, he can deal so much damage, but now he has to deal with his linear push kind of coming to its castle in the north, which becomes very tricky in the long run.
We did see Elite Scram coming out from Nili. Against Halberdier, do Genitals still kind of work better here? For Berbers long term?
Well, I'm not entirely sure anymore, because back in the day, Genitals didn't have bonus damage against Halbs, but they changed that. But I'm not entirely sure whether it's as much as Skirm, but as long as the Skirm bonus damage will be higher, I would always prefer playing Skirms rather than Genitals.
That's true, and also you gotta be a little more aware of the Genitals what's happening, just eaten by the Halberdiers.
But speaking of Halberdiers, there's barely any Halberdiers for Zuppi in the middle here, and he might lose a lot of Skirms and the Trebuchets here, and that's looking really good for Nili all of a sudden.
And the Hussar raids are still, like, they're not getting a huge amount of value, but they are, like, still being irritating in Nili's base. And the thing is, that if he can hold with trash here, while slowly accumulating a bit of gold, he can maybe get enough siege to push us back, and he's making some more camel archers.
But this is getting very tricky because there's not really a huge army mess anymore. Well, actually, both players have around 60 military, but I just don't know where Zuppi's military is, if I'm honest. Like, it's probably spread all over his base, but not
Well,
in
he's
the right
got-
places even.
About 40 military on the left-hand side, but even that 40 military isn't really protecting the Trebs well enough. Whereas Nili's military is kind of just everywhere, and it's working for him, using that mobility. Whilst holding
He's
the
really getting the
front.
value here. But the question is, can he hold this front in the long term? It could be very tricky for him.
The Mangonel goes to shoot, but it actually shoots two of Zuppi's own Hussars here.
I'm actually kind of surprised that the Mangonels end up getting some value against the Skirms of Nili here. But Nili's still doing a good job with the raids. Kind of managed to finally secure his own base, and he's on the right-hand side gold again, just sneakily grabbing it. I love it.
Like, this is such a
Absolutely
Nili thing. Like, I mean, every top player can do this. But, like, the way in which he's, like, sneakily going to the different golds, realizing his opponent's not there, like, that to me is peak Nili.
Also, very worthwhile to mention, Tower Shields is not yet in, so there's no additional piece armor, only skirmishes, all these halberdiers, so as long as that doesn't come in for Zuppi, Nili is pretty okay with taking these trades, especially as he has some cheaper Hussar in front as well.
Nili, sorry, Zuppi has so much gold banked here, so he could look at maybe doing... Oh, I was gonna say champs, but as Lithuanians, it doesn't work so well, does it?
I think what's way more important right now is just that he gets tower shields. Like, Lithuanians do not get +4 defense for their halberdier. Instead, they do get tower shields, kind of getting their piece armor to the standard. But without that, they just die to skirms pretty quickly. And I think he just needs that to ensure that his halberdiers get a value he needs.
And Nili trying to snipe that trap. Is he gonna get it? I think he's just about gonna get it.
I think you want to check out the right side at the moment, because it's a bit of a shit show right now.
Hussars there, villages there. There's a mining camp there. That's not going to be doing anything for you, Nili.
And then on the left-hand side, well, he's going for that gold again, isn't he? He's just running straight on it. Zuppi just seeded the farm there. He has to seed his vills here.
That's so cheeky. And the thing is, Nili almost doesn't
Oh, the
care about
Cavalier
these
already
villages.
coming over.
It seems like Nili doesn't care about these villagers. He just wants to trade the villagers' food for the gold.
This is
That's how it
absolutely ridiculous.
feels.
But honestly, at this rate, I'm not sure if it really competes with market prices. It's slightly tricky, not gonna lie.
Well, the food price is still pretty good. Zuppi actually buying food. Nili with a lot of food banked, he could actually sell some food. He needs gold. And he can now raid. Look at this. Zuppi dropping off with the villagers for that, what was it, 100 gold, and realizing, get the fuck out of here. And he's dropping a lumber cap on these 3 trees.
And Nili is dropping a staple in the south of Zuppi's base. It's beautiful.
Nili! Okay, I meant to be completely unbiased here, but like just from that, I kind of wanted Nili to win this game.
I love this. This game is so messy, and I think both players are doing amazing things. I just really love the tiny things Nili is doing. He's really greedy, but these are the kind of things that do not cost a lot, and if it pays off, it's huge.
And the thing is that there's Cavalier here for Zuppi, but there's just not many of them, and he doesn't have the food economy to be making a lot of Cavalier. Like, he does have 44 on farm, so he will eventually get the economy working again. But Nili now having a decent number of camel archers. They aren't elite, but they do have enough upgrades here to be a force to be contended with.
But you know what's so silly right now? Zuppi has 2.6k gold in the bank. I literally think he's better off queuing Cavalier here instead than making Hussar. It just...
Oh, definitely.
I think it's more... I mean, he gets the bonus damage, he just spends less food. I think it's just something he has to do at this point. He needs to realize this.
Still queuing Hussar, it doesn't seem to make sense. Like, I understand playing for the long game, you have the relic advantage. You have the gold advantage. But at this rate, Zuppi's gonna die with 2k gold banked. If he doesn't...
You don't have the gold advantage if you don't use it, Shadow. That's not how it worked.
Well, I think maybe like he's wanting to get reduced Nili into full trash, maybe. That's kind of where I was going with that.
Yeah, but I feel like Nili is at a point already. Like, only just now is he back on gold in the middle with a couple of bills, but he's been playing a skirm herself for like the last couple of minutes. If there's just a Cavalier switch for Zuppi coming back in, I don't think Nili can get enough camels out to actually contest that.
And Zuppi pathing with a few Cavalier onto that one villager, Nili realizing and pulling a few more away. The thing is, Nili needs to get some siege going so we can take down these castles.
Castle on the right hand side again.
So Nili has to see this, and Zuppi raiding with one Cavalier onto those villagers that are trying to go back to this gold. The camel archers are here, but that castle is probably going up here. Villagers are gonna fight for it. How
so
messy
much
can
army
one
there.
game go?
But this is so messy, but at the same time, I feel like if Zuppi actually switches Cavalier here, I think Nili just dies, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's very, very tricky. Okay, Nili actually has some gold banked up, so he can switch back into camels. But I think if Zuppi did that earlier, because Nili didn't have the gold before, I think he just could have ended the game right then
It's
and
a
right there.
There's no way that should have been a doubt. Nili wall it in. Nili, just even Palisade wall it in. You can't let the castle go up, man.
I think he's gonna be very happy just leaving some hussars there, question mark?
The thing is that you want to be using this Hussar to raid, right? Although there's Hussar in the middle of Zuppi's base.
I feel like Zuppi is just completely getting overwhelmed right now. Like his pop is dropping, 33 military, the food eco is still just not that good. Like 56 farmers at this stage. He's building it up, he's doing his best, but it just isn't enough.
Like, for the thing is that every farm that Zuppi makes nearly takes a villager's life. It's like, you want to make another farm? Okay, that's another villager gone.
Yeah, Nili now actually adding traps on the right hand side, and he starts a more focused centered push. He got a gold for free in the middle, he's very content with that, and now he just really pushes into Zuppi's farm eco, and that's looking really solid for Nili here.
I do feel this is kind of where Zuppi does start to struggle based on what I've seen from his games and this kind of late shit showy post-imp, whereas I feel like Nili really does thrive in this situation.
Nili was born in the late game, molded by it. He didn't see Dark Age till he already was a man.
Oh god, it sounds almost like a copy pasta.
Basically, yes, to be honest.
And look, the Hussar raiding in the back of Zuppi's base again. The Camelot is protecting the Trebs. Well, the thing is that now Zuppi could even lose these relics that have been honestly crucial here.
I mean,
in terms
he
of the
won't
amount
be
of
needing
gold
them
he's
for the
banked.
gold.
Lots of Hussar cleaned up for from Nili though. At
So
one
now
league
Zuppi, now Zuppi is actually getting more and more cavalry out, but I think he already gave up too much. Like his veil count is slightly unstable. Actually, Nili is on the lower veil
Nili is
count right now.
Nili is
Wait.
losing so many villages on this left-hand side. He's not really realizing he's got 3 villages.
And in the
inside
back of his
it.
base.
Like, and all of a
He is
sudden, the person with more farms is Zuppi.
That is so surprising, and that could be really good for Zuppi because he still has 4 relics, he still has a solid eco, and the late game is still very solid. Where did this go wrong? Did Nili just not respond to the race in time as so many vills
It
died?
seemed
And he's
like
on
that
101
way.
builds?
Like, he
Oof.
looked like he dropped like 20 villages like that.
Oh, and the fight on the right will never be over. There's still like 7 gold piles to be mined, Shadow. This won't end.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the thing is that Zuppi is taking the gold for the most part though, which is good for him. Like, I feel like that's gonna keep him in the game here. Like, for... And Nili's going to that gold over here, and he can even wall this in. I think that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna wall the 4, maybe only 3 can fit. That's a continuous and safe gold pile for Nili to take. But the Hussar raid's coming on the left-hand side. Cavalier is here as well. The other thing that makes this really tricky for Zuppi is that yes, he can make lots of Cavalier, but the issue is that there's loads of castles here that he doesn't want to be losing his Cavalier to.
Yeah, but I feel like the castles for Nili are on like one central line, and sure, there's quite a bit of farming eco behind it, but there's such an exposed base behind it, and Nili doesn't have to go like solid camels behind us. He's 150 gold on the bank only right now. He's getting some gold on the right hand side. If Zuppi goes full Cavalier here with Lithuanians, having 4 relics, I think he can just overrun the pikemen, cut Nili's gold control,
Oh
and
my
basically
goodness,
close out
don't
the
lose
game.
that one. He's gonna lose all 3 of those traps, and I feel like that push kind of needed to work for Nili.
He's gonna send Camelot in the back of the base, but Zuppi's just responding great and just right behind it. Zuppi has been very sharp on these things. Like every time Nili tries to sneak and get something, Zuppi very often is like completely on top of it, even if it's a completely messy game.
I think Zuppi must be laughing though. Like, if I'm in Zuppi's position, I'm having the ball of my life. Like, looking at Nili, try and sneak a bit of gold here, try and sneak a stable here. Like, it's to me, it's hilarious. I think to Zuppi it'd be quite funny as well.
Oh, and Zuppi still never managed to get tower shields in, and it's just so awkward because you're just missing such a crucial point in what you want as Lithuanians.
I think it was amazing that Nili kind of stonewalled off this right-hand side. Could we have argued that the left-hand side should have also had, not maybe full stonewalls, but at least these palisades remade?
I don't think post-in Palisades really does anything. It's more psychological than anything else.
Fair.
But Zuppi doing a great... Like, Zuppi all game has been using this weakness in the back of Nili's base. It's really paying off for him.
And Zuppi adding 2 cavalry archers, obviously a bit of a misclick. Banking 3k gold, like... Zuppi,
There's a random
spend
archer
some
as well, by the
gold.
way.
And there's random archers, oh my goodness, and a random Letus as well. Those Half raids though, like they're somehow doing more than the Hussar raids were doing for Zuppi. And Nili's
This
down
is-
to 88 villagers.
Yeah, and at the same time, Nili, it looks like he's pretty good tempo on the map. He's dropping a TC on the right-hand side. He's running more Hussar in the base of Zuppi. He kind of has a nice position in the middle, but his economy is getting very, very fragile here. The question is whether Nili will maybe at one point be able to reach these relics and kind of break it out, or maybe use the gold on the right-hand side and get a game-ending push going. That will be very interesting. But otherwise, Zuppi might have a long-range shot. I mean, it's Serengeti. I'm not sure if we ever want to look at the wood lines, but it might get messy in the late game.
We've managed to get to woodlines, I think. I think we've managed to succeed at a ridiculous Serengeti game here. Lots of camel archers here though for Nili. But there's just so much... The thing is, Hussar don't obviously win against camel archers, but if you're just throwing units at the camel archers, they will eventually die, right?
Yeah, and of course, like the gold will eventually run out. Although there's a lot more gold on Serengeti than on Arabia, and Nili is still controlling quite a bit. Eventually, you will wear the numbers down, but you need to be careful not to lose too much tempo at once. Otherwise, Nili can run into your base, and you won't be able to make enough Hussar.
And lots of cavalier. You see Paladin coming in from Zuppi. This is what we need to see. Gonna be lots
Let's
of
go.
cavalier queued. Paladin and Nili has to have like a lot of lots of pikes, yes, but also a lot of camels to do with that. I think like he needs a lot of both.
But Nili does have 15 on gold right now, but it's just gonna be tricky to. Oh, he's getting Caspar right now, but not entirely sure why. I feel like he has so many castles, and he will be making so little stuff out of the castles. It doesn't really make sense here.
Like it makes sense in like if you're going for like an early Imperial push, right?
Yeah, definitely. But as gold runs out, like both traps, petards, and camel archers all need gold, and he does have plenty of castles to produce it, but he's more lacking on the gold rather than anything else.
And then Paladin come in, and these Paladin eat everything. Like it's no longer a matter of how like them just doing a bit of damage. They do so much damage. That being said, Nili kind of doing well at protecting it. Like it's still looking good for him because we can see the gold for Zuppi here, and it's so much gold in here. Thank you so much for the raid, gamers. You come just in time.
Hello, gamer. There's this amazing game going on, and on the right-hand side, Zuppi is getting control again.
And Zuppi loses the gold. Sorry, loses the castle, but the Hussar and the Halbs on the right-hand side are doing damage there. Like, do you take the castle loss here? Like, the castle does mean that he's completely open on his left-hand side to Hussar raids. We see Hussar raids as well. That castle was actually doing, I think, a lot more than I think either of us could have realized at that point.
That castle was pretty crucial. Like, there's so much farming eco behind this. There's gold underneath it still. I think it was really nice for Zuppi to have that starting point there. And right now, if Nili ever takes a really good fight, he might be able to snowball it. Whereas before this, the castle was kind of a safety point, right?
And Zuppi queue up more Hussar. I feel like we've seen Zuppi make more Hussar than I was really ever expecting him to with the relic bonus and the Lithuanians. It seems to kind of, I think in times it was working. He was banking gold for Paladin and he could go for one big push. But I think now like any Hussar like is kind of a wasted Paladin at this point in terms of production.
At the same time, now he's finally making Paladin, which I feel like he should have done quite some time ago. He is slowly starting to run out of gold. Yes, he has 4 relics sticking in the background, but he only has 2 villages on gold. There's not a lot of gold left on the map. I think it's very tricky, because if he doesn't really use the Paladin effective anymore, I'd much rather make sure that he actually gets Tower shields and stuff like it, so his thresh actually is ready for the absolute late game.
Where there's 3 trees on the map and 100 gold in the middle of the map that no one can take.
Well, we're talking about late game while we're like 1 hour and 24 minutes in. I guess it's kind of because of all the extra gold on the map.
Yeah.
Still, yeah.
These Hussar will be able to clean up the traps, I'd imagine. The Camel Archer's doing an okay job. The Skirms are obviously not going to do anything for Nili right now. This castle's not going down, but the thing is, if Nili can get rid of these Paladins, like if he can keep thinning the numbers out, I feel like Zuppi was hoping to get to like a decent number of Paladin where he could just kind of end the game. And as long as he keeps thinning them out, the Berber Chief and Hussar, is that gonna end up being what Nili relies on? And there's a huge freaking pike raids from the Berber player on the right-hand side that have actually managed to completely nuke a TC worth of villagers. I honestly would just task these pikes on this monastery now.
I have to disappoint you, but these farms have been empty for like 15 minutes. The pikemen were just passing through, and it's just a ghost town over there.
There's a couple of villagers that are dying now. And
You're
Nili
real.
down to
Okay.
94 villagers, Zuppi down to 109. Look at those stone prices slowly going up, 215 gold for 100 stone. I mean, Zuppi did have the gold for this, but he's down to 300 gold. He's got a lot of paladins in the queue, but like, that's his last batch of paladins pretty much. The rest of the gold might have to go into siege.
Yeah, like there's a little bit of gold left on the map, but we're really saying goodbye to gold composition in a little bit. And Zuppi does have more villages, but it's 40 military down. There's just so many hussars being pumped out by Nili. It's becoming very tricky, and there's just barely halberdier out on the field, and there's still enough camel archers to kind of threaten any halberdier that come out as well.
There's castle. I think Nili has this. I think he's done it. Like that overwhelm approach that you were talking about just before. It's just about getting enough gold to be able to do this push and getting enough hussar to then go and clean up anything afterwards. This castle's going down, and then Zuppi is fully open. There's one castle in the back of his base, but what's that going to do for him when the rest of his base is open to hussar raids and the camel archers are going to be able to deal with the halberdier and the paladins still with the pikes in front? Nili,
And this
honestly,
is just a mental loss as well, right? Like for Zuppi, like you lose one castle on the left, you lose one castle in the middle, you just kind of feel the game falling apart. It's really tricky.
Nili does need a few more villagers pumping though. He hasn't got any villagers in the queue. Like, there's just so much going on. We do see more villagers queued for both players. Nili taking game 7.
What an absolutely insane game here. Like, it really could have gone either way in so many positions. I really wish we could have seen Zuppi use the gold a bit efficiently more early, but Nili played this really well as well.
Definitely. Do you think that that earlier Cavalier push with like 20-30 Cavalier could have just overrun Nili though? Because I think that could have been the play for Zuppi.
I really feel so. Like, there was this point where he had 2.5k gold in the bank. Nili didn't have any gold, so he would be forced to go pikeman, and like having Liv Cavalier with like +8 attack is just going to be too much for Berber pikes that just stop producing. I really feel like if Zuppi made that switch earlier, it would have been a winning position, but I think he just oversaw that opportunity and got punished by Nili.
And do you know what I'm amazed by here? Nili actually has the KD very slightly in favor of him. I thought the KD was going to be horrendous for Nili, but it's actually 1128 to 1120 in favor of Nili.
Well, Zuppi played so much trash for so long this game that's not completely surprising, and Nili, of course, like throwing hussars in left and right. It was absolutely insane.
That was just insane. Like, just how much can you throw at each other until one player just goes, you know what? I've had enough. I feel like Nili's almost always going to win that situation because he's used to playing that deathmatch. I've seen him play on stream quite a few times where you do end up throwing just units at each other until it ends.
You can definitely see his late game experience and how solid his map control, his pushes was, and everything like it. And sneaking in the gold, of course. Don't forget about that.
Do you know how much gold Zuppi had in relics though?
Oh boy. If I had to guess, 8k?
6,000 gold. He even had a 4,000 gold lead. He actually had an entire eco lead. So it feels like Zuppi had everything there to get that final push. He even had more stone and yet he had less castles.
I'm just kind of disappointed. I feel like Zuppi did a great job. I mean, better than I could ever do. But I feel like he just missed on really using the relic bonus at the important stage. He never really ended up getting tower shields. I feel like he just dropped a few things there that might have cost him the match here because it was such a close game.
Absolutely. And now we'll be soon going to Empire Wars Socotra. And we saw Nili being absolutely dominant in the game for Empire Wars Atacama. But Empire Wars Socotra feels like a bit of a wild card to me in terms of who could actually win this. Do you think that you'd still favor Nili in this, or?
I find it so hard to say. I feel like a game mode like that on Socotra could really go either way. I think Nili's idea, what I think he will do, is like big Bulgarians go for a really early man at arm opening and just start intense pressure from the beginning, which I would find very interesting. And then Zuppi is going with Vikings as a really strong Empire War set, but I'm not sure if they would be that insane on something like Socotra, where early pressure maybe does more than a really solid eco to start with.
Definitely. I think it'd be very difficult for Vikings to really do that much in that close either. Like, I feel like Bulgarians are much better at that kind of messy kind of play, right?
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking like overall Vikings is super strong in Empire War, so of course there's potential. It's not like it's completely lost in any sense, but it can be so tricky if Bulgarians get like a strong man at arms start and just a very dominating follow up. So I'm really curious how this match will, how the upcoming match will actually develop. Mm, hmm.
I see that gamers. Thanks so much for dropping in, man, and the raid. I really do appreciate that. We do have the predictions in chat, guys. We have who will win game 8. Nili currently with 97% of the vote. And Zuppi fans unite and get those points in. We don't have a game just yet, so like, is there a chance that does Zuppi ever go Mongols here? Is there ever a time where he goes for Mongols on this map and then goes
I've
for
been,
the Vikings on Golden Swamp?
I just don't think it makes sense. Like Mongols are not that insane in Empire Wars. They don't really benefit from the Dark Age bonus in this sense, and like the feudal age for Mongols is just nothing special if you don't have the Dark Age in front of
Definitely.
it.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
I just Mongols feel like they're good on those gold heavy maps, but more specifically on Golden Swamp, I feel like they kind of fall a little bit flat.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was surprised why Zuppi went Lithuanians the last game, because I think it's an interesting idea against Berbers and not wanting to play the Mongol matchup, but I don't think the Mongol matchup was that much worse in that sense than the Lithuanian matchup ended up being. So I just found it a bit tricky. I really would have just rather see him play Mongols and try and squeeze something out early, be hyper aggressive on Serengeti, and have Lithuanians left on maybe Golden Swamp. I think that would just be more solid in my eyes.
I would 100% agree there. But do you almost, if you're in Zuppi's position, I know that you're a game ahead, but like, do you just think to yourself, forget Empire Wars Socotra, just go YOLO with Mongols and then save Vikings, which are arguably, I'd say, the better civ of Golden Swamp for Golden Swamp.
Yeah, that's kind of tricky, right? Because you can try and make the Empire Wars game closer by going Vikings there, but of course Vikings are going to be better in Golden Swamp as well. So it is definitely an option. It's a really hard judgment call to make, I think, because going Mongols, I think, is basically giving up game 8 and saying, okay, we're gonna try better on game 9 instead.
Definitely. I think if I'm in Zuppi's position, I would go Mongols. Like, I feel like Vikings don't have that much. Oh, it's hard to say, right? I feel like when you're playing Empire Wars Socotra, it's such a wild card. But like, it's gonna matter more of how quickly you can organize your economy. Maybe drop a few defensive towers or a few aggressive towers. And Mongol.
Maybe if Zuppi is able to kind of fend off the initial man-at-arm barrier, then Vikings can really steal back a great punch in Empire Wars, and that's kind of why I would do it. And I feel like Mongol still has decent potential on something like Golden Swamp, because they can go for early fires, they have a really strong Dark Age, and they can maybe try and snowball a lead there. So personally, I would like Vikings on Socotra here and save Mongols for the game after.
Fair enough. Do you think Mongols are better versus Japanese or Vikings?
Um,
It
that is
almost,
very tricky.
it almost feels like Nili slightly outdrafted Zuppi. Not to an insane degree, but to a little bit here.
But you're talking like, okay, you assume that it's Japanese and Golden Swamp, and then you have either to pick from Mongols or Vikings. Well, actually, they already are in the game, so I think we just better move on to there.
Definitely. Just trying to find it.
I won't spoil it just yet.
Oh, and looks like you are 100% on the money. Bulgarians versus Vikings. And I feel like this is going to be a little bit tough for Zuppi going into game 9. Based on this.
Like, actually, to get back on the maps for like a few seconds, I think I actually would like Mongols more in Gauntlet Swamp versus Japanese, because I feel like you can maybe get the earlier uptime with the early hunt bonus, and from there on get some fires out, contest water early, because it doesn't feel like going galleys with Vikings on Golden Swamp is going to pay off, and FC is just too tricky as well against something like Japanese.
That is true. So
I
Zuppi
like this
opening with a range shot away, Nili opening with a range shot away. Yeah, it'll probably be Meta Arms and Skirms versus just pure archers here.
And this, I'm caught up already. I'm not sure if you're there already as well.
Yeah, I actually better catch up. I didn't even think about that.
Okay, so that was a really quick action opening, and kind of as you expect with Bulgarians, immediately going for the early pressure. He made 4 men-at-arms in total, with Skirms behind it right away. But
I
Zuppi did a great job, immediately getting walls in key locations and having a really nice base here in a sense.
I'm really sorry. I'm having a capture rate issue.
Ooh, okay.
I won't even quit.
Oh,
he can cast. We can listen to sort of why I fix these issues.
Okay, so it's absolutely amazing. Nili is getting like really early pressure. Bulgarians are great at this, especially in the low distance. He does have the skirms there, and now Zuppi doesn't really have an answer to the skirms. Like, he just opened a range, but that doesn't really leave an opportunity to do anything against the skirms but his own skirms. But of course, then Nili, as Bulgarians, has a really easy time fitting +1 defense in, getting fletching in. He's both of these upgrades in, and Zuppi kind of forced to do the same, but obviously at a bigger investment. So Nili is able to do pressure here, but Zuppi did a great job securing his own base, and I think you're in by now. Not quite yet. Is it? Does
Yeah,
it
catch
work?
rate took a little while to load it. Okay, perfect. Sorry about that, guys. We should be back and live. The Meta Arms and the Skirms here are doing a huge amount of damage. And in terms of just being annoying here.
But this is very interesting because Nili, as Bulgarians, I think the idea is really great. Conceptually, I love it, but I'm not sure if he will be able to get enough value because Vikings do have a great eco, and honestly, Zuppi can be very happy with this map. I think like there's the gold in the back, the woodlines are pretty safe. Only the berries are slightly exposed, but I think that's the sacrifice he's willing to make, and the skirms aren't able to pressure it too hard anyway.
Do you think maybe adding just a couple of archers here for Nili or a tower here could like be like really powerful for him, or do you think that's an overinvestment?
I feel like if he committed to the tower from the get-go, I would have loved it. But of course it's a risk, and doing it too late, the Viking player will just get to Castle Age, you exposed yourself a bit too much, and you'll probably struggle in the long run. So, summarized, I think go for it immediately, or do not go for it, I suppose.
The thing for here with Nili is that if he's trading Skirm versus Skirm, like, yes, there's no technical bonuses for the Skirm, which is not like cheap Byzantine Skirms or anything, but that's gotta favor Vikings very slightly with the better eco, right?
Definitely. So the benefit for Nili is like his base is a bit wider, he's a bit easier time getting the farming eco going, he's on berries, but like free wheelbarrow is not to be underestimated in a situation like this, and I think Nili needs to be careful that he doesn't overinvest in the skirms, because the only thing he's getting right now is like tiny trades and nothing more.
You can't really do any damage with them in terms of killing units or anything, but do you maybe mass a few scouts behind this? You see your opponents going with mostly Skirms, and then be like, okay, I'm gonna make some Bloodline scouts to get the upgrades on them.
As the Bulgarian player, you mean? I mean, you mentioned Bloodlines, so I assume so.
Yes, yes.
I think the base for Zuppi is just too compact. Like, he can just make 2 spears, deal with the scouts. He can even rewall behind, drop 1 defensive tower, and he will be able to cast Age, get to X-Bow, and I think he just lose too hard from that position, or he gets a few knights out.
Yeah,
I don't think it's worth the risk.
stone.
Oh, I like that. I love that.
I think this is fantastic. He's going for the faster castle age, and what he can do behind this is he can get to a decent number of even +1, maybe +2 knights. Dive through the eco. If he can keep Zuppi open here, I think that Zuppi's in trouble.
So Nili, no pressure at all, had his base, is 2 wheels down. He chose to idle quite some time. No, he didn't get wheelbarrow, by the way, I checked that already. Just to get an early castle each time, and honestly, I really love it. I'm really curious what his follow-up plan will be, but he's going straight knights behind this. I don't see him on stone for a crab post or anything yet, but I'd love to see.
Zuppi going for a stable here. So because he's still producing archers, it looks like he'll be doing crossbow knight play. And Nili's saying, if I can't have these deer, neither can you.
Well, you're saying that he can't have these deer, but he is just nice and comfortably taking these deer over there. Zuppi did send 3 archers around to go and look for wheel plates, but haven't found anything so far.
Like, it's so sneaky by Zuppi, and it might not even find a villager pick here, right? But even if it gets some idle time, that's still value that he wouldn't have got otherwise in Feudal Age.
Oh, get the deer. Get revenge.
I don't think he's realized that the deer have been like, hey, he's gonna get a villager pick here. That's really good game sense from Zuppi, realizing that his opponent might be taking the deer on this outside area and now punishing that.
Yeah, and he just saved these archers from Aeolian, right? That's just beautiful for him. Like, he didn't really make archers too late, and he just gets some value out of it anyhow. Is adding a second range as well, and a second stable. I feel like both these players are going balls to the walls in the next stage.
I think you have to, though. It's one of those situations where, like, it's 2 ranges, 2 stables, 3 siege workshops if you can ever do that.
Speaking of 3 siege workshops, like Nili is sending 4 fields forward, but he doesn't have stone, he doesn't have wood for a siege workshop. I imagine it's for a siege workshop.
It has to be, but the skirms are coming forward now. There's a couple of archers mixed in here. Or maybe the villagers are just being pulled to the scouts. Or was that an unintentional benefit of this? But the villagers have to be careful. Elite skirm coming in.
I think it isn't for the scouts. I think he just really wants to get a siege workshop up here. But these fields are just very exposed right now, and there's only 1 stable knights for Nili right now, and there's 2 stable knights going up for Zuppi. That could be very tricky for Nili here, to be honest.
And Nili's losing at least one of those villagers, probably to lose a second one very soon. But Elite Scum will deal with the crossbows at least, and with the knights in front, I kind of prefer Nili's position, even though usually crossbow knight will do better. There's just not enough crossbows to even really be worried about upgrading them.
Yeah, but what I do worry about is like Nili sold his stone, Nili out of the CC, all to get up earlier, and I'm not seeing how he's getting value here immediately. Instead, the vills he sent forward, he lost another villager, and he still isn't able to make a siege workshop in this position.
But the thing is, at least for Zuppi, for Nili, his eco at home is just ticking along. There's no pressure here for him. Whereas in Zuppi's base, yes, there's not a lot of idle time happening, but it's still very hard, very frustrating to deal with the pressure on your base. So it's a bit of psych as well, I think.
And now Nili has a monastery on that hill, and I think that's the biggest thing Nili has going for himself. Like, you're right, like his eco is undisturbed, and that's beautiful, but kind of that hill in between them, I think that's going to be really beneficial, especially once Zuppi's goals start to run out. He really needs to expand to one of these goals, and all of them are kind of in range of being pressured by Nili if he controls that hill, so that's very important in the long run here.
Something important being noted in chat though, that Nili didn't get bloodlines on the way up, so these knights actually aren't that much better than these Viking knights.
Yeah, he does have +1 attack extra, but apart from that, not really. Of course, it will be cheap as Bulgarians to upgrade it, so +2 defense shouldn't be too hard to get for Nili here. But very messy game, investing in a lot of stuff, and Nili is going on stone quite heavily, and we might see some crep posts in the future.
I think crep posts here would be huge, because of how compact the base is, and Zuppi has no access to stone with how Nili is playing this. I think that's intentional. Like,
yeah, I think that's amazing.
Like, if he can deny the stone, Zuppi's only way to getting a castle is to buy the stone. That's so expensive.
Yeah, but even apart from that, there's only 300 gold left in the base of Zuppi right now. He could abuse the market for a little bit, but that only will bring him so far. He needs to break out of his base eventually, and I'm just not seeing how Zuppi will be doing that.
And it feels a bit like a repeat of game, like the first Empire Wars game, where Nili was just able to starve Zuppi of the wood. He didn't add as much eco as Zuppi as early, but he was still able to deny the wood for as long as humanly possible, and then caused Zuppi to run out of wood basically, and he had to buy wood. It's gonna be a repeat of that by the looks of things. And all these villagers are idle. He's dropping a TC. Is he gonna get away with this? There's 2 monks here, 10 knights, quite a few elite scum. I think he gets away with it.
I think the TC will go up, but the question is, will he be able to actually consistently get gold from these gold piles? Because those
That's
are two
true.
different things, right?
And those monks may not even be getting many conversions here, but they're just... They stop the knights running in from Zuppi, and they get so much healing value here as well. And Nili did get that C-Spot shop, and he's getting relics. This is another one of those Nili confirmed moments for me. Getting the relics whilst all this other chaos is happening on the map.
Okay, so let me see the upgrades. +2 defense for Nili now, only +1 defense for Zuppi. No attack upgrades for Zuppi either. Monks will probably get some conversions this time around, and the Manga now getting decent shots here.
And the scums here, this should be like a full snowball for Nili, right? And it is
I
that
think
kind
so. I
of
think
one
this is pure
2C
desperation
play.
for Zuppi.
And now he's got the stone for a Krepos, or does he wait for a castle?
We will
Nili's
never find out.
victorious! Wow, we're going to... obviously we're going to a game 9 either way, but it's gonna be tied up at 4-4 for the final game. That's gonna be amazing. No blacks for Nili. Who gives a shit? It's Socotra. But this is the funny thing from Nili. He's getting relics as if it's a late game, and then not getting eco upgrades because it's not gonna be a very long game. I just love that contrast.
I feel like the relics were kind of free to pick up anyway. It's like not an additional investment. Whereas with double bid X, like, and he can get men at arms early, then his constellations later on and whatnot. So I can kind of see where that is coming from.
Oh man.
That being said, I just really have to respect Nili for going Bulgarians on this. I think on any other Empire Wars map, Vikings would have dominated this, but on Socotra, he saw how he wanted to play this out. He visualized the men-at-arm opening. He executed it really well, just kept the pressure at all times, and he just absolutely smashed it out.
Like, honestly, I'm a little bit in shock of just how well Nili played it, honestly. Like, I didn't obviously catch all of the first moments, but we could see the men-at-arm pressure with the skirms behind it. And it didn't seem like he was that worried about getting villager kills, as he was just taking the map control.
And I feel like the inefficiencies on Zuppi's eco he enforced with the pressure. Like, I commended Zuppi for he was doing a great job defending early. He got the walls up at crucial moments, but still some idle time on the food eco, nearly selling the stone, kind of making sure that he does get a good uptime and just keeping the pressure up. It was all real tiny things, but like consistently doing these tiny things correctly really won Nili the game and let him keep up the pressure in this
And it was just
situation.
that snowball that you were talking about, where he just got enough knights, enough skirms, enough monks, and then the forward siege as well. And it was just a bit of everything. That's all you need in this situation, I think.
I also feel like Zuppi never really was in a position to add a second TC in the back. I feel that it was a very greedy move, and he should have realized that he just needs to bring out on the map. I feel like he was just kind of out of ideas what to do in the scenario, and that's kind of the nice thing about the whole strategy. It really felt like Nili prepared this beforehand and really thought us through as to how he wants to execute this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Solid, for casting those 2 games for me. They were fantastic games.
Thank you for having me. The games were great, and have a great game 9, and I'll be lurking around.
Thank you so much, man. I'll see ya.
See ya.
Yeah, honestly, Mihai, I was surprised with how well Zuppi actually played Arabia. Like, not because Zuppi is bad at Arabia, but because... No, actually, yeah, not because Nili is bad at Arabia, because Zuppi tends to be very dominant on Arabia, in my opinion. But we will give Nili the win with the Bulgarians and Zuppi the loss with the Vikings, and we're going to go to the game 9. Let's see if they are about to start. Obviously, the Sims for game 9 have been predetermined. It's going to be Japanese versus Mongols. Alrighty, so I need to speed up in DE. Oh, Zuppi actually not having a bad map for this. 2 back scolds, 2 back stones. Berries obviously don't matter too much here, and 1 forward gold. Nili, on the other hand, look at this! 2 back golds, 1 back stone as well. In terms of the middle, it's looking actually pretty even. Slightly in favor of Nili due to this extra 4 tile of gold. Fishing spots, also, I'm gonna say very slightly in favor of Nili. It's not like a huge amount. Never mind, actually, I take that back. Zuppi has the slightly closer fishing spots to the dock. It looks like there's more on Nili's side, though, by a very small amount. Both players are going to opt to push a bit of deer by the things. Actually, where's Nili's scout? No, never mind. Nili's going straight forward with the scout. You can lame boars in this matchup, but both of Zuppi's boars have spawned on the back. But I don't imagine Nili's gonna lame here. I don't imagine for a second Nili's gonna lame. True, PT, shoot, true. Is this the winner cup? I think it must be, really. Is he gonna do it? I don't think he's gonna do it. There's no way Nili goes for a lame here. It's game 9 of a very close series. Not much happening just yet. Looking like both players gonna be going for a dock. Nili with the slightly earlier dock time though. And also trading the HP in favor of himself, but there is a villager coming into the mix. Nili reacting quickly. And will have 3 more HP than Zuppi. Obviously not game winning or ending having the HP loss. Unless Zuppi takes his fight. I think that's a bit of a mistake trading the extra HP off. But yeah, Nili does have to be careful that the village doesn't get in the mix again. But it's delaying the dock all the meanwhile. Nili producing the first fishing ship out before Zuppi's even finished his dock here. Looking like Zuppi's going to send a second villager to actually get the shore or the deep fish here. Someone call Spirit the Law. How much is the gathering rate on shore on these fish on a villager? Where's Lucy? Who's Lucy? Zuppi with that 6 HP scout, he literally has to be so careful with scout. 2 villagers can whack it really quickly. Nili already looking at clicking up with the loom going in. I didn't click up yet. 19 pop even with Japanese feels a little bit on the tighter end. I wouldn't love to see him have too much investment into the water. Just because I feel like Zuppi isn't really going to be investing that much into the water. I could be wrong. But I think the Golden Swamp is one of those maps that you want to transition to land sooner rather than later. Bill's fishing is ridiculous. Deep fish is even faster than shorefish, actually? Are you joking? Or is that actually a thing? Because I thought shorefish was like some ridiculous gather rate. We see Zuppi dropping a barracks already. And that'll be standard scouts play, I think, from Zuppi with that little bit of fishing eco. He's not making a fishing ship here. He made this dock so he can take it with the villagers. Is this 300 IQ or 0 IQ? I'm like somewhere in between the two. Nili only made 2 fishing ships though. He's making a second dock though, so he's really gonna invest for the water. And it's gonna be nothing to contest. I think this is like a mixture of 300 IQ and 0 IQ. Like, I can't work it out. And we do see Zuppi going for men-at-arms here instead of the scouts play that I was assuming he's gonna do. Nili hasn't seen it. He sees them on gold though, so I think from the gold he might think, okay, he's going on to water. I don't think he has enough information to realize he's also going on to land, and the men-at-arms that will turn up in Nili's base could be very surprising. He does have a decent wall towards his CC, making damage a little bit harder for him. Double bit coming in for Nili already. At least 1 fire ship coming out. But Zuppi literally made a dock for one deep fish. He didn't, like, that's all he got out of that dock. And I feel like that would have been better as a mill. Dock fishing is good. I'm not sure, honestly. Is that 250 food worth it when you need to make a mill at the back anyway for the berries eventually? I guess it does mean you delay taking your buffalo a little bit low as well. And Zuppi dropping a barracks of his own. I don't know if this is going to be men-at-arms for his own, or if it's just going to be straight archers. Yeah, it kind of depends on if he sees these men-at-arms. These walls are dead. Nili's going to let these guys go in. Oh, but a quick wall with the house just about saves him there. The thing is that Zuppi knows that Nili doesn't have a barracks up just yet. Deep fish is not faster, you stand correct. Thank goodness, Soul, because I would have fainted a little bit there, I think. Zuppi does have this extremely weak scout though with these men-at-arms. And Nili's fully walled. So the investment into this dock isn't really doing a whole lot. Nili is making a couple of additional fires. I think that after these 2 fires, I wouldn't bother making any more. I think you've already won water. Thank you very much. Add maybe 1 additional fishing ship and call it a day. But Zuppi, gonna be annoying on these fishing ships. These are Japanese fishing ships. So they will take a very long time to kill. Maybe, and you can actually even use the fire to snipe the scout cavalry here. So range going down for Zuppi, and so range is already down for Zuppi. Nili putting his own range down. Nili actually floating quite a bit of gold here, partially due to probably expecting to invest more into water than he had to. Maybe could do with sending one of the gold villagers off somewhere else temporarily, unless he's making a second range sometime soon. And then does Nili make skirms first, or does he make archers? It looks like he's making archers first. He hasn't. And then wherever these 2 archers from Nili, sorry, from Zuppi, I can't actually see them anywhere. And Zuppi adding a second dog. This is really interesting. The man who makes 0 fishing ships makes a second dock to contest water. And it kind of makes sense here because all he's doing right now is he's going to contest water enough that he can take the fishing ships from Nili off of the water. So there's no eco bonus there. I'm not sure why the score is so in favor of Zuppi though. Maybe there's a bit of scouting difference. Let's have a look at both players scouting. A bit of a scouting difference, but not one that would make up 100 score just yet, I don't think. And the villager count is slightly in favor of Nili. Those 2 archers out here will be a little bit annoying. Nili does have this cheeky little demo here. We do live for the demos on this map, but there's 3 fires over here for Zuppi to Nili's 2. Will Nili get a good engagement here? He gets a bit of damage on this one, and honestly, that was pretty decent. But the men-at-arms are gonna absolutely wreck the fire ship here. Like, men-at-arms countering fire ships confirmed. Zuppi losing his scout, but Nili losing another fire ship to these men-at-arms because they're gonna get more value here. Like, is this even... This shouldn't be happening, right? I think Nili needs to respect the men-at-arms damage here and pull back a little bit. I think that was honestly a bit of a mistake from Nili, not respecting the fact that melee units will do a lot more damage to boats than the ranged units. But I guess you don't really see that fight every day, so maybe he thought it'd be going better for him. Nili with another demo. He doesn't really want to take it for this one. He wants to try and damage this one, I'd imagine. But he's still only on... He's on the 2 docks. He's not really investing that much more into water. He's got 2 fires, yeah, coming out. If these were any other fishing ships, these would be dead by now, though. But Zuppi very happy at home with his archers. Nili can't really find any damage with his own archers. Fletching coming in for Nili, though. And Zuppi not with fletching of his own coming in. Oh no, Nili! Oh man, and he's losing water at the same time. And suddenly this, I'm gonna say, sort of strange approach to the build from Zuppi is really seeming to pay off. Although both players kind of floating res going towards Castle Age. Nili now getting Horse Collar, realizing he's gonna have to add some more land economy. Those men-at-arms are getting more value. How is this working? There's another fire ship coming up for Nili. I think he... Is this now an over-investment into water to win for the Japanese? Boats, archers, men-at-arms, boats. I love that the men-at-arms got the value they did though. Like, I don't think I've seen camels get that kind of value. But I've never seen men-at-arms get that value. Another demo coming out for Nili, so it looks like he will invest quite a bit more into trying to win water here. These fishing ships are so low, and yet somehow they're still alive. Honestly, Zuppi could even add a demo here and add a little cheeky demo, try and deny any archers coming forward. Those fishing ships are finally going down for Nili. They did at least get quite a bit of food in for Nili. And Zuppi's food economy at home is not looking... Like, it's not looking bad, but it's not looking fantastic. And Nili not really finding the demo shot that I would imagine he's wanting here. And that repair villager from Zuppi is really good as well. And will we see the men-at-arms get more value? They can't get more value, surely. Nice little bit of micro from Zuppi. But there's... I think with the defender's advantage here, I think it's... No, never mind. I was gonna say, I think it's just about in favor of Nili, but it ends up snowballing in Zuppi's favor, and I think the repair villager really helped there. I feel like Nili just needs to abandon this wood line. You've got the Japanese wood bonuses where you can just drop another lumber camp at this back area over here, causing him way too much hassle. Nili's got his couple of archers over here being irritating. Zuppi gonna be clicking up to Castle Edge any minute now. But Nili quite a bit further ahead, but he forgets the blacksmith. Oh no. That's actually really unfortunate for Zuppi as well, because he will lose this small archer skirmish, and then Nili can be annoying with these archers. He won't get any villager kills, I don't imagine, but he will just be able to kind of peck them down a little bit and cause some villager idle time. Look at that, 2 archers over here being annoying, 3 archers over here being annoying. Nili is going to get trapped with these though. And look at how many villagers Zuppi is sending to deal with these archers. And Zuppi even having to make a skirmish here. He's going to be a minute behind on the castle age time now, due to the forgetting the blacksmith, and this doesn't have any defense upgrades. Do I hear another archer somewhere? Losing 1 to the TC is not great for Nili. He does get a villager pick over here. The archers over here though doing well for Zuppi. And the archers are getting in. And Nili doesn't have the response he needs right now. He needs a tower somewhere, but he can't force a tower up in time. Maybe he can force one up over here. And that's going to be a lot of dead villagers and archers for Nili. That's a disaster. And look at this! Zuppi also losing archers on his woodline, but is the damage done by Zuppi here far outweighs the damage done by... Sorry, but the damage done by Zuppi here is far outweighs the damage that Nili just did to Zuppi's eco. 40 villagers to 34 in favor of Zuppi right now. Gonna see a bit more of a quick wall over here. You can't quick wall with gates like this. It just doesn't work. 32 villagers down. Oh, it's looking really bad for Nili right now. And Nili getting War Galley. But Nili's dead, guys. It's been an amazing show match, but there's no way. I think Nili will play on for a little bit, but the amount of eco damage Zuppi just did was insane. Like, I think he got 12 villagers, basically. And all the idle time. Nili gonna be adding the 2 TC, the additional TC for the moment. Maybe looking at a 3rd one soon. Maybe thinking that his only way back in the game is to get an Omega Boom going. Crossbow from Zuppi. Gonna be able to pick off these skirmishes as they come in. 1 less crossbow here for Zuppi, and there are a lot of weak ones here. And look, all of these farms are gonna be idle, this woodline's gonna be idle. He might even get another couple of villager picks. Nili's like, fuck this, get out of my base. And another skirm goes down, another villager goes down. And another village. Zuppi might be able to engage on these crossbows. The crossbows do have +1 defense though, so they won't go down too easily. Another villager goes down for Nili. Zuppi microing these really well. 3rd TC going down for Zuppi, so he's not going to be throwing it in that way. I feel like it'd have to be a huge slip up by Zuppi to lose this game now. 46 to 35 villagers in favor of Zuppi. Nearly even now, yes, Aarox. It was looking like Zuppi was gonna be ahead for quite a while here, but Nili taking those last 2 games in a really intense Serengeti game and an amazing Empire Wars Socotra. I think honestly that could make it into Red Bull Wallow. That was so much fun. Zuppi quite heavy on stone. He's got the 6 on stone, so probably thinking about Mangudai. The question is, do you go forward with the castle or do you play safe and just sit at home with it? I think you can just sit at home with it if you're Zuppi. I don't think you have to take any more risks. I think Nili has to be the one to do some kind of YOLO play here. I think it's just unfortunate for Nili. Like, he tried getting the quick wall up with the house. I don't think he was ready for the number of archers Zuppi had there. Because he hadn't dropped a tower or anything, and he wasn't really planning to. I think he was focused on the fight over here, more so than the fight over there. But the demo comes out for Nili, though. And he still does have these few fishing ships that he's adding now. So he will get a... like, it's not like he's... like, 2 TCs to 3. He's 2 TCs and a dock at least. Can Nili do it? It just feels so bad for Nili right now. Like, I don't know if there's any way he can win this. Zuppi has stopped producing military though. Third TC going down for Nili at the back of his base. And Nili with good reactions to wall, a little bit of a house wall behind this. But Zuppi's gonna have full map control behind this as well. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that Beehive as well. Like, it does, like, as long as Nili doesn't do anything overly risky, I think he's in such a good position. And the thing is that Nili is still investing quite a bit into this water fight. Whereas Zuppi's investing a decent amount, but it's nothing too crazy. He's gonna get done the 2 fires here. This one, oh, he's even microing back the weak one. Demo, is he gonna try and demo? I think one way back for Nili is that Zuppi tries coming across the villages and there's a sneaky demo somewhere. And Nili's even going for a house in the middle, trying to get a bit of vision. A 15 villages back for Nili right now. Not really any land military being produced for either player at the moment. The demo trying to get a quick engagement there. Just get 1 kill. But these skirmishes are still lacking any, like, literally have 0 defense upgrades and only fletching and no elite skirm. These skirms that Nili is producing are kind of a bit of a waste of resources right now. And look at this, Zuppi's got a forward villager. He's probably going to try and sneak a siege workshop or a stable down here very soon. And Zuppi doing some amazing micro with these crossbow as well. There's a demo in here, and I imagine there's quite a... It's making 2 demos from here. There's 1 fire here as well. Quite a few galleys being made, though, for Zuppi, and that's a really good way of taking extra map control on Golden Swamp. Once you've won water, just add a few war galleys. You don't have to make a crazy investment. But it just basically denies this entire front area from being accessible. And it will slowly peck away at buildings. Nili with these siege special up at home, maybe expecting some more military coming forward from Nili, from Zuppi, sorry. Are they gonna drop a castle in the middle? Was Nili trying to make this hard for him? I think that's what Nili was trying to do. I think that was the whole reason behind this, was to try and make this as difficult as humanly possible for Zuppi. This outpost isn't gonna get a whole lot more information than Nili already got. And Zuppi being annoying with those 4 crossbowmen again. Big demo shots in the front. They will clear the fire ships, but they don't really do anything else. It looks like Nili's trying to run with that villager to try and do some sneaking with it. We'll lose it to that 1 crossbowman. I think Nili should play on as he wants to try and win the show match, but I do think this game is just over. And Monastery being dropped, maybe trying to get some conversions on the ships, and he's going to use some manga now to try and kill some of the ships as well. That's actually quite funny. They're becoming an EU time zone streamer now? Oh my goodness, I am like so tired. I'm a grandma. Hey Sean, how are you doing today? These mangonels though are getting really good value, all things considered. Nearly even repairing them, but really just, I can't, there's just no way back from here. I don't want to be a dull caster, but it's very hard to pretend that I'm seeing something I'm not. Zuppi even looking towards selling resources to go to Imp here. He's got his one castle down, and the thing as I was saying before, is that if you can get to a massive Mangu die, I think that that's the win with Hussar in front. That's usually the win condition of the Mongols either way. And in this situation, it's going to be even more rough considering that Nili's had that really disastrous early castle age. Hey Philip, definitely. Because I have EU-based pros that have volunteered for the show match. We ended up doing it around this kind of time, and I was very happy to do it, of course. I feel like you have to be accommodating when you are hosting a show match like this, and Nili's sending the villagers forward. I don't think I've ever seen so many villagers pulled to deal with military as I have in these games. Imperial Age coming in for Zuppi. Nili with that Mangu die somewhere. Guessing he got a conversion somewhere. May he find it? Castle coming down for Nili now. It will give him a nice defensive position. These three villagers still chasing down the manga now. I'm doing really good, thanks Sean. Very tired, but very happy. The thing is, Zuppi still needs to find the damage in Imperial Age. Like, yes, he is so far ahead right now that it's pretty hard position for him to throw. That one Mangu die from Nili, no bodkin on it, but just being really irritating. Even getting a villager pick. But the eco KD is 4 to 28 in favor of Zuppi. And we can see that in the deficit of villagers right now. Those mangonels doing something crazy though. And Nili coming up to Imperial Age himself, so he's not out just yet. It's not looking good though. Knights over here gonna be cleaning up these villagers. Why is... I think Nili must have a bad rally point somewhere. Or were these left over? And Nili going for some towers. It's gonna be Yasama. It's gonna be Yasama towers. I think it's Yasama towers to hold until he can get to an army composition. If there was ever a way of into this game, I think Yasama tower holds is probably the way to do it. Like, Siege Ram will still kill this, or Capped Ram even will still kill this. But if there is a way back for Japanese, this is the way. I do think so as well, Sean, but I'm intrigued. Because the thing is, you can't push your Yasama towers with just units alone. You do need quite a bit of siege, and traps on their own take quite a while to get rid of the bonuses. But there is no guard tower coming in for Nili. He's only just dropping his university. He's only got one villager dropping it right now. And still only fletching on these towers as well. Blood King coming in now. This Treb is on this castle. And I did see the Galleon upgrade coming in for Zuppi. I low-key want to see this work for Nili. Like, this is I love this. The thing is that Nili can just slowly repair this and hold for longer. But again, these rams, even battering rams, are gonna do the trick here. No guard tower coming in for Nili just yet. Bodkin is the important upgrade though. Zuppi is victorious. Well played to both players. Zuppi coming just ahead. 5-4 in this show match. What a set. I'm amazed. That was fantastic. A big thank you to both Nili and Zuppi for volunteering to play in this show match.